I think we've got the Challengers for sure right now, 15. So you've got about a company-size element of tanks. You've also got the French Asterix tank. I put an asterisk next to it, but it's got a big gun. It can do a lot of damage. And then you have the heavy infantry fighting vehicles that can also not only take soldiers into the fight, but can also dish out a punch. And I would put Bradleys and CV90s into that category. And I think those are the 4 vehicles that I would put into that heavy support role. So you've got a true tank, a kind of heavy mobile gun, and then 2 different types of heavy infantry fighting vehicles. Does that make sense to everybody?
So by the asterisk tank, you mean the AMX-10RC from the French, which is a kind of a 6-wheeled platform with a massive gun on it.
Correct. And I think that, there's another category of light infantry fighting vehicles that kind of skirt the line here too. But I think that when it comes to the heavy ones, I'm going to keep it to the for me, the Bradley CV90 as the big heavy ones. 122, do you agree with that?
Hello?
Oh, we might not have 122. So,
yeah.
Well, I guess I'll agree with myself on that one, if that's okay.
I see we have a couple of speakers coming up. Pete Q, Pete Quiley, if you please mute your mic and stick your hand up. We do like to maintain a little bit of discipline here. So there is a queue of hands. If you look at the bottom right-hand side of your screen, you will see a heart with a plus in it, and you'll be able to put your hand up. Right. Okay, 122.
Sorry, I had to do an errand, so to speak. Did I miss anything out?
Did you drop your printer?
No, not the printer. The dog had an accident.
As long as it didn't eat your homework.
No, 122. What I was saying is I've kind of broken some of these vehicles into different sections. Heavy support vehicles that I think can provide the role of the assault element of a strike or a combined arms battalion. Then I've got infantry mobility and then follow-up support. And for the heavy support, we know we have Challengers. We have about a company size element of Challengers. We have the AMX-10 is that from France, which is a mobile gun. Then you've got Bradleys and CV90s, which are all vehicles that can pack a big punch. And when you look at that, that's around 140, 150 heavy vehicles, heavy fighting vehicles that can pack a punch. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I would totally agree on that. That would be a very good summarize of the situation.
Hey, Will, I got a question. That 113 that has the big gun, that was, I'm not sure who donated that one, but it's a 113 and it looks like it's got a 105, a short barrel 105 cannon on it. Who donated that one?
I'm not sure about that one. And as I said, I'm still working on refining my list, and that's what I'm kind of using this live action moment for too. As we go through this, I did not see that one. The next section of vehicles, so we do have the heavy infantry fighting vehicles, the CV90s and Bradleys that can carry troops, but can also be used in hunter-killer teams with one tank or combined to pack a punch. But then we've got the need to be able to quickly maneuver soldiers, and this is where I think that the numbers start getting very interesting, and the ability of Ukraine to actually have follow-on troops, a large-scale number of soldiers to be able to take and occupy land. So when you look at infantry mobility, I've got it in 2 categories: light infantry fighting vehicles, APCs, and APCs, armored personnel carriers. So when you look at the numbers, it's pretty impressive. There's a light fighting vehicle coming from UK, which I think is the the up armored 113. You've got 100 of those coming. You've also got 100 striker vehicles, and strikers are probably the most advanced light infantry fighting vehicle. They don't have the optimal amount of protection, but they've got great sensors. They can be multiple weapon systems can be put on them. If they're the armored personnel carrier, they can carry a large amount of troops and also have a 50 cal or Mark 19. You've got the UK vehicles, and Tim, I don't know the details of the UK, the APCs the UK delivered, but they are pretty interesting.
Yeah, so the vehicle, the APC vehicle. Sorry, Daryl, I'm going to mute you because you're hot micing there. The UK operates. I don't think the UK has ever operated M113. The UK operates a system called the FV432. Upgraded, it's known as Bulldog. So it's an APC of a similar vintage. I believe it's slightly newer than the M113. It is a well, as built, it's a bog standard armored personnel carrier. So to use the cliche term, it's kind of a battlefield taxi. Sorry, I'm just moving somewhere a little quieter. It's a battlefield taxi, so to speak. So it's designed to have, your 10 blokes in the back. It's designed to withstand up to 7.62 fire. And it's not particularly well armed, so maybe it has a machine gun pintle mount on it. But the FV132 has gone through a number of different iterations, the most recent of which is the Bulldog. And the Bulldog is a vastly armored personnel carrier. So it was introduced as an urgent operational requirement for, I think, either Iraq or Afghanistan. I can't exactly recall, but it's massively armored. So the main difference between the two is you look at the standard FB432 looks like an M113. It's kind of boxy. It's got tracks, etc. The Bulldog variant has this kind of zigzaggy applique armor on the side, which is designed to withstand RPG-7, RPG-9. It's designed to withstand a number of very, very common anti-armor systems, and apparently does so successfully. It is apparently going down quite well with with Ukrainian forces. This applique, the applique armor, the kind of upgraded 1970s British armored vehicles, light armored vehicles. So yeah, we'll see how well the new is packaged up.
No, and again, with that being said, is the sheer number. So 100, that's a big number, and 100 strikers. Along with that, you've got another 100 113s. There's another APC that's being donated. Sweden's donating 40, and I forgot which version the Swedish APC is. And then you got the Martyrs, which they're a APC, but they also have a gun. So I would say they should be probably in the light infantry division or infantry fighting vehicle section. But either way, when it comes to infantry mobility vehicles that we know about, and I know I'm leaving some out, that's 300. Think about it, 300 armored battle taxis for Ukrainian infantry soldiers. Not just BMPs that it's hard to get out of. You don't have any optics. These are vehicles that have been updated and upgraded and are made to protect the soldiers. So we've gone through. There's over almost 100, 200 heavy support vehicles, or 100, 140, 150. You got over 300 infantry mobility vehicles. And then you've got a ton of other things that I think Ukraine will use in very unique ways. And we've already seen it in Kharkiv. And that's in this package. There was 55. And this is follow-up light support is what I call this, is heavy wheel vehicles. So we're looking at MRAPs. We've seen Ukraine use MRAPs in very, very unique ways. And we don't know which ones are coming, but I'm sure they're going to be, they're very highly mobile when it comes to when the weather is correct, and they can, because they have wheels. But they've also been used we've seen them used to really be able to cover and support Ukrainian infantry from small arms, which they're great to be made for. And then you've got 340 Humvees, and some of those are tow launchers. Some of them are just troop support. Some of them are command control ambulances, etc. So that's another 400 vehicles, armored vehicles, that are going to be going to Ukraine for follow-up and light support. And then add on, and I know these numbers aren't completely up to date, you've got the M109 field artillery from the U.S. You've got the UK sending 30 of their self-propelled guns. You've got 12 Archers, and then and the 19 Caesars from Denmark, which rounds out to about 79 pieces of mobile field artillery that can be used. Now, when we put all that together, I know we're missing a ton of vehicles, and those are just the basic ones. We could talk about the HIMARS and everything else. I wanted to talk about just today the combined arms maneuver elements, and that's over 1,000, almost 1,100 vehicles that Ukraine will be getting in the near term, or have already already have their hands on them, that are being trained on, that I believe will be that combined arms punch that we see in the next offensive. And when you look at those numbers, there's many different ways that I think Ukraine can put those vehicles together to really, really put the fear of God into the Russians. And when they see Bradley starting to flow into Ukraine, or that first time you see a Bradley engage a tank with a tow, the morale of the Russian soldiers are going to go down dramatically. And I believe the morale of Ukraine and NATO countries will go up a lot. But I hope that helped out with the vehicles. I know it wasn't as detailed with every single one. We can talk more in detail. I'm happy to open it up. And I've talked enough today. I was just really wanted to show that in reality, there's a lot that can be done. I think there's a lot of people who are into thinking that if you look at these numbers here, there's probably a lot more behind them. And we don't know how many soldiers have been trained, but we do know that there's the ability to make several brigades worth of combined arms vehicles, heavy armored vehicles that will make a damaging punch to Russia. So thanks everybody for listening.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to stress the scale of this, right? We are talking about just the most recent aid package. We are talking about the level of equipment that, like, a small to medium-sized NATO power would have in their entire army, right? You think, I don't know, Holland or Belgium or what have you, they're going to be equipped at a level of, they're going to have a level of equipment that's just recently been delivered in a single aid package by NATO as a result of Ramstein. But I'd like to go to 122, and then I see Frank has his hands up. 122, then Frank.
Hey, Tim.
Oh, hey, Ryan.
If I'm not mistaken, you're in Ukraine right now, are you not?
I am indeed, yes.
Okay, just checking. It should be about 10 o'clock there. You've got curfew coming up, don't you?
It's oh gosh, is curfew at 11 or 10?
I think it's probably 11. It depends on where you are. So
I've got 11 in my head, so I should probably drop and get some food, because I had a shifty bagel at a petrol station at about 10 this morning, but I haven't really eaten anything since.
You didn't get one of those chocolate croissants or a nice 3-sauce hot dog?
No, you see, I like to go for the dodgy, meaty things. I like to play kind of bowel roulette. I don't want to. I want to keep things interesting.
Then I would like to suggest a hamburger or the chicken sandwich from an Okyo. Just avoid the hot dogs like the plague. It's the lowest common denominator of foodstuffs in Ukraine. It's like beans in the UK.
I mean, as an American, would you even recognize that as a hot dog? Is this like a champagne thing for you?
Absolutely, yeah. That's not a hot dog. First of all, they screwed up the bun. If you have a bun that completely encompasses the hot dog, that's not a hot dog. That's a corn dog. It just doesn't have a stick on it.
I couldn't agree more. No, I do need to go and get some food. So, Ryan, if you're happy with this amazing panel we have and these amazing guests we have, I will drop and I will leave it in your capable hands.
Yep, do that. Be well. Maybe you can log in when you get to your hotel.
Okay. Good night, everybody. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you to Daryl, William, 122, everybody else. I will probably see you tomorrow at some stage. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Tim.
Later, Tim.
Proud of you for being over there, brother.
Yep. If you've got any downtime in and around the Kyiv area, maybe you can go meet up with the Renegade Relief folks. I think they're all stationed back in Ukraine at the moment.
I'll bear that in mind, but I'm not sure what my movements are over the next week. But thanks, everybody, and very good night. Cheers, Ryan. Take it away.
Thanks, Tim. Stay in touch.
So right now, I was going to say I need to pop off and do some other things. So thank you for your time, everybody listening. It's been really nice talking about a dear subject of mine. Hope you had a great time as well, and thank you to anyone on the panel and William especially for putting together a nice organization list. So thanks everyone. Hope to speak to you soon again.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks, 122. Really appreciate it. And,
yeah,
we'll be doing
thanks,
this
122. I just called you Tim. I'm sorry.
we got to yell OPSEC here, guys. No, that was really great having you up here. And Ryan, great to have you. Again, now we get to transition from, that was I think we were supposed to talk for hour, maybe 2 hours, and we're 2 hours and 40 minutes into it. We finally got through the list of vehicles, Ryan. Even though not a complete one, we kind of did it quickly, but we really were able to show that that the reality of it, even though we don't have all the aid we want, and we can always yell and scream about more. And what I recommend everybody does is that they use their personal voices to advocate for the aid that Ukraine truly needs. You do that by reaching out to your elected officials. If you're in the U.S., that means making sure that you make a phone call every week to your your House member. You're saying exactly what you want for Ukraine and why you support them, and then to your 2 senators in the U.S. Senate, and then for each one of the amazing array of coalition of countries of the willing here. Each one of you have a unique way to engage your parliaments or forms of government, and the more we do it now, while the pressure's on and the heat's on, the more we're going to do to get this aid to Ukraine to beat Russia quicker and sooner than later. So again, Ryan, it's great to have you up here too. And again, I'm happy to keep going and answer any questions anyone has. So.
And real quick, while we're talking about that, if you don't know how to reach your elected congressional representative or your senator's office, if you're here in the United States, all you have to do is click on that link up in the nest and put in your zip code, and it will give you both their local office in the district and their office in DC. We'll give you their email addresses, anything you need to reach out to your congressional reps, both Senate and House. Frank's had his hand up forever. Go ahead, Frank.
Thanks, guys. And thank you so much for that. Helping to put that in perspective, I guess. I mean, obviously, we're all disappointed about the Leopards so far, and and this would be much easier with main battle tanks. But yeah, the sheer scale of the list that William just put out there is pretty awe-inspiring. And that kind of got to actually kind of got to my question was, kind of like air superiority. It's sort of, I wonder if it's sort of analogous. Even if we don't have a ton of main battle tanks going in this round, what we discovered with Russia's being denied air superiority. Obviously in any battle you want to have air superiority, but the next best thing is that you get to deny your opponent of having that. So, and I kind of wonder if there's sort of an analogy here with all these IFVs that have tank killing capabilities. So even though there's not tons of main battle tanks in this group, basically is it the next best thing that they're going to be able to basically take out all of Russia's tanks and have very similar mini tanks with all the Bradleys and whatnot. So that was kind of my thought question, but I think it's already kind of been answered.
I don't know if we're going to see a ton of tank on tank action. I truly don't. And why I say that is that I believe that whenever this next offensive happens, the ability for Ukraine to use precision reconnaissance, precision targeting, precision weapons. The reality of it, you shouldn't be engaging with main battle tanks when it comes on tank action in these types of maneuver warfare. You should avoid that at all costs. And that's what I think sometimes gets lost in this conversation. There's a lot of ways to kill a tank, and maybe that's as simple as having Bradleys maneuvering into a valley, but you've got an overwatch of folks with javelins, and you wait to see, you use the probing method to get the enemy to come out. So again, I don't believe you'll see massive amounts of tank on tank warfare. but and especially when you see those punch throughs, I think that again, as long as you can breach that front line and be able to control and take advantage of it, exploit those gaps. The forces are there to take the ground and control it. If they can, maybe not have maybe not air superiority, but if Ukraine can follow up the combined arms with precision strikes on supply chains, trains and ammunition depots and mustering points for when you're retreating, then you'll see the places where you have main tank on tank action will probably be when you get more towards urbanized areas, I believe, built up areas where Russia turns and fights. But again, with the optics and the ability for NATO versions of combined arms to provide standoff, I believe that you're going to see a lot of pop turrets from a long distance away.
Thanks, William. Yeah, this has been a really interesting talk. So thanks to you guys for really putting this all together.
I had a former Marine offer to share me a manual called, I think, Jane's Identification Manual for Armored Vehicles. I'm going to have to go scoop that thing up for next time we have one of these tank track conversations.
Ryan, one of the things I wanted to do I just didn't get around to do it, is to put a Twitter thread together. And next time I will, and I probably will make a Twitter thread to kind of summarize this conversation now that it's done. But my goal was to put a lot of visuals. And again, my goal was to help folks. I hope the one thing that we did, the goal to this today was to help educate MriyaReport, just to, help educate the folks a little bit. Maybe if you came away a little bit more knowledgeable, I'm happy about that. And again, I'm by no means an expert. I'm not a general. I was a squad leader, but I believe sometimes that's the level we have to talk about these things, because we get too lost in the maintenance and supply, etc. I guarantee you they're going to get bullets and beams to these soldiers, and as long as we give them the tools to do the job, which I do believe we are. We just need more and sooner. It's going to be an interesting springtime for Russia.
Yeah, if that Jane's recognition manual for armor would be of any use, I could probably get a hold of it. I think it's out of print now, but I think it was kind of the Bible for armored vehicles at one point. I've never heard of it, but I'm not an armored vehicle aficionado.
You got the Googler machine.
Yeah, the Google machine works great. That's probably why it's out of print now. Who reads books? Joking. We have a slew of hands, and I added all three of you at once. So, Melody, go ahead, and then we'll go to Jorn and LR.
Hello. I have been fascinated by this discussion. Thank you so much. There are 160 Ukrainians at Fort Sill right now in training, and I hope they learn so much. And first of all, for all listeners, I want to thank you so much for your devotion to democracy worldwide.
Thank you, Melody. I didn't realize it was 160. I thought it was between 80 and 100, but I did see when they landed at the Lawton Regional Airport the other day, and I couldn't be happier to know that we're hosting them. I suspect they're all training on Patriot missile systems and how to operate those.
My favorite missile.
Jorn, go ahead.
Sorry about that. Hi, everyone. Very good discussion. I just heard the last part of it, so if this has been debated before, I apologize. But if we're looking at a situation now where Ukraine isn't getting the Leopard or the Abrams, let's say they get 50 Challenger 2s, and that's the most advanced stuff they're getting. But they get a lot of CB90s and Bradleys and things. For retaking the rest of the territory, can they use their own tanks, their legacy Soviet and Ukrainian produced tanks? How could they use them? And I understand the easy question to that is no, they're not any good. But that's not very interesting if that's the situation we're faced with, that they don't have anything else. Can they use them in a supporting role to the challengers? Would they be of any use? Thanks.
Jorn, I'm really glad you bring that up. And again, I believe that there's a lot of time that is wasted on arguing about which variant needs to be sent. If it has metal, if it can stop some sort of caliber of a weapon, if it has a gun on it, and Ukraine says, yes, I can use it, we should be sending it to them, and they're going to use it. I truly, so one, for instance, one of the reasons why I think we've squashed all of this together is the idea that there's this combined arms training that's taking place right now using these type of vehicles. When we look at the vehicles, there's a disproportional amount of light infantry fighting vehicles. We got a lot of heavy infantry fighting vehicles, a lot of heavy wheeled vehicles also, and a lot of APCs. So the reality of it, if there is 100 T-72s or 90 T-72s around, we do know that Poland has been talking about doing that. These are updated vehicles. These are the vehicles that led the charge in Kharkiv. We haven't seen a bunch of them getting blown up, right? There's not a massive, so there is tanks in country. The question is, how do you mass forces? The idea of keeping supply trains together, I think the idea of keeping all the NATO vehicles together, that's the best aspect, the best thing that we could do to keep that supply, create the maneuver elements out of the Western or the NATO equipment, that you can keep a supply chain together and keep things uniform. But that does not mean that if you have to put a couple of companies of T-72s or whatever variant that Ukraine has to fill a gap, I think it's totally fine. And then when you combine that with the optics and the technology behind these other vehicles, you still can have great use for these tools, and you can see Ukraine using them. What I just don't want to see is, I don't want to see Humvees leading the charge anymore. I want to see Humvees with a Bradley fighting vehicle, like what we did in the global war on terror. Humvees are great vehicles for maneuver, but if you have a Bradley with them, that's another mini version of combined arms that you can use to clear urban areas in a great way. So again, there's a multitude of ways when you look at these, and I'm going to try and put a thread together with the different sections, and I hope people can take a look at it. When you look at the maneuver elements, and what we talked about earlier, which I bet you would have enjoyed it, was the idea of the tactics of combined arms, also the size and the elements of U.S. based organizations, so you can really see what it takes to put these units together that can do this damage. And it's just a very fascinating way to look at it. And I thought it was a good change of pace from the doom and gloom about us not getting everything to there, which I'm not happy about. And I would much rather see Leos and Abrams, whatever it takes. But I try to deal with the reality that's in front of me.
Yeah, brilliant. I think those are excellent points. We must never let the perfect be the enemy of the good. But do you know anything? I know the Ukrainians have done a lot of upgrading of both T-72s and T-64s before, and the Czechs are doing something to old T-72s and sending them back to Ukraine. Do you know that is, and how good can they make a T-72? Are they putting optics on them and thermals and night optics and stuff? Would that help? Can they put a stabilizer on it, or is that a bridge too far?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Unfortunately, I'm not a Russian tank expert. I do know, Poland is there's a couple different countries that are funneling retrofitted different variants of Russian tanks to Ukraine right now. Some of those ones that were donated look pretty advanced. I've watched some shows on some of the more advanced. It's not a perfect vehicle, but again, when you combine it with all these other pieces, and as long as it doesn't have to go up against a main battle tank, if you've got combined arms around you, those vehicles can lead the charge into a trench full of mobilized soldiers that have small arms and maybe a couple of anti-tank weapons, and using the ability to bring infantry into the fight, a tank. These tools are still good. It still has a big gun. It still has armor, and it's a lot better than nothing. So and we've seen them use these vehicles and use them better than Russia's uses them, and that's a big point that we have to put out, is that the Russians use their own vehicles pretty crappily, and maybe that's due to them not updating it or training the way that Ukraine trains. Ukraine has been training like this, like combined arms, like NATO, for quite a few years, and we know that from many of the people who are on this show that has done that exact training.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for your answers.
LR, go ahead. Thank you. And thank you, William. I really appreciated this discussion today. It's really encouraging after the last couple of days of all the frustration that has been vented, in this space over, the unavailability of the Leopards and the debate between, the Abrams and Leopards and so forth. I believe you're 100% correct that what's being provided will give the Ukrainians, who are extremely creative, a big edge, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they do with it. Two things I wanted to first mention. I know you're working on your list, and when you went through your list, I kind of dropped out for a second, so maybe you talked about it, but I didn't hear it. I had heard earlier this morning on the space some discussion about some kind of an automated mortar system that could be mounted on a variety of different type of vehicles, but that sounded pretty devastating for taking out infantry in trenches. I think it was called the Amos system or something. I'm not sure if that's correct, but there was some speculation that with Finland's very large pledge, although it wasn't stipulated, that there was some speculation by Axel and some others that that system was most likely part of what they would be getting. So you may want to look into that.
Yeah, I think that system directly is the mine clearing system, and we've seen Russia use that in an offensive way early on in the war. If I'm correct, their version of it, they throw out a very long string. It's a pretty devastating weapon. The automatic mortar. There's a couple things that we have to remember too. Is that when we see these numbers, right? When you see 100 113s or bulldogs or martyrs, there's many different variants. I specifically didn't get into every different variant because we could have spent an hour for every vehicle, just like you could argue about each, or we could talk for an hour about each tank, etc. But there's many different versions. When you look at 340 Humvees, there could be ambulances, there could be fire support vehicles, there could be the super heavy up armored ones. There can be ones that have tows. When you look at the 113s and some of these other different light fighting vehicles that some of the European countries are giving, some of them have variants that provide support for mortar tubes in the back. I know 113s have a great setup for that. So again, remember, not every vehicle is exactly the same, and I don't think that they tell us specifically what the vehicle is on purpose, which is a good thing. But there's many different vehicles that are going to be parts of these packages that you'll see. And again, they fill roles. The largest company out of any of these battalions are always the headquarters company, because they have to take care of the most stuff. They have the most specific jobs. And maybe the next conversation we talk about with Daryl, have Daryl up and make it focused on the supply chain, the what makes these maneuver elements work. And how that happens when you're rolling across Ukrainian farmland, taking back land from Russia.
Well, great. And the other thing I wanted to mention was, should we also be considering, since this is the modern battlefield, UAVs on both sides, whether they're reconnaissance or loitering munitions type devices, because they would be deployed at this level, would they not?
No, you're 100% correct. And me and Colonel Spencer had a conversation about this, and it's one thing that it's gonna that happens along the way. We do not know what exactly the UAV capabilities are, and how, and this will be something that's completely new. We have basic knowledge from what we've done before, which is very rudimentary when it comes to what we're seeing out of Ukraine when it comes to use of UAVs and combined arms. So I'm a wait and see for that one, because it is going to be important. And it adds just another dimension to this fight. I know me and Erland, who's another contributor, who is an infantry guy, we've talked many times about how terrifying it is, the idea of being an infantry soldier with these drones flying around, and the sophistication of it. And then you couple that with all these new vehicles that are going to be coming, guaranteed, with the systems that track their location, their the fire control systems that the artillery has, the Blue Force trackers that the fighting vehicles have, the ability for Ukraine to know where they are in relation with all the other units around them. That's stuff that Russia just doesn't really have, and not at the same level. And you add in drones, the ability to put that real-time intel in. It's very interesting. And again, I'm looking forward to see this. But again, not to sound too excited, because what we are going to be seeing, and it's the top of the hour, so we got to remind ourselves why we're here. We're here to support Ukraine, and what we've been talking about is making sure that Ukraine has the ability to win back its the territory that's been stolen. And as I said earlier, war is a vile and devastating place, and a lot of people are going to die on both sides, and vehicles are going to be destroyed. But the goal is that we give the tools for Ukraine to be able to overwhelm Russia. And again, that's what we've been talking about, and it's really important. It's important to retweet this space, because everybody here is doing one little action. You're doing a personal action today in support of Ukraine and in support of democracy. And the more of those little actions we can put together, whether it's coming to a space, don't just come to this space. Use this knowledge to advocate to your friends, your neighbors, and then especially your elected officials to continue to do this and figure out ways to support Ukraine. And there's a lot of people who just don't understand, or they just aren't aware of what's going on. They don't spend time on spaces. It's up to us to take this knowledge and spend it back. And one of the best ways to start a conversation in the United States is that, look, this is nothing but a bunch of jobs coming to the United States for American workers to help refire the arsenal of democracy, and fill Ukraine's arsenal with the equipment to defend themselves, and in this travesty that we call this Russian empire that's trying to be a bully.
Well, amen. And I think this discussion has really helped on that regard, because there is, in, I would say, the mainstream world, the people who are not necessarily on this space, there's a lot of negativity about, oh, they didn't get main battle tanks, Ukraine's in trouble, blah, blah, blah. But knowing more now about what is possible, given what has been provided and has been pledged, I think gives us an opportunity to share that knowledge with other people. So thank you.
Hey Ryan, I've got about five or 10 minutes, and I'm to drop down for just for a little while.
Sure. We've got some new speakers coming up. I was trying to catch up on my messages and didn't see we had so many requests. DB, I see you're new. If you've got a question or a comment, go right ahead.
Yes, I am new. I've been trying to ask questions. First of all, I want to thank all of you who are providing this information. I know you're all doing it in your free time. For those of like me who are just simple armchair warriors listening and watching, if you didn't provide the information you provided, we wouldn't know what's going on. So thank you to all of you for the hard work. My question is a very practical one. Leaving aside the debates about M1s and leopards, until they arrive, they don't exist. So I'm looking at what's already been promised. In other words, the Bradleys, the Challengers, the French tank, whose name eludes me, et cetera, et cetera. What are the, and assuming nothing else really comes, what are the reasonable assumptions as to what militarily Ukraine can try to achieve with them? Like, are there major decisive campaigns they can launch? Is there something particularly compelling that they can use to change the way the war is moving? And do we have any hypothesis of what they could do with it, assuming this is what they get?
Bradleys can outshoot tanks. I think
I saw that on researching the Gulf War. They had a higher kill rate than even the MBTs. So yes, I'm curious to know what they could do. Sorry for cutting you off. Sorry.
The range on a Bradley, if you attach tow missiles to it, and I think a Bradley can fire 4 tow missiles without any crew even leaving the vehicle, but they can come into range of an enemy tank and fire a tow missile at a distance greater than a Russian tank can fire around at them. So as far as it's like 2 boxers and one guy having a reach of 80 inches and the other guy having a reach of 55 inches. If your punch is much shorter, you can't even punch the guy you're fighting with. So Bradleys by themselves can best any Russian tank. I'm extremely disappointed that the Germans didn't release the Leopards, and not only that, but they're restricting other countries from being able to do so. I kind of hope some other countries maybe just lose a dozen or so of theirs, but I think what it boils down to is the ability to replenish parts as needed and refurbish these things, and that can't be guaranteed. That's the reason we want Germany to release Leopards instead of the US to release Abrams. But I'm fully confident that Ukraine can best Russia if they have a fleet of Ladas. They need more stuff to minimize battlefield casualties. That's really what this boils down to, is the more qualified or outperforming equipment that Ukrainians have, the less Ukrainian lives have to be lost in the process of winning this war. I'm firmly of the opinion that Russia has already lost this war. They just haven't decided how and where they're going to lose it, and where some kind of negotiations need to be held. But you can't win a war against people who will not be subjugated, and Ukraine refuses to be subjugated.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. And again, these are the tools. And what we talked about earlier was the combined arms unit. And that's what all these vehicles make up, are these units. And what that allows Ukraine to do is then do combined arms maneuver, which leads to then wide area security. And to kind of explain that a little bit is that when you ask what can this be used for, what this can be used for is the maneuver part of it, right? So on this front line where there's many different inflection points, areas that the Ukraine is going to find the most optimal place to attack. The goal would be to be able to penetrate. First of all, what they want to do is, when you think about this operation, right, they're going to find a place that they want. They believe that they're going to be able to have effective combined arms maneuver warfare. They're going to gain fire superiority. They're going to create. Then they're going to create support by fire bases. They're going to maneuver on that front line, and the goal is to penetrate the front line. And this could be done at a small scale or over a larger area that you can do it. But there's usually an objective in the front, and I believe that the next target will be major logistics hubs where Ukraine tries to split and divide the Russian forces, like they've done already. We've seen them work very effectively on this cutting and dividing. What I believe this combined arms maneuver with these newer vehicles will be able to make them do it, make them be able to go farther and with larger groups. And once you punch through and you penetrate and you exploit that gap, and you bring in all your follow-on forces with all these, we talked about hundreds of different types of infantry carriers that can quickly and safely get soldiers into the front line or into that gray zone of combat that is being led by the big maneuver elements. Then it turns into a wide area security. So where the next step is once you take that land, you have to be able to hold it, and you have to be able to hold it from counter artillery batteries. You got to counter attacks. So again, what I believe you're going to see is that this is going to allow Ukraine to find a place on the map, maybe multiple places on the map, create those combined arms maneuvers that penetrate the front lines, and then it gets exploited by follow-on forces, and you see the Russian forces split and supply lines, supply hubs taken over. If that helps at all, that's just my basic idea of maneuver warfare. Yehuda, who's a colonel and did much more of the he's an officer. He's much more of the big scale. Is better at this, but that'll be my guess. And I'm not going to guess at where at this point. I don't think that's going to help us out or help Ukraine.
Display, go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, I wasn't around for the whole discussion. Maybe this was asked. This question was asked before, but let me just ask it anyway. So, hypothetically speaking, let's just say Ukraine doesn't get any more main battle tanks. I think they will, but let's hypothetically speaking say they won't, and say that they have a maximum of 14, I believe, Challenger 2s, which have very good defense. Would it be a good idea for Ukraine to split those up, or do they want to use that in, I guess, one company? Either company or platoon. Sorry, I forget.
We've talked earlier, and I'm gonna put a thread out later on with some of the maneuver sizes that we talked about, and about the idea of keeping them together is the correct one. You don't want to have a ton of different vehicles with you can't control the supply chains, etc. So the goal, I think, and it's been stated by Mark Milley and other folks, other countries, that what they're doing is combined arm training for Ukrainians to be able to use this new equipment to fight together. And I think that makes the most sense. We went through the numbers. There's over 1,000 armored mobility vehicles being supplied in this most recent, which includes, from light wheeled vehicles like Humvees to the tanks that can, that's a company size. That's enough tanks for a combined arms battalion, just the Challengers alone. But then when you look at some of the other heavier infantry fighting vehicles that could also maybe substitute into that role, I think just basically with that package, you're looking at a couple of brigades, possibly a division size maneuver element that Ukraine could put together that would be very effective. And throw in a couple of Ukrainian tanks to augment it, and you've got a full strength, large scale maneuver element, no matter what the size is or what they call it. That's my thoughts.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't so specific on the specific names for the sizings. I was just trying to figure out if they would keep them together or not. But I guess logistics wise, that makes sense. Thanks.
Yeah, you got to keep that supply of ammo and parts and mechanics that know how to repair them kind of pulled together. If they spread them out too far, they don't have enough for any of them. David, I think you were next, and then Chris, and I'm trying to bring up a couple of other speakers. I think we've got a full panel at the moment, but I'm working on fixing that.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much. Yeah, so I thought I'd add a little bit to what was being said a little bit earlier about the tows. So whilst the Bradleys do carry tows, you probably don't want them engaging main battle tanks as a norm, right? Because really, yeah, probably not what they want to be doing, right? If you're looking to keep everyone safe, right? The tow is there as a yeah, as an asset, I think. But engaging and making it a norm, probably not the way forward. And the thing to remember is that the longest tank kill at the moment is about 5.2 kilometers. A tow's maximum distance is 4.5. The real benefit that Western tanks and systems have is their speed, right? Their speed of reaction to doing something. And what we forget is that main battle tanks have other systems. So they will know if they've been targeted. So they're able to react to that, right? It's assuming depending on what's targeting them, right? If it's just a manual RPG, they're not. But if it's a guided missile, they'll have a recognition system. And it's their ability to react to that that makes them a very, very strong system in coordination with each other. And this is the bit about the combined arms, isn't it? It's everything in the same way with the human body, right? Your heart, your lungs, your brain all work in a certain way, and they work together, and they make something that works as a unit, right? And that's what you get with your combined arms. So if something is targeted, right, let's just say it's one of your tanks in a battle group, and the battle group consists of 14 tanks, 28 IFVs, for instance, right? If one of them is targeted, it doesn't actually mean even that the tank needs to target whatever targeting. It could be either an IFV that's targeting them or a different tank completely. And that's really what makes the system work so very, very well. Does that make sense?
No, 100% correct. And again, I think if we're doing real maneuver warfare and we're really making these gains, again, the tanks are going to have their time to duke it out. But you know, the real one of the major advantages to all of the NATO vehicles is the optics and the ability to create standoff when it comes to the Russian forces. When we talk about these groups, whether it's even the Striker, you know, the Strikers thermal imagery and optic sights can give that standoff, even though they may not be able to shoot the distance. They can visually put a standoff together that can call artillery in on tanks, etc. So I don't think that we're going to have to see. We don't have to worry about what can go toe to toe with a tank per se. As you know, how can we put enough pieces together to control that area of operation or that battlefield?
No, exactly, and really, what I was trying to say is that it's nothing to do with, you know, the whole big large tank battles, etc. Probably not going to happen, but within everything is the distance you engage at, right? And as you said, the standoff, right? There are times where you don't want to be too close, but you don't want to be too far away. And it is an actual fact the point of which you get to the optimal distance for you to engage someone. Now, if that's in the infantry, right, and there's a big thing that's happening at the moment, changing the type of small arms weapons we're using, or the Americans are using, right, and it's the optimal distance in which you engage someone that's very important. What distance does a tank engage? What distance does an IFE engage? And who they or what they are engaging, which is really important. And I would say that the bit is that what is it you need to engage at, as opposed to being in the enemy's engagement area.
No, exactly. And, you know, there's one of the things that, you know, again, these Bradleys can be used for different ways, and there's cavalry uses for them. But one of the systems that they do is they do what's called hunter-killer teams, where you put 2 or 3 Bradleys with the main battle tank, and you maneuver in a way that, there's always guns on the enemy, and with the standoff distance and the optics, when you can put some roving, some of these fighting vehicles, as I said, these heavy fighting vehicles like the CV90 and Bradley, they can dish out a lot of a punch. And if you put it together with optics, standoff, the targeting that I believe, I don't believe Ukraine has let all the secrets out of the bags. I think this next offensive, you're going to see, a big shock and awe campaign that really hurts Russia right off the get-go. So, again, we could talk about it for hours. I have talked about it for hours. I'm just really, happy to be up here talking about this for the first time. And I'm about to head down. I saw Alex came up. I want to thank everybody who listened in and supported this effort today.
Can I add one thing, right? Which is to really what you were saying is the point is overwhelming firepower on that position, right? So if you're able to do that, then what you're in a position to do is to do the greatest amount of harm. Overwhelming firepower, and it's so very important. And the absolute reverse of anyone who saw the tweet that went out yesterday of the Russians doing a Caledonian charge over 800 meters of open field, for which, as I said, if there had been 10 guys with bolt action weapons, they would have taken out every single Russian. 10 with bolt actions, overwhelming firepower.
I would hope that David and William, by the way, thank you very much for showing up today and doing this. I take it that Tim has made sufficiently good Welsh sheep shagging jokes, whilst David was also there. David, as you must now know, William is also of Welsh descent, so we're very sorry for you. But having said this,
Irish.
You're Irish, and David is Welsh. So there you go, and Tim is also Welsh. So it is really a panoply of the British Isles here. Having said this, thank you very much for taking the time. I think it was a great segment. I was unable to listen to all of it, but I've seen most of what is happening, and people are very much engaged. So you must have done something properly wrong. Please never come back. It was absolutely terrible, disastrous. So see you next Saturday.
Hey, thanks so much. And again, remember to retweet the space and take your moment every day to do something for the right side of history. And right now, the most important thing to be on the right side of history is standing up and supporting Ukraine as they defend their country. Slava Ukraine.
Heroям slava.
Slava Nazi.
Smert Moscovium.
He always wants to kill only the Muscovites. By the way, I can see Randy here with us. I'm very glad that we have such a great panel where we had trade unionists and hardcore centrist Republicans. And that is, by the way, the strength of it all. This is the space where those of good will and good faith come together in order to make sure that freedom and democracy are defended. I'm exceptionally proud of all of you. Thank you very much for being here.
Yep, there's a horse of every color here on the Maria Report, and we're all pulling on the same wagon.
Oh God, what did I do? I mean, we have LR who has his hand up. I know, and there's also David Farrell. So I'll wait for LR to talk so that David Farrell from the Emerald Island can sing us the songs of Southern Florida.
Thank you, Axel. I just wanted to follow up on the last bit of discussion about sensors and standoff and overwhelming firepower. I think one of the other elements that we haven't really discussed is communication and control systems that coordinate this whole activity, right? Is there an issue with all of this disparate hardware being able to be integrated well into a a choreographed unit, or is that something that's pretty easily solvable? And then one additional layer to that is when you add UAV capability for let's say the Ukrainians, will that add a whole nother dimension of capability to one of these strike groups? Thank you.
Nobody going to touch that? I'm not qualified to answer that question.
David, can you deal with this briefly? I'm receiving 5 calls at the same time.
I'm very sorry. I was pouring a beer, at which point, I lost focus completely. Didn't hear anything. So feel free to say it's all again. I'm not pouring a beer. I'm just drinking, right?
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I'll try to be brief.
No. I'm sorry.
The question was, we've got a lot of different types of equipment coming together, and in addition to obviously the advantage that standoff gives you, right, the sensors, and whether that be functioning at night or during the day. The other advantage I would imagine is communications and control coordination, right? The ability for these units to be coordinated in some way by whoever the command units are. And I'm just wondering, is that a easily solvable problem given the diversity of equipment that they're going to be trying to pull together? And one other layer is what other capability can the Ukrainians bring to the table if they add their UAV capability, which seems to be extraordinary? Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I can answer that. So, as you know, coordinating systems, any system is incredibly difficult, right? You need buy-in from everyone that this is what you're doing, right? And when you're talking about a system that's designed for war, there's going to be even harder, right? Because simply you'll have things such as, how are you communicating, what you're communicating over, what are the risks around it, right? And what are the countermeasures to that, right? Ukraine seems to be doing very, very well and incorporating their own systems to the point where they seem to be improving stuff, right? Mainly, I would suggest is that because on the software front, they do very, very well, and they've clearly allocated a very large number of resources to this problem, which I think are brilliant. With the UAVs, I can only assume, and I pitched a anti-drone drone a while ago, that what they'll do is be including these into their assets within their software. Look, it's the command level structure, isn't it, that makes all of these things work. And it's that the people, their ability to make the right decisions at the right time that really, really enables this, doesn't it? So we hope, and they appear to be doing that very, very well. And I can't really comment on their systems. I don't know. I only know what I've seen in tweets and heard, and they're doing really, really well, given the problems they have on the other side. Pretty much only all I can say on that part, except for incorporating those drones and those assets and the intel they gather from them, just appear to be phenomenally important to them. And this is probably more important because they don't have air superiority. If they did, probably might not be such an issue, right? But without air superiority, they have to rely on other things, don't they?
Yeah, I think that was exactly my thinking as well. And I guess I'm just curious how easily these new systems will be able, the sensors and input of these new systems will be able to be integrated into Ukrainians' command and control software application, whatever it is, that gives them, the big picture.
I mean, look, I don't know if you're a systems developer, right? But pretty much anything can be done on an IT scale. The issue really is how much money you're prepared to throw at it and how many resources you're prepared to throw at it. So I've seen in my and after leaving as a Royal Engineer, I then went on to IT. And mainly the number of times I've listened to developers and they go, that you can't do that, so that's impossible. In general, when I've heard that, what I'm hearing is them saying they don't want to do it. We know it's possible, right? We know that they can do these things. It's how much are you prepared to go to make that work? So if you've got a system that is able to communicate, and in this instance we're talking about securely, then I would expect that the sky's the limit to what they can do.
I would agree. And I am a developer, so I get it. Absolutely. Thank you.
No, my pleasure.
My good friend David Farrell.
Well, thanks very much, Ryan, for hosting. It's great to hear your voice, and Joanna as well. Thank you. I actually came up to say hello to William. It's always great to hear him speak so knowledgeably, and to thank him for giving such a tour de force and such information in a short time. And I do hope it's something that will be continuing to happen as the war is won, because I'm sure as days go by and equipment is delivered, or more likely equipment is revealed to have been in country, this information will become all the more pertinent again. So just thanks very much, William. It's great to hear your voice. And that was it. Obviously, David Brookfield, I very much enjoy listening to yourself as well. So I'm just going to drop back down and encourage everybody who's listening here. There's 500 odd people. By that I mean we're all odd. Please visit MriyaAid.org and visit and see if you can make a subscription donation. If you can't, just throw a couple of dollars, $1, $2, $3, or $4, $5 here or there. Do really add up and it helps the cause. So if you're enjoying this information, stream here 24/7 on Twitter, retweet to get more eyeballs on it, and then visit MriyaAid.org to give what you can. Thanks very much.
Thank you, David. Track ruts will definitely become a mainstay here on the Maria Report. I hope it becomes as much of a staple as some
Bullet
of the
points.
some of the other segments we have.
I spend too much time online. I've caught all the brand names, but I really do hope it's something that William is able to do more often, because it's fascinating to hear and learn just from a raw civilian point of view. So thanks very much. And if you're listening, retweet the space, try and get more people here. Let's make the algorithm work from MriyaReport.
Thank you again, David. And I may be stepping down here in a minute. I'm actually going to fulfill some dinner plans with some refugees who became American citizens, but originally lived in Kosovo, and they
Will you have the Jacksonville Jags game on?
No, I don't watch a whole lot of sports ball, to be honest.
Of course, we'll
Jags.
want to watch that game. Nancy is from the surroundings of the northern Floridian area, where people are friends not of the Dolphins but the Jacks. So trust me.
Duval counts.
No, but seriously, she and I last time around, when she said for the first time ever they're getting there, so we were watching it, and what an epic game!
I was in the stadium freezing my nose off, and it was worth it.
There's only one football team that matters in the state of Oklahoma, and that's the University of Oklahoma Sooners. And their season's over, so I'm done with football until next August.
Yep.
An NFL team couldn't make it here because our college teams are that good.
Well, I gotta tell you, we're gonna watch the whole bloody weekend, and it is an epic weekend.
Well, maybe I should turn on a TV and find something else to do. But usually, if I turn on a television, it's to watch news, not sports. I do watch the Super Bowl every year, but mostly for commercials and fellowship with friends.
Wait, did David say that he is currently in Kansas? And is he going to watch the game today as well?
Are you talking about the Chiefs?
Yeah, Jacksonville is playing.
That's Missouri.
Jacksonville is playing.
That's Missouri. Kansas City, Missouri.
Kansas City, Missouri. Yeah, sorry, apologies. It's in Kansas City Stadium. Sorry, what's it? Arrowhead, isn't it? Sorry, apologies.
Don't insult the Chiefs.
There's nothing to insult. Have they done anything good, anyone? I mean, other than, playing one decent year?
I think we've lost Randy. Maybe he got fed up with us talking about the wrong NFL team. Do I need to step down from co-host so somebody else can be? Okay, let me do that.
I'll elevate David.
Okay, I wasn't sure who had the host phone. I'll switch to listener now.
Thank you, Ryan. So, I'm Yana, and I will be with you for the next probably an hour or so. I think Chris was next. Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, Joanna. Good evening. I just wanted to please ask Axel to stop referring to, in a derogatory way, to the Welsh and quoting sheep shagging comments, and that's quite unnecessary. After all the effort that the Welsh went to build up the Donbass. It's disgusting.
It's fine. I'm delighted to concede that point. They were very good at the Donbass, and I take it they didn't take their sheep with them, right?
Do you know? I don't know. I know we built houses like they were in the Welsh valleys, but I don't know whether we took sheep with us as well.
But you wouldn't believe it, but where I grew up, we had a sheep farm, and we had thousands of sheep. So I'm completely comfortable with it, but we treat them better than the Welsh.
Well, let's not go there, Axel. Let's not go there. But in retaliation, I've drowned some really good whiskey with some ginger, which I'm quite enjoying. My son brought me a whiskey kit, so I'm doing that. I'm just trying to go well off the track here, well off the sheep track. I was going to say, Axel, right, that I couldn't get on overnight and this morning, and I was feeling a bit like the Black Knight in Monty Python, because obviously I've been banned from LinkedIn, and then I couldn't get onto MriyaReport, so I thought I'd lost 2 arms at least. Thankfully, Doman got me back on.
But given the fact that we can't hear the Malamutes, you at least have your helmet on, so that's fine. That's all right.
The Malamutes, I'm glad to say, sleeping their dinner off. Yeah, so I've got one here, looks dead actually, but yeah, it's not. I know she's not dead.
I need to leave you to feed other animals, meaning 3 poodles. So I'll leave you in the capable hands of kind Joanna and our other Welshman, David, and you can talk about sheep shearing times. And I can tell you, I can shear a sheep in about 4.5 minutes.
Oh gosh, well, okay, I'm not going to go there. I don't know if David can shear sheep, but I certainly can't. Yeah,
I can tell you about how I got a tick in my ear, but I mean, that wasn't very pleasant.
David, I'll leave that to you, mate, if you think it's worth going through. Well, God, what was I going to say?
Did you just say that you were trying to make us, I mean, as bystanders, as non-Welsh, not having a keen, rather, how shall we put this? Skeptic.
Yeah, how
skeptic,
shall you put it,
skeptic
Axel?
eye when you manage to cuddle sheep so much that you get the ticks into your ear.
Axel, I really don't. Listen, I don't come from sheep country in Wales. I come from, well, Lantwit Major. I suppose there's sheep around there, but it's not really sheep country, I don't think. Yeah, so I don't have anything to do with sheep in Wales, I'm afraid.
All righty. Talk to you in a little while.
Oh, thanks, Axel. Yeah. So, no, what I was going to say. By the way, Ryan was giving out like lists of how to write to your senators and all the rest of it, and I just wanted to make it clear for those that don't know that it's very easy to write to your MPs in the UK, and I want to thank mine, Michael Fabricant, immensely because he always forwards my emails onto the Ministry of Defence, and I get responses from them as well. So yeah, so do that if you're in the UK. Do write or email your MP. It's surprisingly easy to do. But what I really actually wanted to say was that having not been on for a while, and then listening to the conversation today when I finally did get on, it was absolutely brilliant to hear the glass half full approach to what was going on, and obviously we want to free the leopards, and indeed we want more challengers, and we want Abrams and all the rest of it. But if we haven't got it, all we need to do is to remember that Ukrainians do the impossible at once, and miracles only take slightly longer. So I think whatever we manage to get them, they're going to do amazing things with. And I was so glad to hear, and not surprised at all, that we had turned to a glass half full approach until we managed to persuade the German Marxist chancellor of the right thing to do. I think that's about it for now.
Thank you, Chris. Indeed. Yes, good. David, welcome and go ahead.
No, welcome. Sometimes there is a bit of a distinct timing difference between different devices. So I was just there was a little bit of an empty space. I started saying something. You get on with it. I am just learning at this point.
Me too. Me too. So let's get some hands and we'll see. Karen, go ahead.
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Hi, Amber. Hi. I just had a little question on the drone subject. If anybody's left on the space with drone knowledge or experience. And I don't know if everybody left, but
go ahead with the question and we'll see.
Okay. So I just read an article six days ago, and I have actually been waiting for talking about this and tried to mention it before, but I don't know if it has any relevance. This Ukraine, there was an article about Ukraine producing, it's called the Poseidon drone. It calls Ice the Arctic, and it is a drone with a working range to 150 kilometers and a height in the air about 4 kilometers. And it's for reconnaissance, guidance of artillery, and adjustment of fire of large calibers. And it was just up to talking about the artillery. And I thought that might be one of the capabilities that would be put into work with the new artillery. Anybody speak to that?
Yes, indeed. I think I know the news about the Poseidon MK2 systems. that were received by Ukraine a few days ago. I believe it was a week or so. I see that the range is quite interesting, 150 kilometers, but I don't know more about it. Maybe David can help us with it.
No, so I'm trying to do. Is this sorry? Is this the marine drone, or is this a one that's in the air?
It's the one that's in the air. It's not a naval drone.
Ah, okay. Well, give me a second. I will try and see if I can find it. I know nothing about it. I've not heard anything about it. I mean, there are a multitude of drones at the moment, let me have a look. So it's the Poseidon Mark II we're talking about. Is that correct?
Yes, a Poseidon MK2.
Okay. Let me see if I can find something about it. And what do we think that the yeah, actually, I do have a question. So what do we see the benefits of this drone to be, out of interest?
Well, the main benefit, as I see it, is the range, which is 150 kilometers. That means that they could strike in areas that are not currently covered by HIMARS.
Okay.
But besides this, they operate quite at an interesting height, 4,000 meters. So I guess they can travel without being seen. I don't know exactly about the radar. Apparently, they have not a very the speed is 75 kilometers per hour, so quite slow. They are equipped with Israeli optic and the thermal camera and electronic warfare protection. So they seem quite interesting. They look good. They are quite impressive wingspan and well, sheer size. So they look quite impressive. But apart this, I don't know.
No. So you're giving me the information I need, really. So look, 160 kilometers. That's great, right? I mean, it really the only issue we've got, or the only question we've got, is what's their load carrying capacity. I'm assuming these are battery powered, and they're VTOL. They have really big benefits. 160 kilometers, because there are drones out there that have got considerably more than that. Really depends on whether they're battery or whether they're fuel powered engines, and what they're trying to do. 4,000 meters is quite high, so you can pretty much guess that any EW against it is going to be a big system as opposed to a handheld system. So off the top of my head, I'm just going, it's just another tool in the armory. There are several drones, and there are some drones that have got much longer range than 160 kilometers. It depends on what you're trying to do and what that drone is designed to do. Of course, we've got Bayraktar and all the other drones, and there's the Shark that's recently come out as well, which took some incredible footage over, I think it was Donetsk or Luhansk. I can't remember which one it was.
Oh, I really don't know. I'm sorry.
I mean, look, basically, most of these things are an intelligence tool, aren't they? Unless they are carrying some sort of weapon, right? They are pretty much, all of them are incredibly useful in some way, and it really depends on what use you're trying to find at that point. Is it intelligence, i.e., they're gathering images, they'll send them back, and the intelligence won't just be the image, it'll be something along the lines of, okay, at position X, here we are, this grid reference, this grid reference, this grid reference. And do they have the ability to send that information back immediately? Or does the drone have to come back and then get to it, really? So, and then there's the questions along the lines of how safe is it, and what's the likelihood of it being taken down as well. At 4,000 meters, let's say it's 4,000 meters, then that's the sort of the top end range of a Gepard, for instance, right? So I don't know what the ZSU 23 is, probably the same. So it would be something that would be quite significant taking it down. Small arms, for instance, won't take something down at that height. So it really depends on what it does. If it's going to drop a VOG, it's a very long distance for it to carry a VOG, isn't it? So I'd guess that it's more intelligence gathering.
It is, sorry to jump in, it is for guiding artillery.
Oh, well, there we are then, right? So the distance might not actually be it wants to go out, 160 kilometers. It's really the loitering time it's got in an area, right? So, and guiding artillery is the important thing. So the real thing, the benefit about this system, it'll be the systems on it, won't it? The accuracy with which it can pinpoint whatever it sees.
Yes, and it's amazing how Ukrainians managed to integrate new technologies like this into the frame of war. So I really read a little bit about these drones, and indeed they are for guiding artillery. With what is nice is that they have like a control vehicle, a truck loaded with many screens and controls and things like this, so operators can sit comfortably there. They have a Starlink connection, and they can indeed improve the artillery precision in a certain area of engagement. So this is really interesting, and I guess they really need this. They really need precise guidance for artillery, because as we know, the rate between the Russian and the Ukrainian artillery is not in favor of Ukrainians, and they can compensate with this increased accuracy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
Can I-
carry on, sorry.
Oh, I would just mention that the article I read, the goal was to, except from also producing the vehicles from which they were launched, having about 60 of them, really a huge amount of capabilities in that way. So I thought it was very interesting for the artillery.
Of course, a large number makes sense, though, doesn't it? Right. So what you want to do is flood an area with if you're looking as an example. I'm just guessing. I'm not an artilleryman, but I'm just going. If you're looking for intel, right, then just having one drone in a 20-kilometer strip probably isn't good enough, is it? Right, because you're trying to gather the intel on that region. Right, what are the troop movements? What are the vehicle movements, and what you're doing? So having, I have no idea what they see as the threshold, but you would go, if you had 10 of those items in that 20-kilometer area, then you're covering and gathering much more data, aren't you? So the limitation to you is at the back end and not at the front end. Do you have enough people, or whatever it is, or whether it's an AI system that's picking up this data? Do you have enough? Do you have enough capacity at the end to make use of the data you're getting, and how quickly you can make use of it? That's what I would see the benefit of, and if they're talking about 60, and we know that the lines around Ukraine, the battlefield lines are really, really long. So you would expect to think that they would have quite a few numbers of these items. I guess the question is, how easily can a unit task one of these things to help them? That, for me, that would be the question I get. How can I, as a section commander, task someone to come and say, how safe is it over there where I'm intending to go?
Yes, good question indeed. I thought maybe we can go to Enda.
Good evening. So my initial question got answered. I have a subsequent one because I heard something earlier, but it's so out of topic that Maybe Alan will have something more suitable, and you can return to me further on.
Okay, let's go to Alan.
Thank you, Anda, and thank you, Joanna. David, great to see you up as co-hosts. I was only going to second what I've heard since the tank ruts or the track ruts session earlier today. It was absolutely spectacular. I now know more about tanks and tracked vehicles than I have ever known in my life. Daryl and William and George and I'm forgetting the fourth person on that session, but they were just magnificent, and I loved Tim Sennett's questions because they were all the questions I would have asked. The only other thing I wanted to come up and say, Joanna and David, I would like to direct every American who's listening right now up to the nest where there is contact info for all 100 senators. And what I especially want to begin to hear on the floor of the Senate is senator after senator getting up and asking why Olaf Scholz is postponing, because I do believe it's postponing delivery of Leopards to Ukraine. This is something they can do on the floor. It would get attention. It would get covered. And it would begin to put some additional pressure on Olaf Scholz to join with the rest of the coalition of the willing and take action. And especially in regard to delivering Leopards, Michael McFaul, the former ambassador, American ambassador to Russia, was interviewed on National Public Radio a couple days ago, and he was emphatic about the time to deliver Leopards is now. He was emphatic about it, and he went so far as to say that time is not on the side of Ukraine, and if it's not on the side of Ukraine, it's not on the side of Ukraine's allies. I think he is absolutely right about that. These tanks need to be delivered to Ukraine as quickly as possible. Every day of delay that Scholz manages here is costing Ukrainian lives, and it is extending the length of time this war is going to go on. It is going to create more problems for the alliance, for the allies, for NATO, every single nation, 50 nations now supporting Ukraine. It's going to create more problems for them now and in the future if these tanks don't get there. I just don't understand it. And so I would urge every American listening, contact your senator. The list is in the nest. It's a very easy thing to do with a phone call, an email, or a handwritten letter. Ask them to get up on the floor and talk about this issue. Sorry, I've gone on. I apologize.
That was wonderful. I would add a little bit to what you were saying, really, simply because one of the things I find extraordinary is that when you go back in history and you look at between the Munich Agreement, and it took them a year to decide what they were going to do, what was going to happen, right? And it's almost a year here, so it's taken an extraordinary amount of time for us to not even learn from history. But one of the important things I try and push to people are the economic consequences of us not dealing with this problem. And this is particularly for Europe, the consequences of not sorting out Russia and Ukraine getting back their nation are catastrophic for Europe. So the whole idea of us holding equipment back is just nonsensical. any of the economists here will know the cost to all the individual countries would far outweigh anything that's going to be to do with what equipment we send. So complete agreement, Alan. Brilliant sentiments.
Well, thank you, David. It's always great to have agreement, especially on this space. And I know there are other hands, so please ignore me for the moment. I'm here too often, as you know. So, David, Joanna, I think Chris is next with his hand raised. Chris, please follow me. Go ahead. And I don't mean to take over co-hosting duties here, but there's a little dead air. I don't like dead air.
Thank you, Alan. It's much appreciated. Yes, Chris, go ahead.
Well, thank you. And Alan, I'm just going to follow on from you and just say that, you know, from across the pond here, you know, how delighted I am to see, you know, many Republicans supporting Ukraine, some that, you know, quite frankly, I'd given up on, Lindsey Graham, Dan Cranshaw, and many others and that, who are clearly, if not all, visibly, clearly behind supporting Ukraine. Absolutely amazing to see. Thank you.
Thank you too. So we'll circle back to Anda, but I take advantage of your presence here, David and Alan, and I have a question because unfortunately I couldn't be present to the excellent talk about the tanks, and I really have a question. We know that Ukrainians managed to innovate in a lot of areas during this 11 months of war. And I wanted to ask you if we have to wait a little more for the Leopards and for the other Western tanks. What are the possibilities for Ukrainians to innovate again and integrate in their combined arms a smaller number of tanks, but higher number of IFVs and APCs? Because as far as we can see, they will receive a certain number of them. So if you comment on that, and maybe even with the addition of drones, yeah, it would be very interesting for me at least, and for the speakers who weren't here during the tank talk. And then I will probably swap with you, Ellen, if you want, if you allow me. Thank you.
Oh well, I can talk for days, weeks, and months on certain subjects, and I could probably might even be able to go into years on this one. Listen, let's go back to the combined arms component. The reason why I was very happy with the UK saying they were going to send 14 challenges. 14 isn't the end number, and as everyone I hope knows on this space, I would denude the active duty units of their tanks to send to Ukraine. But let's just take 14 and we call it a magic number because it is a magic number. 14 is the number of main battle tanks that you have in a battle group. A battle group is, and we're forgetting, and by the way, we can't forget the air cover and all the other things, but let's just talk it as in the army. A battle group is the definition of combined arms, and in my day, we just called it teamwork, right? So combined arms means team work, right? Everyone working together for one purpose, one aim. And how do you do that, right? So 14 is the number of main battle tanks you would have in a battle group. And in that battle group, you would normally have 2 lots of 14 IFVs and then other bits around it, right? And this is the really important bit. So if you were to ask me what was most important, right, and we've got some tanks that are coming towards some challenges that are coming to Ukraine. Maybe we've got some some leopards coming, and if there was a choice with what was coming from United States, and that choice was either Bradleys or Abrams, I would be taking the Bradleys. There's a reason for this. Is because what they need are the IFVs to go around, right? And very simply, IFVs keep your infantry alive, and they give them a considerable more firepower than they would normally have. And as we know, that what's happening at the moment in Ukraine, we've got people who are crowdfunding Nissans, Toyotas, Land Rovers, whatever. And what the troops do is they drive down to an area to where they're going to be, and they meander or patrol to wherever they've got to be. And then what happens is the cars get shot up, right? But if they're in IFVs, there's none of this holding stuff around, parking their car up somewhere and wondering whether it's going to be around, because the IFV goes with that section, and it provides everyone included in that battle group a much greater level of protection and a greater level of firepower. And that's the really very, very important part. And because everyone's working as a team, you're much, much more effective as a result. Sorry, you did say something else, and I think I forgot what the other question was.
You know, David, I think Joanna was also asking about how quickly and how efficiently the Ukrainians can integrate all of this new equipment, whether tanks or various other weapons being supplied. So, how quickly can the Ukrainians integrate these new weapons into their armed forces? You know, I think that we can answer that question just from past experience. They can do it very quickly, and they can do it with a lot of ingenuity. Just look at what they have done with the patchwork air defense system that they have going. I think there are. I don't know exactly how many different air defense systems have been delivered, but at least 4, possibly as many as 6. And you can see how effective the Ukrainians have been simply by the fact that they are now able to shoot down 80, 85%, in some cases 100% of incoming drones and some missiles launched by Russia against Kyiv and against other cities. So that Ukrainians have a track record, in other words.
They do, and Ioana had another question, which was to do with their T-72s. So my answer to that is the important part here is that if Ukraine has decided to go down the battle group way, then they could just put T-72s into the battle group if they've got the IFVs to go around them. It doesn't have to be a Challenger tank that's in the battle group, right? It's just that the Challengers, and whatever Western main battle tank it would be, they've just got very, very good optics, and importantly, their countermeasures to anti-tank guided missiles are very, very good. But you could just put T-72s in. The point about this is, how do you operate, right? So a while ago, a couple of days, maybe a week ago, I was talking about this and talking about it's what you do. What are your tactics around it? And so 122 and I have a slight difference of opinion, but that's only because 122's their tactics are different from what the British tactics are, right? And there's a difference. So regardless of that, though, if Ukraine is following, they've got a strategic and a tactical way of working, which involves using these tanks and uses these IFVs, then they could use any main battle tank for this, right? And what happens is the people around it need to learn. So the time frame that we're talking about is how long does it take for everyone to learn what they're doing in this component, and which could be really, really quick, right? If you've got some bright people that they've already been involved in combat, etc., that might just be 2 days or 3 days of training and going, here we are, this is how we work. But the thing is that you need people in numbers to do that training, right? So you go, here we are, we've got a main battle tanks, this is what they do, right? I'm not, as an example, I'm not saying this is what they would do. I'm just saying, as an example, you're going up to a tree line, you've got, there's a troop of main battle tanks. A troop, by the way, is a platoon. We just use troops in the UK. So you've got a troop of 3-4 main battle tanks, and you have the supporting IFVs. What happens if you come under fire? What do you do? And we call it immediate action. What is your immediate action if you come under fire? And immediate actions are there to keep people alive, right? And you do that in the same way as we know that we have to breathe, right? And your immediate action on fire is, right? And that would depend on a number of scenarios. So it's just getting that little bit through to people and getting them to understand. And the point where people understand and are able to do that in the same way as, look, right, you're patrolling through some woods and someone starts shooting at you, you pick up your gun and you start looking in that area. And it's pretty much the same, but on a larger scale when you're talking about combined, call it combined arms, teamwork within a battle group.
And just to follow on very quickly, and then we'll go to Anda, who's been very patiently waiting with her hand up. Joanna was also speculating about how the Ukrainians might have upgraded those T-72 tanks that have come to them. And in many cases, of course, they have captured these Russian tanks, including even tanks that are more modern than the T-72. I'm pretty sure they have upgraded the optics in those tanks. And so it makes them a better fighting vehicle. What they can't do with this, with the Russian tanks, is to upgrade the armor, which is really apparently very poor quality. And this is why Leopards, Challengers, Abrams, if indeed they were able to get to Ukraine, this makes such a difference because, as we learned on track ruts this morning, these Western tanks have better armor. They can take a hit and keep fighting. And this would give Ukraine a tremendous advantage just in tank maneuverability and in using tanks in the offensive way that that they can still be used. So I think that might get all the answers Joanna was looking for. I don't know. I wish those track ruts guys were here.
I was going to. I will add a little bit to that, of course. Right. So I tweeted out a meme the other day, which was an example of the difference between a Challenger and, in actual fact, in the picture, it's a T55. Loads of people went, oh, but it's a T55. Except for the thing to remember, a T72 is only 50 centimeters longer than a T55. Right, so you get an understanding of the difference between what a Challenger looks like and what a T72 is. But I would go, look, the big deal about what goes into a tank, and I would go, I'm not. So the optics are brilliant, but it's the command and control systems that go in there that they can upgrade with, right? I.e., right? So as a tank commander, you're going along, and by the way, I was never a tank commander. I'm a diver. I like being underwater and doing stuff, and I like blowing stuff up, right? But I'm just making some assumptions, and by the way, blowing stuff up is fun, but if we take a common sense approach to this, and you go, right, okay, so you've got intel coming into you. If you have a command and control system that comes in and gives you more intel, you as the tank commander can be way more safe, and you can provide way more information to the person who is your gunner and go, all right, well, because there must be numerous times in the Second World War when the tank commander would have been thinking, as he'd entered the great tank graveyard in the sky, if only I had more information. When you've got that information, you can make better decisions, right? And that might be targeting, or in actual fact, oh no, this is timed. This is for a Monty Python runaway moment. It all depends on what's happening. The optics are brilliant, but we know that in 1991 the optics were brilliant because the longest tank kill was at 5,200 meters. That was in 1992, right? So the optics then were brilliant. They were enough to go 5 kilometers.
David, thanks. I mean, that's just a brilliant explanation. Also, I just want to point out, David likes blowing things up. Mockers loves hearing things go boom. This is like a match made in heaven. But we need to move on to some additional hands. Anda, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. So my question goes way back because you actually anyway, so on topic, on the topic you're discussing, I have 3-4 questions. You mentioned, David, that for a troop, you said for a troop, right? 4 tanks and let's say the Bradleys. And you mentioned that you need them around. How many? When they train together, do they simulate together, like for example an ambush coming through a forest, so when you're not able to be around, but the road is tight, and other various various terrains, right? That was the question, one of them.
Can I start that question, that answer first, because there is no way I'm going to remember all of these, and Alan will be writing it down and going, which one has he written down first, right? So look, always in all tactical situations, it depends on what you're doing, right? And let's just go to the simplest level. If you're infantry and you're patrolling through a field, say in Ukraine, right? Okay, then you would patrol in a certain way, and there's a number of formations that you would use, right? And that difference, that would change if you're patrolling. You might be, there could be a field just to the left of you, but you're patrolling through the woods, and you would have a different formation, and then that would change if you're in the jungle, for instance, or if you're in the mountains, etc., etc. So it really comes down to, and this is what training gives to you, and why training soldiers takes a long time. I am still of the opinion that the people I worked with when I was in the army, so 15 years, it wasn't until they hit the 3-year period that I thought, you know what, they've made it. Now, war will change that because you spend a lot more time doing what you're doing, right? So it really depends on the situation, as you said. So in this case, a troop of 4 main battle tanks, and you've got the IFEs. Now in NATO, that may change between the different countries, right? So I'm not going to really comment on that. Let's call it whatever the scenario is. It may only be that you have 1 main battle tank and 2 Bradleys that are going forward to do something, whatever that is, a recce of an area for which they may think that they need a main battle tank to provide heavier cover for that, right? On contact is when something happens, someone rounds, and normally in the infantry it would be contact wait out would come out over the radio, which is telling everyone that something has happened, right? And then you go through a process of who, what, where, when, right? Which is the who, what, where, when, right? This is what it is, and then you'd have a series of reactions that you would do. So, do you remember in the very early days? I think it was in February or March when the Russians first invaded, and there was some. And in fact, I think it was around about this time that I just went, Ukraine's going to win. And there was a series, there was some Russian T-72s, and they had a whole load of artillery fire on a road. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Yeah, me too. Right. And it was, as I said, it was around about the time where I went, no, Ukraine's going to win. Because you would expect an immediate reaction, right? An immediate reaction on artillery fire on your position probably wouldn't be to carry on driving slowly down the road the artillery fire is coming into, right? And the point, so when I looked at it, I remember going, now you got to remember, I am not a tank driver. I am not a tank commander. I have driven tanks, and I used to drive an APC earlier on. Now, my immediate reaction on that fire would not be to carry on down that road in a straight line. In fact, my immediate reaction would have been probably to drive, depending on where I was, there were houses, probably would have been to drive through the house, which is a dreadful thing to say in a human scale, but on a military scale, that's probably what I would have done. It would have given me the maximum change in direction, maximum protection wherever I am, etc., etc., etc. And they just don't do these things. The Russians don't have any of these immediate actions. What do I do at this point? Now, it could be you're going down, you're in a field, right? And a number of times how many times have we seen a Russian tank just blow up because it hit a mine? Quite, go on, give me an idea. How many times?
Forgot.
There's a lot, right?
So many, and I know it was a contest. At some point, it was a contest. Which turret flew up the highest? So which was the highest turret blowing up?
Exactly, right. So listen, as a driver, and there's numerous ones. There was the guy who went round the corner and he blew up, and there was just a whole load of mines that were laid on the road, right? And I was looking at that and going, why did he even go around the road, right? Because there was this big field and he just could have cut the corner, right? There's all these things that I was looking at it going, what? Right? Why is he following the road? It makes no sense because they've probably mined that road. And what do you do if you come across a tank that is blown up in front of you, right? And you're going, well, what would you do? Would you just carry on next to the tank that's been blown up, which could possibly have been blown up by mines, or would you try and avoid it? So these are all the immediate actions that you take, or you should be taking if you're sensible, right? Because most people want to stay alive. Now, if it was me, and there's been numerous things where I've watched tanks racing across a field, if it was me, I'd be in the tracks of the tank in front of me, and I'd make sure there was probably 50 meters between us. Simply because I'm going, yes, you go for it, big guy. You go for it. I will follow in your tracks. At the point one of them blows up, I am not going round it. I'm reversing up. Why would you go round and carry on? Hello, I'm clearly in a minefield. I'm reversing up because guess what? If we all die, we're not going to achieve our objective, right? Yeah. And the number of times I've watched stuff from the Russians have been doing, and they're utterly nonsensical to the point where I'm thinking that a 6-year-old in kindergarten would make a better decision.
Totally there with you. I had a discussion, and I promise I stop after that because I see you have a lot of hands. And
no, keep going.
So I had a discussion, a very interesting discussion with a Romanian colonel who actually conducted a tank brigade. So he told me about the maneuvers which are standard, right? So the drills that you do prior to going to war, to any war, you include some maneuvers, right? How you do some things, and he said the same thing like you just did, and also he added that he will never let his troops park on the road in line with turrets fixed, uncovered, and with the people inside them. He was like, what they are waiting for, to be killed? So it never made any sense to him. Whatever happened there, it didn't had any yeah. Sorry.
Sorry, keep talking, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, David, I thank Anda for her questions, but you should please keep going if you want to extend your answers or for Anda, or we can go to more hands. I'm leaving that up to you.
Well, I will wax lyrical for a maximum of a period of time, and then I'll stop and we'll go to other hands. So to answer that, I completely understand him. None of it makes any sense, and it was at that point you go, you know what, Ukraine can win because they have a professional army that doesn't do these things, right? And it's always everything in the army is what is they call it the teeth arms, right? The people who are out on the front. What is your first reaction to whatever that is? If that's you're an infantryman or whatever, or you're patrolling and you come under contact, right? On contact, what do you do? And in general, right, if you're in an ambush, right, you turn and face the enemy, start shooting, and you run at them, right? Now, that is not something that is what people typically think of, right, at the very start. I'm going to run at the people shooting at me. That doesn't make any sense. Well, it does because it gives everyone the greatest chance of survival. But it takes a lot of training and a considerable amount of bravery by the people who are doing it. And on that, we'll change some hands, answer more questions.
Thank you very much, David. I'm so pleased that you're here. I'd like to go back to Joanna because it was her question originally about tanks that launched this topic. So Joanna, please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to thank you, gentlemen, David and Alan, for your answers. There were amazing insights. And yes, you answered exactly to my question. In fact, there was a little bit of disappointment after yesterday, but I think that Ukrainians will be able to adapt and work with what they have. And even if the combined armed battalion in Western army thinking is of a certain structure, I think that they will put those T-72s and those Challengers and the amazing number of IFVs and APCs to work. So yes, I'm very grateful to your answers, and I'm looking forward for what will be happening. Taking into account also, as you have expressed following the question from Anda, that the Russians are not really amazing tacticians, and they do not fight as Western armies are supposed to fight. So yeah, I just wanted to thank you. There was a little bit of technical mishap, and I was out of the speaker panel, but the answers were amazing. Thank you.
Well, I will add to what you're saying. So all of us, there are times where something happens and you think, "Gosh, right, because it's a little bit disappointing." But if Ukraine, and it looks like Ukraine is taking on this type of format, that they can use the equipment around them. Once they start doing that and they start working in that way, then things will start changing as well. We hope, right? But my pint is normally 3/4 full. So the obviously, which is a very big difference from Gunny, whose pint is 3/4 empty, right? But we always keep ourselves positive about these things. Ukraine is going to do wonders.
I agree with you, David. Now, Anda, do you want to have a follow-up about tanks, and then we'll move through more hands. Anda, go ahead.
Just one short point. I was wondering. So this is just something I heard at some point and kind of stuck in my mind. Is it possible that these tactics that Russia employed, especially at the beginning of the war, when they were how should I put this? The training and the previous fights were not in Ukraine, right? The last fights that Russia took part were in Syria and in Afghanistan, where you have flatlands, no forests, no hills, no obstacles of any way. Therefore, you can always see if the enemy is coming, right? You can see kilometers ahead. You don't have heavy rain. You don't have snow. You don't have a lot of physical obstacles that you otherwise encounter. So would this be the reason for which they were so I don't know, unprepared? Because basically you in my mind you have their veterans and you have conscripts, right, who didn't have too much time to train. They played on some plains close to the Ukrainian border. They were not in Grafenwehr, right? They were not trained in combat arms, in combined combat arms. So that was the question. Is there history? Is there past history? A way of, I don't know, like that was their teaching. Their training was not by the book. It was in Syria and Afghanistan. If that makes sense as a question.
No, it makes a lot of sense to me. It's actually even more. It's really complicated to answer. I will try and break it down. So this is my belief, right? So if we let's forget about their training at the moment, right? And let's talk about Syria Mali, Madagascar, and all the other places the Wagner group have been to. Look, it's really easy. You could roll into a village anywhere in those places in a T-55 and slaughter every single person, right? You don't have to have a much. Because let's face it, most of these people are very, very peaceful. They're looking after their sheep, their cattle, they're farming a little bit. They don't have anti-tank weapons. They don't. I mean, no, unless you go to Kenya or somewhere like that, they don't have AK-47s. So what do? Right? So it's pretty simple for you to control a population and to kill people like this because they're peaceful, right? So this is their first mistake, right? And I suspect it's their superiority complex they've got. They go, we're better than everyone else, right? And by definition, because they've been doing these utterly dreadful things around the globe and getting away with it. And this is the important fact, right? The legal systems and our political systems have allowed them to do this, right? But they've got away with it. And they've come back and go, you know what? We're the biggest, the best. Look at us. Look at my abs. They're amazing, right? Our AK-47s, they're brilliant. And as a result, they've forgotten pretty much everything that they learned in the Cold War. Now, let me explain to you something about the Cold War. I'm a Cold War warrior, as it were. It's cold at the moment, and I wish I'd put the heating on. But the thing is that so in the 70s and 80s, they did war to the minutiae, to the point where I was reading a long time ago. It was a tank commander. I can't remember which cavalry regiment he was in. He was talking about when Poland first opened up and they were joining the West. They went to one of their exercise areas, right? And the minutiae they went to was that they had made riverbeds and the rest of it to the same sort of angle they would expect to get in Germany at the point where if they rolled in to do an attack, i.e., their equipment was optimized and their tactics were optimized to do these things because this is what they thought they were doing. They've subsequently lost all of this. They've gone down some sort of Roman orgy of whatever they are doing, and I've said several times to Tom, maybe, just maybe, they're all suffering from heavy metal poisoning because none of it makes a lot of sense. And what they do is they bully people, beat people up, but they've forgotten what their job is. Their job isn't to beat people up in the barracks. Their job is to be good soldiers, and they've lost complete sight of that simply because every job they've done has been really easy, right? And they've not come across a group of people, and in common parlance, we would describe as being hard as fuck, and that's the Ukrainians, right? They are hard as fuck, and as such, they're they're now having a little bit of a problem because they're not rolling over, right? These are people who are going, here you are, have this back, right? To the point where the Russians are losing a battalion a day, which is just astonishing figures. I look at these things, I'm old, right? In the days when I was in the army, so I first went to Germany, 1979, everyone started talking about the Russians were going to roll over us and the rest of it. But I'm just looking at this and thinking, well, how are they going to roll anywhere, right? I mean, well, the only way they're rolling is because they're drunk, right? So how effective can they be? No. To me, it's just really, really astonishing stuff that they are so appalling, right? I mean, you know, everything about it. The idea that you would send your troops into a place, and most of us have seen the pictures of Russians who've died of hypothermia. Well, they've died of hypothermia because they sent them to the position without their equipment. Now, after looking at this, I've gone, no, it's not that they sent them to the positions without the equipment. They've stolen their equipment off them and sent them to those positions. So they are, in actual fact, doing the Ukrainian job, right? Ukrainians don't have to kill them because the Russians are doing it for them. And at that point where you have this, Nero is fiddling while Rome burns, it's all going horribly wrong. So I'm very, very positive. I am absolutely sure there will be points where we're all sitting here and thinking that this isn't good news, but that's war. It took the combined might of the United States, Great Britain at the time, and their empire, 6 years to finish the World War. So there are going to be times where Ukraine, all 48 million of them, which is the same population as the United Kingdom in 1939, there will be times where aren't so great, but in general, their position is going to be better.
Excellent question and a brilliant answer, David. So we're going to move on to hands that are raised, and the order that I caught them coming up is this. First, Chris, then Big Sky, and then Graham. So Chris, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. David, I totally agree with everything you've said there. Absolutely 100%. In particular, of course, that Ukrainians are hard as fuck, and also the fact that the Russians have only ever taken on people that can, well, what should we say? Unfortunately for them, were not in a position to be able to fight against the Russians. But then the Russians came up against the Ukrainians. Well, bit different. So totally agree with everything you said, David. I almost became a ship's diver, but fortunately, probably for everybody, they sent me off to be a radio mechanic instead. One of the things I was just going to do, David, was reach back to the earlier conversation when basically, to paraphrase a load of things, right? People were basically saying, do you know what? Actually, we could send Abrams to Ukraine. In fact, it was said, I can't remember exactly by who, but in fact, it was said earlier on in the space, Abrams are perfectly designed for Ukraine, absolutely perfectly designed for it, right? They weren't perfectly designed for Iraq, with all the desert and stuff that was going on there, but they are perfectly designed for Ukraine. So I think whilst we've got like a lot of Americans on here, I think what we should visualize is Challengers and Abrams working side by side in Ukraine, together with all of the infantry fighting vehicles, etc., fantastic ones that have been sent. So it has been said in the past, yeah, Abrams, this, that, the other. I just want to say, to me, right, great opportunity to stuff Schultz, let him do what he wants to do, send Abrams and Challengers into Ukraine. So if all our American friends could get onto their senators and whatnot and release free the Abrams, that would be brilliant.
David, what do you think about Abrams tanks entering the service of Ukraine? Thomas Tyner earlier today posted a telling tweet in which he showed a map where of countries in Europe that have Leopard tanks, and therefore they have the capacity, the capability of repairing those tanks because you go into war with weapons. Weapons get damaged, tanks get damaged. They have to get repaired. Well, those repair shops, so to speak, are nearby in Europe. The only place that an Abrams tank can be repaired if damaged is in the United States. So, in addition to getting the tanks, the Abrams, into the battle, they also have to set up these repair shops nearby, whether somewhere in Western Ukraine or in Poland, something like that. So, leopards do, it seems to me, remain the key main battle tank for Ukraine. David, what do you think about that?
Well, I've discussed this with Misfit. So, Misfit, if you're listening, we've discussed this in quite a reasonable amount of detail, right? So, it's the tool, the best tool for the time when we talk about can you get something in theatre. If you could get it into theatre, that's brilliant, isn't it? Right. So there are some benefits and there's some downsides. The downside is it's very, very heavy on fuel, but that's only really a problem if sending that fuel to someone is a problem, right? So sorry, I've got everything's beeping away on my other phone. So I'm good with them. Send them, right? Because because what they really provide are survivability to the tank crews, and that's the really important thing: is keeping your tank crews alive, right? If you have to repair it, well, WTH, who cares, right? Send it away to be repaired. I have a tank crew that is alive, right? They can get into another tank, and there's another tank, and there's another tank, right? And they're alive, and every time they go into these situations, then they'll learn more and get better. But I am of the opinion that that this is a problem that should be solved by Europe. At the moment, there appears to be this suggestion, and we see it a lot. And I don't want to go into German or Germany bashing, right? But the whole suggestion that someone else could solve a problem when you can solve it yourself is just utterly ridiculous, right? If you said to your uncle, for instance, by the way, I need help to do something, and your uncle went, oh, well, don't ask me, ask someone 5,000 miles away. I mean, that's just totally ridiculous and childish, isn't it? The problem is solvable by Europe, right? Now, Schultz isn't helping. If it was me, I would be denuding active service units in the UK of their Challenger tanks. I know we said we'll send 50. I would denude units. There's a reason for this, is because the war these were bought to fight is happening now in Ukraine. Send the kit, let them use it, right? And if we're worried what might happen, and I don't know who else is invading the United Kingdom. I mean, I can't see Ireland doing that. Maybe Scotland, if we don't give them independence, right? But they don't have any tanks, so let's just send the kit, right? Send the kit, and then we can solve the question. And we have, Actual and I have had this discussion really about what it means about this delaying tactics of tanks with Schultz, etc., etc. So I naively have made some assumptions that possibly Axel will explain to me why I'm wrong. But I see them as delaying tactics as being getting in there. So if we can get main battle tanks and really good main battle tanks, I don't care. Is it a Challenger? Is it an Abrams? Is it a Leopard? Is it a Leclerc? I can't remember the name of the Italian one. I really don't give a. I just want them to be there because guess what? I think that Ukraine is up to the logistical task that they have because they've got 20 different tanks already at the moment, right? So we're not asking them to logistically change to 100%. It's just 20%, right? Given the tanks, when the tanks run out because they've all destroyed, but the tank crews are alive, I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think we'd all be good with that, David. Axel, are you good with that?
Yeah, well, we had this discussion once before, and David and I were, say, batting this backwards and forwards. That I've been arguing for the Challenger here, and the Challengers to be given, sold if need be, but preferably the ones which Britain wanted to phase out, and was about to mothball after the defense review came out, and David will remember this. They were standing around and about to be disassembled, melted down, and whatnot. And therefore, I think mid-March last year, I argued that those should be the first ones to be given. And this has continued. And we had the discussion with HEPI. We had the follow-up engagement with various parties who are closely related to our friend, the Right Honourable Ben Wallace. And I think it's key to highlight that this is the one main battle tank system as a weapon system, which A, is still reasonably current, even if it's not on the level as a Leopard A6 or A7, but its gunnery is on the A6 level. Its defensive capability is definitely on that level, if not even more substantial, of course. But the Challenger is available and therefore ready to be given, therefore it had to be given, therefore I am still aghast that domestic UK policy or domestic British policy issues have impacted and therefore deferred and delayed that decision being made. I'm still absolutely astonished that the government, right after Boris Johnson was ousted, had failed to immediately continue with its approach, which was already there. Had the Challengers been given in, say, August, September last year, we would have seen a completely different autumn warfare. And I think it is shameful. It is despicable. It is completely irresponsible that a government so well educated, in, I mean, not necessarily mistrust, of course, very hard to educate her, but the government generally with bureaucrats and people in the MOD who are exceptionally capable, and to talk to our friends in Cheltenham, people who know exactly what's going on, that they failed to convince themselves earlier enough that such leadership symbol of main battle tanks in theater and capacity was not provided. I think it's despicable. I think that Great Britain actually, without anybody saying it, made the single biggest mistake of the late third and fourth quarter last year in the war. And it is terrible that this happened.
And I would agree with you, right? They had 50 Challenger tanks that they could have sent at that point, and they elected not to. So I have a strong feeling that this is an accountancy issue because someone somewhere was counting the cost of sending something as opposed to the cost of not sending. And I will carry on. I've said it before. I'll carry on repeating that. And there's a very big difference, as Axel will know, that leading organizations of the way you think. And I do think it's reprehensible we didn't do it because it was obvious it needed to happen.
Yeah, because, and we discussed it. I mean, as some people know, David and I and others have been constantly batting this backwards and forwards. that it was evident already in July last year that the German government needed to be pushed, led, shoved, caroled, moved, pressed, incentivized, day in, day out. And it's a severely disappointing lack of allied pressure and willingness to hit hard quickly enough, both in London and in Washington.
Because let's imagine Kherson Oblast at the moment, right? Let's just say in July, those challenges have arrived. Where would Kherson Oblast be now? At the moment, we still have the situation on the other side of the river, where they have been pushed in towards Melitopol. What would be happening in the Kharkiv region, right? And all of these questions, which could have been very simply answered, those AS-90s, which should have, and they reported they were going in April, have taken so long. Axel, I am in complete agreement with you. It's despicable that we've taken so long to do this.
And we don't want to be
Tragic.
we don't want to be seen moaning as much as, I mean, you probably find no one more Anglophile and transatlantist and of German background other than maybe General von Zandvaart. But I have to tell you that I was terribly disappointed that the momentum the British government had in pressing that coalition forward got lost for Christmas party and whatever kind of Tory reach around bullshit. But then again, water under the bridge. The thing is that at this point in time, the British movement, whilst it has been good to suss out and make clear to the rest of the coalition belatedly how bad the state of the German Defense Ministry, the German Chancellor is, and whatnot, still the commitment is too little because they still have more challenges available. And whilst I do fully appreciate that the Chief of the Army, David, I think it was 2 days ago, already said that, well, with these 14 challenges given away and more challenges potentially being given away, this is going to have security repercussions and will impair British security. Yes, of course, it technically will do so. Nobody can argue with it. But you could possibly stop bloody moaning and start thinking that this is defending freedom where it's currently most threatened. And that you could possibly agree a deal with fucking with sodding effing Rheinmetall to take the KF-51, take 2 squadrons of those, make it clear to the German government that you will do with these tanks whatever you like, because you could set the British government currently could set things in motion to change the way NATO partners, when buying from another country within the NATO alliance, would be able to allow safe third-party transfer at a later stage. Because you could put, for the first time, under pressure of this war, in a clause into this that any and all restraints when these tanks were to be given to a country which is being invaded and which is an existential defense warfare, that it should receive those. That's all you need in that clause, because NATO allies have never been denied those tanks to be given in a third-party license transfer. And if you include that other clause into this, you could set in motion a complete change in the weapon system industry for the future. And I want to see that chancellery, which fails to agree for Rheinmetall to close a contract for the KF-51s. Yes, I know you don't want to have a supply train and the likes, and oh God, why would we buy German tanks now? Because the bloody KF-51 is better than anything you could do with a damn Challenger 3. Every bloody person knows that. Send the damn Challengers as they are, buy the new ones, force the German government to change third-party transfer laws, make a change. I say it here now, and in 1 year from now, we'll be discussing exactly this topic.
And
Well,
as you know, right, sorry, I was going to say, look, when you're in charge of companies and the rest of it, it's all about the contracts, isn't it? So it's astonishing that in 2023 that we still have these clauses, and no one has said, by the way, right, here's the limitation of that clause, and we've allowed it to go forward. I'm 100% with you, Axel, right? It's that clause. It's incredibly important, and we've just seen the failure of what that is, and in actual fact, how the disastrous this could be for the local region where Rheinmetall works. People might make changes, right?
It is a unique opportunity at this point in time. It's a unique opportunity, and Britain can make a change for the whole alliance and for Europe for the better.
Axel and David, you have lit the room up with a flurry of hands in the order. And also, it's great to have William from Trackruts here. But I'm going to go back to Graham. You've been very patient. Your hand has been up for a while. Then LR, and then we'll see where you take us. Or I hope that you stick to the topic of tanks.
Apologies, guys. Long time no speak, and unfortunately, the topic's not tanks. It's just a brief one for anyone in the UK to make them aware that I don't know if anyone's seen the No to NATO thing by basically Russian propagandists. They have found a new venue, which is Conway Hall in London, which apparently is the home of the Ethics Society. People in the UK or elsewhere might want to drop these guys a wee email and just make them aware exactly who their bedfellows are if they're inviting the likes of George Galloway and the Grey Zone on board. Cheers, guys. Bye.
Will do. Good heads up, Graham. Thanks very
Now,
much.
David, tell everyone, please, who Galloway and Grey Zone are.
I can't because I have no idea. I was busy trying to read some messages.
All right, George Galloway.
It's in Scotland somewhere.
George
Yes,
Galloway. Do you remember
good
George
old
Galloway
George.
and why he is such a wonderful human being?
He's not a wonderful human being, is he? He's a horrible, horrible individual, right? He's an opportunist of the worst kind. I suspect in another life he might be a dealer in things that might get me in trouble if I said the other word.
I like
Well,
the way the Norwegians and the Swedes spell Knut.
yeah.
Don't say the other word, David. Only your accent is keeping this space for a general audience at the moment. So to LR and then to William. LR, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Alan. Yeah, I do want to keep it on this topic. And first of all, I'd like to say that I think we're all disappointed in our government's leadership in the way that they have responded to the need. For any of us who've been watching this conflict, it's been pretty obvious more could have been done much sooner on so many levels. So I think we all share frustration with our leaders, or lack thereof. Regarding the specifics on this tank issue, as a U.S. citizen, I mean, I agree. If the only way to get enough armament into Ukraine to make this a shorter conflict than is absolutely necessary, then sure, by all means, we should send Abrams. But I also believe, and I think, Axel, you made this point pretty well yesterday, if I recall correctly, that we are where we are right now, and as you know, we cannot be revisionist about what could have, should have, would have happened if we had done this or that a few months ago. We have to look at where we are right this minute, and right this minute, it's clear that Schultz's regime, for whatever reason he's been delaying, for whatever reason, he is now, the spotlight is now on him. And clearly, there are a lot of willing members in the coalition who have Leopard 2s that could be brought to bear very quickly, and which does seem like it might be an easier system for Ukraine to handle. So I just spent the last 40 minutes listening to this while writing to my senators and congressmen, about the whole issue of continuing to put pressure on this situation to bring it to closure. Because if we can't get Schultz to do something, and the United States is the only country that can provide enough firepower quick enough, then yes, I would wholeheartedly, advocate for sending Abrams. But if we can get Schultz to at least open the floodgates for the willing coalition to let the leopards go, to free the leopards, then I think that's probably a pretty darn good solution in the short term. And the other thing I want to mention is that, as we have been talking today, and I'm so excited about William's track ruts segment here, is that we do have, the Ukrainians are going to make good use of what the U.S. and our allies are bringing to the table already. And so there's not a lot of, we shouldn't be despairing. They are going to go forward with some operations in the not too distant future, I'm pretty certain, that are going to be very successful, just given the weapon systems that have already been committed and are on their way into the theater. So, I mean, I am encouraged by that. I think it's important that the U.S. Force Germany's hand now, not Germany's hand, because I think, as Axel has pointed out, it's not the German population that isn't in support of sending the leopards. It's some small group of individuals in the German government who are blocking this. And we just need to get this resolved. And then I would be, happy to see my government then pile on and provide ATACMS and F-16s to, complete the picture. But it would be nice to see Europe and this coalition that has formed around freeing the leopards to allow them to have their, contribution, their large contribution, because as I think it was stated a little earlier in this conversation, there's nobody else that's going to provide aircraft, and there's nobody else who can provide the kind of long-range fire that is represented by ATACMS than the U.S. And I think, in the end, having a coalition that comes together to defeat this threat, this global threat, is one of the things that we all should hope strengthens the democratic world and brings people together, not divide them any further. So that's all I have to say.
Thanks for your observations. And Axel, if you can just address one thing that LR brought up, and that was the German people being in support of delivering leopards to Ukraine. I don't think the support is perhaps as solid as we would all want it to be, and I'm sure Schultz is reading polls because he's a politician. I don't think the German people are pushing him hard enough. There's a generational divide between support for delivering leopards to Ukraine and withholding them. Younger people seem to be against it in Germany. Older people seem to be for it. Do I have that right?
Well, yeah, we had this data in different forms. I mean, a few days ago, this a day before Rammstein, there was a poll presented, which from one of the public television stations commissioned. Now, the public television stations in Germany tend to be center left, and some of their biases are often felt. are considered to be structurally conservative. So not value-based conservative, but structurally conservative. So very close to the SPD line of thought. In recent years, they've opened up further in certain areas to rather hard left thought from time to time. They also have been very, very accommodating to the Green Party's anti-nuclear movement. And all over the media landscape in Germany tends to be significantly less capable of being, shall we say, STEM-based and calm and detached. If and when the modern BBC were to stack up as being conservative and centrist against them, then you know what I mean. So, however, having said this, so the poll which came out that morning was commissioned and was somewhat on equal footing. Now that poll, however, had, if I'm not quite mistaken, 3,800. That's of course, that gives you decent statistics, but the question is how you ask. The question is always how you ask the question. And the question was embedded in a wider support message for Ukraine. Should, as a matter of support for Ukraine, Germany also deliver? Should Germany deliver Leopards? The question as to the export license, never asked. The question as to the release of industry tanks, never asked. None of this was asked. And we do not know what, by the way, were the preceding questions, because it was part of a larger polling product. So the typical way how people influence the outcome. So we can't judge this, but it was in the German morning shows, it was reported, and there it was pretty much equal. Now there was a margin of error given of 3, which is massive for such a number. And in that regard, that poll didn't really tell us much. Then there was an instant poll, which was done during the day by the readers and then the subscribers of the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, which was interesting because that is an online poll they do, and where everybody who clicks on their webpage, which is, there's a self-selection bias in this, because the paper is center-right, all the way up to conservative, but it's center-right, and but it's the leading quality paper in Germany. Yes, people will shout now, oh, the Süddeutsche, don't forget it. It's just not there. And neither is Tagesspiegel or anybody else. The Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung is that quality paper still. It is the paper of record. The interesting thing is that its online section tends to be more center, sometimes even its commentary center left. That's very funky. So people generally dial in there. And in that online survey, I think the number, when I stopped looking at it, had reached more than 19,800 votes. That's not a small group if people volunteer to vote. Now, you could say, oh, there are bots, there are people who want to influence the result and the likes. But then again, you have to make a choice. You have to go to the page, you have to read the article, and then you have to make a choice whether you want to participate in the poll and click on the button. Now, they make it easy for you, so it's like a taxing kind of clock. So are you in favor, and how much are you in favor? And it goes 180 degrees from, yes in favor to no, not in favor. And the question was simply asked, should Germany deliver? So they mimicked the simple question of the other poll. And overall, the end result was different. There, the result was that they ended up with, at the beginning, 49, and it peaked up later at 56. Now, you could then try to allow for maybe a bias there yet again, because it's an online poll of 3%, but still, that is not insignificant. However, on the same day, we had another poll, which was quoted in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, which was a professional, sensible poll done by another agency, low-level margin of error, 1.5%. Yet again, close to 5,000 people interviewed, and it was deeply segmented, and that is what Alan was highlighting. In this deep segmentation poll, by means of population groups and regional allocation, 2 things stuck out. First and foremost, there was still a majority for sending the Leopards. The majority is a qualified majority because it was 49 to 40, and there were a number of people undecided, meaning 11% undecided, but still 49 to 40, qualified majority. However, it was composed by predominantly Western Germany voting in favor and Eastern Germany against. It was also with a vote of younger people. That was what was it? 20, was it 18? Yeah, 18 to 34. They were predominantly against. I would have to catch up with the numbers. I don't have the numbers all in my head, but they were predominantly against by a margin. I think, was it 53 to 39? I think 53 to 39. I'm not trying to make this up, but let's simplify it. They were still, the young people in this poll were against it, whereas all the groups above 50 were completely in favor of it. You could say this is ageist, but then again, as friends of ours here on the space said, is probably tied into the fact that most of them still grew up during the Cold War. And most of them have paid enough taxes in their life and have raised their families. And some of them, because they were still in Cold War times, will have been in the army, in the armed forces at some point in time, meaning they will have been part of conscription. Different experiences. Whereas the young people overwhelmingly have had no conscription, because we phased this out more than a decade ago. They've had no real threat perceived. They have only had the board member of Rosneft and Gazprom, communist Tovarishch Schröder, and his baseball bat wielding Mr. Fischer, the guy who once with a baseball bat was hitting a policeman on the ground during a demonstration in the early 70s. So that friendly man who then later on was elected German foreign minister, rather than having to serve a prison sentence, but there you go. So that government, and then the Merkelian times thereafter. So young people only have this. And the reason why I'm sardonically derogating this, of course, is that they only know this. The complacency of the post-Cold War, post-mid-1990s realignment, and then appeasement and pro-Russian sentimented governments thereafter. No surprise, you would say, would you? Now, the problem, however, is that the 34 to 49-year-olds were also still, they were slightly, I think 1 or 2% against sending the Leopards, but it was very close. There were very few undecided. That, of course, means that those who are now generating most of the tax income, exactly that middle age bracket, and those who are supposed to be in charge in future don't bode well for German future unless they give, as our Scottish friends would say, unless they bloody well give their heads a wobble and wake up from their slumber. That is what is challenging. However, this is on the Rammstein day. That is a 49 to 40 with 11% undecided qualified majority. So whether Mr. Scholz reads polls or not, what he also reads is that in the SPD, he had this 49 to 40. Exactly that. In his own party, the overwhelming majority was against him, but in favor of Leopards. In the conservative coalition, the CDU-CSU, you had something above 60, whatever, 63% something. The Greens slightly below 62. Both the Green and the CDU completely aligned. The surprise was that in the Free Democrats, the formerly party of civil society, freedom, capitalism, defense, deterrence, the partners of the CDU-CSU in the 1980s, in turning around the ship from the previous stagnation governments of the SPD with the sellout to the Russian energy sector in 1979, which the Americans had warned against heavily, and Zbigniew Brzezinski had warned against heavily, and Carter warned against heavily. And fortunately, Ronald Reagan and his government put the Pershing II in place to get, say, proper deterrence to, get rid of the Russians, Soviet incarnation then. All of this feeds back to what we see today. All of this feeds back to the same time that people who have a recognition and parties who have a recognition of the historic arc are in favor. But the Free Democrats have lost that touch. They were 48-48. The party right bang in the middle you should rely on, and where one major proponent, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann, the head of the German Parliament's Defense Committee, she's the head of the Defense Committee, and therefore president in the National Security Council, facing off with Mr. Scholz, and she's been the most vocal party proponent. Her party is in the coalition. Her party chairman, Mr. Lindner, is the one who had this meek speech on the morning of the invasion, telling the then Ukrainian ambassador, Mr. Melnik, "Oh yeah, of course, no, that's so terrible. They will, of course, take the city as it seems, Kyiv, and but we will definitely help you with all the refugees. We'll take them and we'll provide you with money. And when they install this puppet government, we will not recognize it." And all right, that was this Mr. Lindner, the German finance minister and the representative of the FDP, in a total declaration of moral bankruptcy on the morning of the invasion that went public, whereas the opponent, Ms. Strack-Zimmermann, in this party is staunchly in favor of all support for Ukraine. And exactly this has happened. That party is 48-48 in polls on this matter. So if you put this all together, there is a coalition of complacency, and there's a coalition of those who ideologically are still tied together. That is the Social Democrats and the Greens, because they are happy to phase out nuclear power. They haven't understood that the whole world is building now safe next generation nuclear power. They haven't understood that at all. And it's the founding myth of the Green Party to be against nuclear power, because in the 1970s, the Soviet-occupied zone, misnomed as the German Democratic Republic, nothing democratic about it, of course, as everybody knows, the Soviet-occupied zone's intelligence service, the Stasi, and the Soviet KGB were working together to sponsor the German anti-nuclear movement, which spun off the two parties which merged to become the Green Party. So their founding mythology, which they continued throughout the 1980s, together with the Jusos, the Young Socialists, of which Mr. Scholz was one of the board members, who traveled at least 9 times into the Soviet-occupied zone and was hosted there those 9 times with increasing courtesy, and was very welcomed in his fight against American imperialism, in his promise that he would work towards thwarting it and demonstrating against it with the German trade unions, which had also been infiltrated because they were hard left. And all of them went against American imperialism, the NATO Doppelbeschluss, the stationing of the Pershing II rockets, which was absolutely vital to the Soviets. And they were against what? Nuclear power. Why would that be? Because the previous government of Helmut Schmidt had still installed this deal, which in one fell swoop raised German dependency on its total energy budget by 10% on Russian natural gas, with those gas fields which had been explored since 1969 with German engineering capacity in support of, because Willy Brandt and his government gave it away. Now, who was sitting, David, in Willy Brandt's government as a senior advisor? Was there a Günther Guillaume? Was he found out to be the only ever spy directly next to a German chancellor after the war? Yes, he was, a Stasi spy. How fitting.
Yeah, and I think very shortly, around about that time, they found another Stasi spy somewhere within the government as well, didn't they?
They did,
if I remember
did,
rightly.
absolutely.
Yes.
So,
well,
may I make one follow-up?
Sure.
Question?
Yes, go ahead, LR.
Thank you. Axel, I think I understood you to say that these polls are reflective of whether Germans support, the German population supports shipping their own Leopards as opposed to
that was exactly
relaxing,
that was exactly the point I was driving
relaxing
at.
the restrictions.
That is exactly it.
Okay,
so therefore you would definitely have a majority for releasing Leopards.
Okay, that was my point. My point is, if Europe and most of our European allies in NATO and elsewhere are in support of freeing the Leopards, then I think we need to continue to put pressure on Mr. Schultz to, do what has to be done in order to allow this to occur, because it does appear to be a better solution, both in terms of timing and probably logistical support. And it will allow the coalition to feel like they've made a big contribution to Ukraine. And that's something I think that is invaluable. The United States still has to step up on ATACMS and aircraft, whether it's F-16s or whatever it may be. There's no doubt. But to put the onus on the U.S. to bail out Schultz and the minority within Germany, to bring Abrams, into the theater, I think that's a mistake. And I think we need to stop putting the onus on the U.S. to do that. That's my own personal opinion. I think we should let the pressure. Yeah, we should let the pressure, bring this to a conclusion. And then if it does not work, well, then I'm the first one to jump up and say, well, we got to do what we got to do. So yeah, let's send the Abrams. But short of that, I think we just need to be patient. We need to play this out, because clearly Schultz is in a box right now. He's in a corner, and he doesn't have a lot more time. He's played out most of his excuses. And I think you know that much better than I do. Thank you.
We are completely
Thanks,
in agreement.
LR, and thank you, Axel, for leading us through the history of how Germany has gotten to the place it's gotten to at this moment. I actually think that Schultz has painted himself into a corner, as LR suggests, and I don't think he can get out of that corner. We are now almost a full year into this war. Schultz has delayed, and in this case, a delay is not justice denied. A delay is salvation denied, salvation for Ukraine. It is becoming a huge problem. I think only when he is threatened with removal as chancellor will he make a decision. And then he will have to look for some event somewhere, whether on the battlefield in Ukraine or whether in the Kremlin. He will need to find some event to be able to change his mind. And he does need to change his mind. So with that, we will go Big Sky. You've been very patient. You're next. Then William. I just want to ask William a quick question. You were waving at me. Are you here for only a moment? Because I want to get you.
Yes. I'm about to have to jump off. That's what I was trying to get at. Sorry about that. I've got just a minute.
Well then, Big Sky, I appreciate your patience, and William, please go ahead.
No, thanks. And I earlier today we had our first segment on mech combined arms, and I really focused on not talking about the tank, because I knew that there was going to be other opportunities to talk about this and lack thereof tanks, etc. But I don't want Axel to be the only one upset about their government, and also David also and folks with the Challenger, because the U.S. is just there too. And one of the things that I think we laid out is that I believe there's about 3 brigade-sized maneuver elements being put together. And if we really want to do a kumbaya moment, how hard would it be for each one of the major countries to say, you know what, we're gonna make sure that we can fill the order for each brigade. So maybe the U.S. can take 1 brigade, the Germany can release whatever Leopards, or let other countries man another brigade, and we have a Challenger brigade also. We're halfway there already. So I think that that's actually a very doable thing, and something that when you put 100 main battle tanks on a spreadsheet, the number's very, very big. So if there's a poll that says, are you happy that we spend $1 billion, and then the next question, it's going to cost $1 billion to send tanks, is it a good idea? Yeah, you're going to get different answers. But if we can split this up, a brigade size element would be easily to maintain. I have no issue with Ukraine and their ability for logistics to ensure that logistic trains are there. So the reality of it, that cuts it down to, about 50 vehicles per country. And the reality of it is different to what the general said the other day, who I do respect greatly. We don't have to worry about putting these things on planes or on boats. There is a brigade size element forward deployed in Europe right now of Abrams, along with Bradleys, and all the supplies that goes along with brigade combat team, and probably more. That's a known fact. So when you look at all those countries that are close, there's plenty of Abrams that close too. So I don't think it's a far stretch to look at about 50. That's what I want to advocate for. I'd like to see another 100 Bradleys and 50 Abrams and 50 Challengers and 50 Leopards. And I think that, again, that would be the most optimal situation. But again, that's just my call.
William?
It would be great if one country just said it right now.
William, let me ask you the question. Don't you think that given the fact that Germany has so few Marders available and that the coalition has a tremendous amount of Leopard 1s as recce tanks and Leopard 2s across the whole board and spectrum from a variety of countries available to be sent, doesn't it make a lot more sense that Bradleys, which have been phased out to an extent, or mothballed, or are available, doesn't really matter, but Bradleys, which the US has in substantial numbers, and a lot more of the MGS and whatever you can spare of the strikers, your Marine Corps, the Army don't like enough anyway. Why don't you give all the MGS, which you have, and not just those few which have now been donated, because there's more. Why don't you give all the MGS, which is nice mobile, short-range artillery, and all the Bradleys you can spare, say 800. And in relation to the 800, Europe provides about 350 tanks. That'll do, because you need 2-to-1 IFVs to tanks for proper heavy armored brigades. You need mobile artillery. And the remainder of artillery, in terms of artillery, Ukraine is not in bad shape at all. And there you have it.
No, I can't agree with you more, and I think that would be a great opportunity. And again, I've been talking about Bradleys for a long time, and I believe that the 800 to 1,000 number is very doable. Maybe they're not going to be all the most advanced versions, but even the older version, the one that was early on in the Iraq War, if there's some of those still around, they can still do a lot of damage. And then that would put a lot of pressure on Europe to revive the main battle tanks, which I'm fine with them doing. I'm fine with whatever way we can get into it. I was just trying to, say, if it does have to go with the way it's going, like right now, one of those negotiation tools could be that option of the 3 brigades. I agree with you. I think that we should release not only 1,000 Bradleys, but as many M109 howitzers as we possibly can also. That would be it. And I do have to drop down. So thanks again for letting me hop up. I didn't really talk about tanks. I really wanted to a little bit earlier, but I was trying to stay disciplined.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks very much, William. Mark, again, thank you for your patience. Patience is rewarded. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Good evening, good morning, everyone, wherever you are. Obviously, I've heard Axel and others criticizing the governments around the world and their reaction to the request for support from Ukraine. And I can understand that, and I can be critical as well. I wonder whether we only see the public statements. Do we know the full picture? Is it a ball the frog mentality? Do they think they want to gradually ratchet it up? Is that the rationale for why they have not given things before? And only doing it now?
No, I think it's a lack of decision-making capacity and willingness to decide. It's a lack of courage. It's a lack of solidity, and it's a lack of wartime leadership.
So if I look, I'm not a conservative, right? So I am yeah, I can criticize Conservatives. I can criticize most parties actually, but what I think I saw at the outset of the recent war was obviously Johnson wanted to go there. He was desperate to go to Kyiv and meet Zelensky. And partly there was two things. One is I think he probably genuinely is supportive of Ukraine. There's also part of it was around trying to demonstrate the UK's new position as a so-called independent country in the world. So there was that going on as well. But he didn't, obviously at that point, though we were supportive, we didn't give the tanks at that time. We didn't give the tanks in 2014. So I don't know, it's hard to understand it's hard to think through what is the mindset that the government here in the UK had or has. How has it suddenly transitioned to this current position? Is it they were trying to persuade other countries? There's a bit of a group think going on there. Who is encouraging who? Who's holding back who? I don't know.
I think it's the passivity and complacency and how should I put this? You have to, in face of an existential threat, it's easy to change your mind. If the existential threat doesn't come to your house, but it comes to your neighbor, and if you don't act, you're a coward, an amoral retard as such. Everyone who still, after 11 months today, fails to understand that this is an attack by an authoritarian, fascist, ruthless, barbarian culture and its government has not yet woken up because they are deeply comatose by choice. Everyone who fails to assist Ukraine today is amoral, should be voted out of office, tarred, feathered, and the likes. But we have a choice. As the general population in the West, we can make this excessively clear to our elected officials. We can write, shout, argue, demonstrate, be vocal, talk to our neighbors, talk to everyone we meet, and make this front and center. As long as we engage and keep that flame burning, Ukraine will have friends. And that is why LR was absolutely right when he stated that the outcome of Friday is not as bad as it may seem. Yes, it is terrible for Germany and terrible for Ukraine at the same time in a tragic fashion. But it's equally terrible for the whole of Europe. It's equally terrible for the alliance. The only person this was not terrible for was Vladimir Putin and his regime and the Russian people who support him, which is the overwhelming majority. However, at the same time, there were a number of good nuggets in this. It was the most overwhelming support for Ukraine yet in this war in terms of supply of additional weapon system ordnance and funding. It was the most overwhelming show of unity of those who matter. It was a despicable show of insanity, procrastination, and amoral behavior by both Hungary and Germany, and seemingly also by the Prime Minister of Spain, vis-a-vis through his defense minister. Don't forget, 2 days before, the Prime Minister of Spain had highlighted that the Normandy group, the Normandy format group, Germany, France, Ukraine, Russia, should come back together so that a negotiation solution could be found, and Germany and France should lead that effort. What the heck? Come on, please, Spain. Just because you have Podemos in your government, just because you all still long for the days of your revolutionary war and the hard left of Spain still is tied with whatever kind of diaspora they think in St. Petersburg they have. Please, how could you? How despicable. But then Miss Meloni also, having shouted loudly that she didn't support, she also hasn't done much. So Olaf Scholz knew that he could count on a number of complacent parties. But his defense minister had to concede that now formal training, formal education for anyone and everyone of Ukraine by any other nation having access to Leopard 1s and Leopard 2s is what he said in German, allowed. Germany cannot prevent that in the first place. What he should have said is that we support this, but he said allowed. Not smart. But it gives us one comfort. You don't train for something which you won't work on. At least Finland, Sweden, Denmark, Greece, and Poland will certainly train with a view to these Ukrainian troops going into battle with these tanks soon. So there is a pressure point, and this dam is breaking. That's what I wanted to say to LR and to everyone here. So keep on pushing, keep on supporting. Please tweet out the space. Make sure that when you send out a message on Twitter and on any other communication channel, put up the hashtag Free the Leopards. Make it clear. We're not done yet.
Well said, Axel, and thank you very much. And we all need to hear that message loud and clear. I don't tweet Free the Leopards often enough. I do retweet MriyaReport a lot, and I also tell folks about MriyaAid.org because you can go to MriyaAid.org and make a difference personally, make a difference as one person by sending life-saving supplies to Ukraine. So please retweet MriyaReport right now. We're going to continue talking about tanks, I am certain, and also about how to put pressure on Olaf Scholz to release the leopards, to free the leopards. Big Sky, patience is rewarded. You made it back as a speaker. Your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Is my audio working this time?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let me get to my notes. So, the Abrams tank, I don't know if y'all know, is named after Crichton Abrams. And Crichton Abrams is deceased, but he has a son. And I should have said General Crichton Abrams. I'm sorry, I'm not very good all the time because I have so many veterans in my family. I used to call them by their first name. And his son's name is Robert B. Abrams. Now, he has served as commander in Korea. He's done the United Nations Command. He's done
So Big Sky, I think that military service indeed runs in the Abrams family. Crichton Abrams
yes.
Was called the best tank commander by none other than General Patton. I wonder just where you are going with your notes. Do they lead to a specific question for the panel here?
They do. They really do. A challenge also. I found a way to contact him. And I adore the Saturday afternoon show. And I think that it should have thousands of people in it. And I think that David and you could speak to General Abrams on our show. And I think that I should send you the contact information and we should start smooching him.
That fabulous idea, Big Sky. You can DM me and send me that contact information, and I'll definitely reach out, or someone will, to young Bob Abrams.
And importantly, I'm prepared to speak to anyone ever, right? So it doesn't matter. Bring them in. I will talk to them.
Axel is always here
In,
listening to us.
indeed. So I think that's a great challenge, Big Sky. And you also had a question?
Am I doing okay with my questions?
Yep, you're doing fine.
Okay, that's my only question.
Okay, well that's a
I'm
good
super
question.
shy.
A good question and a good challenge to us. Challenge accepted. And with that, Big
Okay.
Sky, I want to move on to some more hands because there are so many and people have been so patient. Thank you so much. So, order of hands at the moment: Clyde, then Chris, then Luca, then Thanos. Clyde, please go ahead.
Thanks. I can't help be upset with my government here in the United States, even though quantitatively they've given so much. But watching Ukrainian civilians go through what they're going through and knowing that many of the supplies that are being used and the launch sites that are being used for these terrorist attacks could be thwarted by ATACMS. And spent the day today writing a letter to my senator, who I actually know. Just don't see how much, I think somebody said in the last 24 hours that time is not on Ukraine's side, which is a different take. And I'm not sure quite why that is. I don't know quite what they were talking about, whether it's the new mobilization or whatever in Russia or whatever, or just because of the pace of battle and because the civilians are going through so much. But it's just really, even the battle tanks thing. Germany's Germany, Europe is Europe, but we got into this to help Ukraine win it. And they have to have these battle tanks to not have this thing stretch out another 2 years, 3 years, with the kind of suffering that they're having. Because sooner or later, Ukrainian civilians are just going to keep leaving. They're going to leave. They won't. That's what my concern is, that how much can they take? And I'm just I understand you all are upset with Germany, and so's everybody. But I just think the United States needs to stop this. As Lindsey Graham called it, shit show. As he called it, I think it was yesterday. He was in Kyiv, and it was a bipartisan group. And I know the supply chains are an issue. You guys all know that. Wait, I shouldn't say I know that. I've heard you say that, and I believe you. But we didn't build tanks so that we couldn't use them in Eastern Europe. I mean, it can be done. United States can do it. They can service those tanks. I mean, we can have tank. I mean, they just can, and it just needs to happen. I mean, I think this focusing on Germany just is going to have to stop, because it's it just has to happen. And F-16s as well. I mean, we have F-16s and Abrams tanks running out of our ear. I mean, we got them all over the place. We got parking lots loaded with those two types of equipment.
Well, Clyde, I want to.
I don't know what else to say. So I don't really have a question for you, and I'll get off. I'll get off. But that's my feeling today. Is I'm just very upset with our government, because I think we need to decide that we need to do a bypass here. We need to bypass this current intersection and get on with it. This has to come to an end. We need to end this. And people talking about negotiations. The only negotiation I want to see is the Russians come to Yalta, where a previous meeting had been many, many years ago. I want them to have to go to Yalta to sign on to whatever they have to sign on to, and this is over. That's what I want to see.
Clyde, that would be a great spot for the final peace negotiation that would drive every single Russian soldier back into Russia. And I want to applaud you for writing your senator, whoever it is. I mean, it doesn't have to be a senator on the Armed Services Committee or on the Intelligence Committee. Every single senator can get up and give a speech on the floor, whether it's about Abrams tanks or Leopard tanks, or about ATACMS, or about how much more can be done to support Ukraine. It was former Ambassador McFaul, the former American ambassador to Russia, who said a couple of days ago, time is not on Ukraine's side. I think I get what he means by that. In part, I think you answered your own concern about that statement by speculating this war could drag on for 2 or 3 years. Well, in that time, tens of thousands of Ukrainians will be losing their lives while winning a war that never has to last 2 or 3 more years. That will be a tragedy. In terms of how much can Ukrainians take, they've demonstrated how much they can take. And in fact, many Ukrainians are returning to their country now. Yes, there are still tens of thousands of refugees in Europe. But, as many people live in Kyiv today as lived in Kyiv on the day this war started. And I think that is a tribute to the courage of Ukrainians and a tribute to their desire to live as a free, democratic nation and as a part of Europe, because that's who Ukraine is. It's who they have become. And it is now up to us to get them through that open door into the EU and one hopes into NATO. But those are all other debates, I guess. But thank you very much for writing your senator. I think that's great. I hope others follow your example.
Thank you.
Yep. Very good. Thanks. Anything you want to add, Claude? Then we'll go to Chris.
No, that's it. You got plenty of people wanting to talk. Thanks.
Okay, Chris, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Alan, and thanks to Clyde as well. I think it's absolutely fantastic that Clyde and yourself and Americans and that feel the way that you do. If I can say that, I'm in no position to really, but if I can say that, I just think it's absolutely fantastic. The US should not have to come to the rescue of Europe again. Really, should not have to. But me personally, I'm so grateful that America has. And actually, I agree with Clyde, right? I think the thing to do here is take the pressure off of Scholz. Let Scholz do what the hell Scholz wants to do, right? And send in the Abrams, send in more challengers. Americans and British fight side by side with the Ukrainians and that. Let the Germans and that. And actually, it is not the Germans; it's Schultz. Let them do what the hell they like. I'm just like, actually, I mean, it could have been so much worse than this, so much worse. And I'm just so grateful for American support and for all the countries in Europe that have supported Ukraine personally. Sorry, there's no question. Just my point.
You don't necessarily need to have a question. Great point, Chris. Thanks very much. Thanos, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, and good evening to everybody. It's always good to see my buddy Axel up on the speaker list. So, a couple of quick items. I love writing my senators and congressmen all the time. I'm sure they get tired of reading from me. Whenever I write the White House as well, I always start with this one salient point, because we have yet to hear President Biden say these words: I implore you to support the full liberation of Ukraine down to its original borders as held in the 1990s. Why this is imperative is because all military strategy is always drawn off of what is the desired end state. If the desired end state is only to wear down Russia, then we'll just keep giving the bare minimum supplies that we currently are, because that appears to be what we're trying to do. Just wear down the Russians, fight them to the very last Ukrainian. But if we can force our leaders to say, no, we are trying to get the Russians out of Ukraine proper, to include Donbass, to include Crimea, as soon as possible, then the real weapons start flowing in. Because it is absolutely preposterous that we are holding back the very weapons that can actually enable a key counteroffensive this very winter, or at the latest, this very spring. A point was made, a salient point. The Ukrainians could lose this war. Yes, that is a very horrible reality that we must confront here on this space, and one that we don't like to talk about. Our friends, the people who morally, righteously should win this war, could lose if we do not properly support them. The Russians, evil, greedy, cynical fucks that they are, would sacrifice all of their people, all their prisoners, all of their sons and daughters just to win. They've made the most ridiculous existential gamble, and they will fight to the very end in order to not lose, or to lose as little as possible. Therefore, we must support Ukraine so that they win as expeditiously as possible. It is the only humane thing to do. Just grinding down Russians for the sake of grinding down Russians is not humane. The United States, it is not a security requirement for us to grind down Russia. It is a security requirement for us to kick them out of Ukraine. And the fact that we have not heard our political leaders within NATO, within the United States, I don't even think within Great Britain, we've actually heard the words uttered: kick Russia out of Ukraine proper, restore the territorial integrity to the 1990s era boundaries. That is what we need to hear. And yes, I appreciate the United States should lead the way, send in Abrams tanks, forget about Germany. The fact that we are allowing Germany to even have any say in all this, why are we even listening to them? Their relevancy has continuously declined since the 1990s, when they reunified out of the negligence of the Soviet Union. Personally, and I know he's not a popular person on this podcast, I would finish what President Trump started and just withdraw our troops out of that country. We don't need them. Let them figure out what they want to do for themselves, because the United States and the rest of the world has been footing the bill for Germany's it's not even pacifism. It is just absolute greed. They established the European Union in such a way that they could exercise a degree of hegemony, economic hegemony, over all of their neighbors. And in the place of leadership, they've just restored it with greed and putting off making any kind of decisions at all whatsoever that might affect their bottom line. It's disgusting. It's French, and I am French, so I can say that. And I'm just absolutely fed up with it. It's time to put Germany in its place. It's time for us to stand up as Americans. Let's look at our desired strategic end state, and let's start resourcing towards it. Because the more that we put these decisions off, the greater the humanitarian disaster, the more Ukrainians that will die. And if you're really a true pacifist, the more Russians will die too. Victory now. Thank you.
Thanks, Thanos. That's a passionate statement you made there, and it's welcome to hear. And I don't know, Axel, if you want to follow up on what Thanos said or not, happy to have you do that.
I don't much disagree with him. I just think that there's a time window of about 5-6 days from now, during which the momentum can be brought to bear. Yes, I would like to see 150 Abrams there, no question, but I'd rather have 1,000 Bradleys or 800 Bradleys going there, ATACMS and F-16s and F-15s, because that's what the United States are good at. And in addition to that, President Biden, just as Thanos said, I think this is the second scenario. Two scenarios work, and both scenarios can end up actually reducing the overall troop commitment to Germany at a later stage as a clear penalty to their complete and utter decrepit behavior. No question about it. Despite it's a pity for the beautiful areas where American soldiers are since ages, and yeah, but still, it has to be done now.
Well,
This
there you
can be
go.
done.
It does have to be done. I want to apologize to Luca. I skipped over you. I missed you with your hand up. So please go ahead. Luca, are you still
hey.
with us?
Yep. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Mic check?
Yeah, loud and
Oh,
clear.
cool. All right. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Like, this is great resolve. Yeah, I mean, I think ATACMS, airframes, yeah, we should push for that. Yeah, send it all in. Abrams too. However, I don't think we should fall for the trap of Scholz of being like, oh, you need to send Abrams before I send Leopard. That's from a chancellor. It feels like almost like childish behavior. So if there is like enough consensus to just put all the chips in, it should just be, we'll just put all the chips in, not just because you ask, you ask for a quid pro quo, and then the thing is, like, if Germany doesn't want to send their tanks is one thing, but it's just mind-boggling that they are still implying that they would block other countries from sending their kits. So what I'm saying is, okay, sure, the United States saved the world once again. It's also good PR because that's what's always been happening. At the same time, I don't think that those lepers should just be stuck in third countries just because Scholz is being like a corrupted little, shithead. So that's kind of my point. Thank you.
Luca, that's a very good point. I was unable to, sorry, I got interrupted in the meantime. I was about to expand on what I was saying. It's the second scenario where Thanos and I are generally in agreement, I think, because in terms of combined arms, it just requires pressure. And the pressure can be brought to bear by the United States of America. And the pressure can, of course, be that the United States of America will take any and all of the toys away from Germany. And by the way, there are ways the US can make it diplomatically very clear to Germany that it's completely unacceptable what they've been doing and that this is the end of it. In the 2+4 negotiations, the United States extended a lot of courtesy to Germany, and for which I'm glad. I'm happy, of course. And Mr. Scholz, who, don't forget, was against the governments which were on the Western side. He was actively working as a young socialist with the enemy. Mr. Scholz doesn't have to be convinced. He has to be told that his nation has been graciously given its sovereignty and that the community in the West demands redemption for what Germany did in the Second World War. He gets one opportunity, has 24 hours to sign the release, and after that, he will be left alone. There are ways of making this work. It needs to be excessive pressure, and he needs to be told. And there are ways to do it diplomatically, as well as commercially, and definitely militarily.
Well said, Axel. Well, sorry, I was talking into a muted mic there. You know, it might be time for President Biden to invite Olaf Scholz to the White House for a summit. Of course, that invitation would only be extended if they were able to secure agreement to free the leopards before Olaf Scholz stepped on a plane to fly to the United States. But I would like to see that summit take place. the order of hands now is Anka and then Mark. Anka, please go ahead.
Hey there, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Awesome, thank you. I just wanted to. Well, okay, first of all, I'm one of those suburban moms who kind of got activated in 2016, and as part of that, I began contacting my Congress critters. You know, your representative and senators. Being in California, I'm I believe it's unlikely that either Feinstein or Padilla are going to step up on the Senate floor, but I have sent them messages asking to do so. However, my representative is Ro Khanna, who is part of the Progressive Caucus, who sent that absolutely abhorrent letter was a while ago. And although they apologized, in my opinion, they should do far more than that. So I have sent him messages. I've tried talking during one of his town halls, but in my opinion, it would be very helpful if there could be like a face-to-face meeting, as a constituent to him. And I find that that is more likely to happen if you are, if you go as a small group with like an official organization, um, or some people from the local Ukrainian diaspora. And I wanted to put out a request to see if there was anybody in Ro Khanna's district who would go with me and try to make an appointment to see him and talk to him and to see. I mean, yes, I'll go there with certain specific asks, but presuming he'll say no or whatever, then, seeing what would he be willing to do to help out. So, if anybody has any recommendations or pointers, I would be very interested in getting in contact.
Can I
That's
ask a
it.
question?
Yeah.
Ro Khanna, what district is it?
California 17.
Can you point me to some?
Silicon Valley, Fremont.
Right. Yeah. It's my representative. We can discuss. I can DM you.
Oh, that would be awesome. Fantastic. Again, if you have
Actually,
any official groups or something, because that has the type of thing that will make it more likely to get in front of him.
yeah. So my neighbors are Ukrainians, and they told me like that. So I live in Los Gatos.
Oh, perfect. Oh well,
Yeah,
actually, that's Los Gatos is not in Ro Khanna.
But I think I am like slightly towards San Jose. I think I'm Ro Khanna, but I hear that there is a big diaspora, Ukrainian diaspora in that area. I can talk to my neighbors and then I can DM you.
That would be fantastic. I would be very interested in trying to help organize something like that.
So here's a great example of what happens on MriyaReport. Citizen action happens on MriyaReport when listeners become speakers, connect, and take action. And this is what sets MriyaReport apart from so many other places and so many other spaces. The other thing that sets us apart, of course, is the fact that we are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, now almost through a full year of war, because MriyaReport has been here since the day Russia invaded Ukraine, since the day Russia launched this barbaric war. And it will be because of listeners and speakers here who take action together that we will bring this war to a just and we hope swift conclusion, because we are here to put pressure on decision makers in Washington, throughout Europe, in every NATO country. That includes Canada. This is what sets MriyaReport apart. So when you retweet this space, let folks know they can make connections the way Luca and Anka just made a connection to take action. With that, I want to go to Mark and then back to Chris. Mark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Alan. Coming back to Schultz, as I see it, the problem is, as you said earlier, Alan, he's backed into a corner, and the issue now it's his face. It's saving his face. Now we're only interested in getting the results, but for him, it will no doubt be seen. I suspect it'll be seen as it's about him, not about Ukraine. So how do you get him to make the decision, a decision which is acceptable, if you like, to us on this space? I presume what we really want is to be able to get those leopards from the other countries to get that block released, so those other countries can do what they like with the tanks which they have in their possession. Isn't that the key decision we really want to see more than anything else?
I think it's the key decision. I really do. And I also think that that Schultz suggesting to the United States or coming right out and saying, you send Abrams and I'll think more about sending Leopards, that amounts to blackmail. It's absolutely shameful behavior for an allied leader to make such a request of the United States, in my opinion. And the United States shouldn't stand for it. Joe Biden should pick up the phone and say, look, Olaf, you're not going to blackmail me. You are the one who needs to show leadership. The United States has shown leadership. Once again, it's the United States. And when you look at the Ramstein conference, 50 nations now, 22 nations, I think at the first Ramstein conference. This is the 8th conference that has occurred in the course of this war. It went from 22 to 43, now almost to 50. And that is primarily the work of Lloyd Austin reaching out. I wish that Lloyd Austin, the Secretary of Defense here in the United States, had a chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff who was his equal. And I do not see General Mark Milley as Lloyd Austin's equal. If only he had someone with a sense of urgency, the same sense of urgency that I believe Lloyd Austin has. What a dynamic duo that would be. And they could then put pressure on Schultz and get this done. I really believe that could happen. But such a dynamic duo is not sitting in Washington at the moment. Mark, do you have a further statement or follow-up?
Well, the only point it really is that this point, the aspect of how do you apply pressure, doing it in public may not necessarily be the most productive way of achieving it. So behind the scenes, yes, as much as you like, as much as you can, but give face-saving statements. I don't mind what people say, providing we get the answer, providing we get the result.
And that's why I would love to see Olaf Scholz visit the White House, because if such a visit occurs, then you will know those behind-the-scenes negotiations between the United States and Germany have taken place, and there's only one reason why Scholz would come to such a summit, and that would be to free the leopards. That's the way I see it.
Thanks, Alan.
Thank you, Mark. Chris, back to you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Alan. And I just wanted to support what you said and what Mark said as well there, totally, actually. And just say, listen, it's probably might even be the first time that I'm here on a Saturday night this late and that. Just going back to the conversation about connecting people in California, I just want to let you know that I wrote to my MP, Michael Fabricant, here in the UK. And when I did, I sent him what amounted to a business case, right? And that business case I had actually put together from, what I'd learned in this space, right? So I sent to him a very specific business case as to why he should send Challenger tanks. I'm not trying to say that they send Challenger tanks because of what I said, right? But what I am saying is that that the information. I'm a Navy guy. I'm not Army guy, right? So when it comes to putting together a tank case, I don't know, much about tanks, But what I was able to do was to go to my MP with what amounted to a business case, probably a political case as well, but a business case. And I can tell you that I got a response from him and from the Ministry of Defence saying, those were great points, Chris, that you made there. So, I think just to say that when people go to their senators, they can get information from people here that there are things that they would, their senators would never know, right? They would never know, but yet they can gather together information from listening to people on this space and present a very cogent case as to why, Challengers or Abrams or whatever it is should be sent. So again, sorry, not a question, but hopefully that's helpful.
As I say, Chris, not everyone needs to have a question. Comments and statements like that are more than welcome here at MriyaReport. And I think you're absolutely right. If you are setting up a meeting with your representative or senator in the United States or member of Parliament in Canada or in the UK, yeah, there's plenty of information here you can use in the course of that meeting, and quite possibly change a mind or support someone who is already supporting Ukraine, but push them to do more and push them to make statements about the urgency required now to get Ukraine every weapon they have requested. And it goes back to what Winston Churchill said in the Second World War, give us the weapons, we will finish the job. That was the whole basis of Lend-Lease before the United States joined the war as a result of Pearl Harbor. Give us the nations, we will give us the weapons, we will finish the job. And that's exactly what Zelensky's been saying, what Zelensky's been saying. Our leaders need to listen. So thanks, Chris, for your statement. Ming, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me on. I was on the space earlier today when Axel was around, and Axel mentioned it a bit earlier about the degree of Orban's betrayal, and I was talking about my own experiences at demonstrations alongside Orban and Fidesz in Budapest in early 1989. I don't know where Axel's gone. Has he dropped?
I think Axel might be getting some well-deserved rest.
Fair enough.
You never know when he's going to come back.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I'll fill him in tomorrow on the space. But anyway, I discovered something personally shocking to me today that I think illustrates the total Russian capture of the Hungarian government. So after that discussion with Axel this morning, I looked up who was the Hungarian Minister of Defense conducting this apparent purge of the Hungarian army. And the guy's name is Krzysztof Szalai Dobrowinski, I think. And I go, oh, I know that name, but maybe there's more than one of them in Hungary. So I look it up, and I know that if this guy is into show jumping, it's the same Krzysztof Szalai I met back in Budapest in 1989. Lo and behold, it is the same guy. He's into show jumping, and I had him to stay at my family's summer house in Sussex so that he could go to Hickstead and work there cleaning out the stables, because that's the UK capital of show jumping. And back then in 1989, he comes from a Hungarian aristocratic background, so was very much part of a persecuted minority in communist Hungary, totally anti-Russian. But according to his wiki, he worked for a Russian company. Now he's in the Orban government and purging the Hungarian military. And he is probably purging the Hungarian military, not of people who I think Yehuda was saying were socialized with NATO, but Hungarian patriots, simply because Orban is bribed by the Russians. So that's what I had to say. And this is personally shocking to me because I know the guy personally.
That's an amazing story, Ming. A demonstration that we do indeed live in a small world. I just think that is an amazing story, and I am pretty sure Axel heard it because he was down listening, and that's a story I hope you and Axel take up. In fact, look who's back. Axel does not get to sleep. Axel, did you hear Ming's story?
Unfortunately not. I actually was on a brief conference call.
Ming, can you quickly fill Axel in on what you discovered about the Hungarian Minister of Defense? Because it's a great story, and Axel really needs to hear it.
Axel, do you remember earlier when I was talking about my experiences in Budapest in early 1989? Axel?
Yes, yes, you were on the demonstration in 1989 on the anniversary, and then Fidesz and everybody was there as well.
Yeah, correct. So back in 1989, I met a whole bunch of people in Hungary. But so after that conversation we had this morning, and that discussion of the alleged purge of the Hungarian military, I looked into it, and I looked up the Hungarian defense minister, whose name struck me as very familiar, and his name is Christoph Szalai. And I said, "Oh, I know a Christoph Szalai. I met him back in Budapest in 1989." And lo and behold, it's the same guy. The reason I know it's the same guy is because he was majorly into show jumping, and I had him to stay at our family summer house in England, simply because it was in Sussex and near Hickstead, which is the UK capital of show jumping, where he wanted to go and clean out the stables. Now, back then, Christoph was just, he was very much an aristocratic, impoverished, persecuted minority in socialist Hungary. And now he's Orban's defense minister, purging the Hungarian army of patriots. So it goes exactly back to what you were saying earlier, that the depth of penetration of the Hungarian government but by the Russians is much more serious than we realize. And I am personally shocked by this because I personally know the guy.
Thank you, Ming. Yeah, it is. That is the strangest thing, isn't it? That those who joined up in defense of Hungary at that point in time then derived from their independence, which was so hard won after the subjugation and suppression and torturing of Hungarian patriots by the Soviets for such a long time, that they derived from that authoritarianism under a fascist clown such as Mr. Orban would be the right solution for all the troubles and all the freedom Hungary had reached. It is astonishing, I know. I just wanted to come up for something completely different. David and I had been trading some stuff and just highlighting this. For those who have been following this, the discussion on Friday and then the statement by the new German defense minister that they would now commission an internal review to inspect as to whether they had enough Leopard tanks. Now, David and I highlighted this, I think, yesterday and again during the day today, that what the Germans call KSE, Meldung, or the notification of the company. Typically, I think in the British Army, David, it's fair to say that if you were to need to know, say, a report on forces available, you could probably do a round robin call, right? Just in order to make sure that the status of yesterday is verified, right?
Exactly. Exactly what you could do easily, very, very easily. And if the news you're talking about is what you're going to talk about, it is astonishing.
Yeah, because the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung this evening published at slightly 8:30, published an article. Now, it has made the rounds in the meantime, but I just wanted to highlight this, that published an article after having reviewed documents which itself had seen, or its editors had seen, but decided not yet to publish because they wanted to wait to verify further. But the Spiegel, as always, in good old tabloid style, front ran. So they were forced to report on what the Spiegel had front run with. So there is still something to be checked. Nevertheless, I will, if I may, I will very briefly read out key passages. It's a very short article. Long and the short is that the list of the available Leopard tanks should have been available for a long time. The new defense minister, Boris Pistorius, wanted to check how many tanks could be delivered to Ukraine. However, what the Spiegel declares, and by the way, what the Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung also knows, and others do know, actually many others do know, at least one person here in the room knows, that such lists do exist since a long time. The Spiegel claims since early summer. I would say that this list exists since probably the last week of March. Nevertheless, the Spiegel, as always, of course, knows best. So let me quote. The traffic light coalition, as they call it, meaning the red, green, and yellow, continues to argue about the delivery of Leopard 2 main battle tanks to Ukraine. Okay? Da-da-da. A corresponding list has long been available in the Ministry of Defense. Accordingly, since early summer 2022, there has been a detailed list of various Leopard models that are available from the troops and could be considered for delivery to Ukraine. According to the table available to the magazine Der Spiegel, the Bundeswehr has, that is the German army, has a total of 312 different Leopard 2 tanks of different series. In May last year, 99 of these were for maintenance and repair work in the armaments industry, that is Krauss-Maffei, Wegmann, and Rheinmetall in this case. And one was already being sorted out as a decommissioned. 212 Leopard 2 models are listed under the troop stock, that is what is available as ready inventory. These include 2A5s, 2A6, 2A7, and 2A7V, which is the most modern version. And there were 53 Leopard 2A7 beforehand on May 22 thereof. As such, now it comes. According to Bundeswehr insiders, the Spiegel quotes that they believe certain models would be suitable for delivery to Ukraine. And they say, now it comes, it is conceivable that the Bundeswehr could hand over 19 2A5 models. And according to the list, these are currently used to represent enemy forces in the Army Combat Training Center. They simulate enemy tanks during maneuvers. So the German Bundeswehr leadership has considered defending freedom with those 19 tanks they use for red team, blue team exercise, for op force. 2A5s are good tanks. But you can see what kind of general view of life and worthiness of the Ukrainians defending freedom this includes. I think it is yet another indication of the vast amount of shame which complacency, in this case, begets. The 53 2A7V are evidently part and parcel of the Rapid Response Force. They are also part of what Germany commits to NATO and has recently been able to deliver to NATO, together with its currently Marders and soon hopefully replaced by the refitted and retrofitted and repaired Pumas. But it is evidently completely without any explanation as to why the German Bundeswehr would not be able to give 2A7s and 2A6 at all. There is no reason, no rhyme, no nothing. And this is just the Bundeswehr. The industry stock is also not quite small. There is also more mothballed tanks. So even if that, anything between April, May, and summer, June, is still belated, because that list, David, should have been available 24 hours after the invasion, right?
No, minutes within,
minutes
within, right?
Okay, we are in the 21st century, right, David? We do have more than telephones, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Gosh, Jesus Christ, I always forget. It's modern warfare in the 21st century, force-on-force conflict. So everything which has been said on Friday is exactly that complete chimera. And as we said beforehand, when LR brought this up, this requires excessive, hard, comprehensive, direct, loud, vocal, and administration to chancellery pressure, peer pressure by the whole coalition, thanks to the German magazines who have done this. And I'm absolutely certain that a defense minister who on Friday has already lied in front of the whole world after having shaken the hands of Alexei Reznikov, who leads as the defense minister the activities of Ukraine's defense of democracy for the whole of Europe and the world against Mordor, and Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, a warrior, a ranger, 82nd Airborne, 10th Mountain, a solid man, and a very good leader. So this little individual who has once served under conscription and now is the new Secretary of Defense has already on Friday either been so misinformed that he could actually hand in his red notice right away, or he has lied. Either way, neither this defense ministry nor this government is tolerable. In the face of history, if the Green Party does not find the short and curlies they need, or the courage they need, or at least the morals they need to break this coalition, they are just the same. And with that, I shall bid you good night.
Thank you, Axel. Thank you very much for coming back and bringing our attention to this story, because it's important and it's going to make a difference. So, with that, count leopards, not sheep, and you'll fall asleep faster. I guarantee it. David, do you want to follow up on what Axel has?
Yes, I will very shortly. The seriousness of this is that it's just astonishing. But I was going to add another little bit to this, and he goes, "I'm looking for it now. I had it just seconds away." No, I can't. I'll do it ad hoc from memory. So there is another report as well that Lambrecht ordered them not to take the stocks a week before she resigned, i.e., she ordered the military to stop taking note of what they have.
Well,
The
what an absurdity that is.
no, yes, no, exactly right. Astonishing, because I mean, just for so many reasons, right? The Germany, within this respect, and where the leopards are concerned, is clearly very, very broken. So I'll leave everyone with that thought so they can think it through, of what the implications are of saying, don't bother keeping a tally of what we have, right? And what that really means. Astonishing.
Absolutely astonishing.
It
Absolutely.
is. And with that, I will leave you. My battery is at about 4%. It has been an honor and a privilege, and I thank you very much. And no doubt, I will attempt to yes, just wax lyrical about pretty much anything in the future. That could be lemon trees, because my lemon trees are suffering.
Well, they're probably suffering from the cold, right, David? And
Yeah, very
David,
true. It's -3 and they're not happy.
I've never known a citrus tree to be happy at such a temperature. And it was a pleasure co-hosting with you as well. Thank you so much for joining me. Charge your phone, David.
Take care, Alan. Bye.
Bye-bye. Again,
Nighty-night.
thank you so much. Ming, your hand is up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so you know, as far as what Axel was saying about Pistorius, you know, I tend, you know, the guy's new, right? He's been around for 2 minutes, and I tend to go for the charitable explanation initially. So, you know, the way I look at it is, okay, so the guy's new in the job. He's, you know, hasn't got his, you know, feet under the desk yet. He's confronted with this leopards issue. He's got two options. He can either say, well, you know, we're incompetent, i.e., we don't know how many leopards we have. You know, I haven't decided yet. Or maybe that's a shorthand for saying, you know, Scholz hasn't decided yet. So he went for the incompetence. You know, my take on it is he went for the incompetence explanation, right? You know, we don't know how many leopards we have, which frankly, you know, everybody agrees isn't plausible. But that said, there is, and now I can't say that, you know, Scholz himself or maybe Pistorius is captured by the Russians in some sense. You know, we know that Scholz made visits to the DDR and all the rest of it, but that's, you know, in my book, that could just be youthful indiscretions. You know, that's all well and good. We've all done silly things in our youth. But there is a pattern within the SPD, and I think, and at the state level in Germany, not at the federal level. I think we saw it. Was it in Mecklenburg-Vorpommern? The SPD Minister Präsidentin, you know, was receiving funds from Gazprom, you know, about environmental concerns or something. So I would not be surprised if at some point in the future we discovered that there genuinely is some Russian financial and or compromat hold over Scholz himself. Pistorius, you know, like I said, he's been around for 2 minutes. You know, I give him for the moment the benefit of the doubt. Scholz, I'm beginning to seriously doubt.
Axel, would you and are you really? Oh no, Axel is gone. He's a listener now. I apologize. I apologize. Mockers, welcome up as co-host. Great to see you.
Hello, good evening, good night, good morning, afternoon, wherever you are. And yeah, I'll be sailing the ship for a while with you here, Alan. And we've got some hands up, so I'll go to LR.
Thanks, Mockers. And, you know, I'd just like to sort of comment on that last speaker's, you know, statement about giving Pistorius a little bit of a pass on this one. Could you imagine what it must be like to have sat in a meeting with Secretary of Defense Austin for 6 hours and had to sort of dance around the reality of the situation and claim that you really don't know what's going on. I mean, that has to be pretty embarrassing. And I would say, judging from the expression on Lloyd Austin's face at the end of the conference, you could see he was deeply disappointed in what he saw in his German counterpart there. I mean, in terms of obviously the guy is not trustworthy. So it may be that there is compromise on some of these people within the German government, but they've clearly all been disrobed in public in front of the whole world at this point, in terms of what they're doing, what they're attempting to do in sort of delaying and blocking the support of Ukraine. And I think that's going to be something that haunts not only these individuals, but the whole German society for many, many years to come. And that's really, really, truly unfortunate. That's all I really have to say.
No, I totally agree with you. I mean, I just don't have enough evidence to make that case yet. But all the pointers are, right as they stand right now, are in that direction.
Well, Ming, I loved how you put it, that Pistorius chose the incompetence angle to excuse himself in a way. I mean, good Lord. We have plenty of incompetent people, but I guess it takes an incompetent person looking in the mirror to recognize themselves and say, this is what I'm going to go out to the world with. I'm just damned incompetent. Chris, what do you think about that?
Well, actually, Alan, and this is for Ming, really, right? Just want to make sure I get this right. So there was a bit on the end of what David said, because funnily enough, I was sent that same report or extract, whatever it was, right, by a lady that I know who's like very senior in Ukraine, that also got banned like me on LinkedIn. And the end of it was that Lambret, the reason that Lambret said stop creating the list was so that there wouldn't be too much pressure on Schultz, right? That because if the list had already been created, that would have meant that Pistorius couldn't have gone into the meeting and said, yes, sorry, I don't know the answer to this. I have to go and get a list, because it would already have been there. Yeah, so I think I'm going to repeat myself if I go around that again, right? But that was basically it. So I understand Ming saying, well, this guy's just getting his feet under the table, right? But actually, for me, that really doesn't cut the mustard anyway, because for God's sake, right? You know who you're going to be meeting in that meeting. You go in there fully prepared, unless you're an idiot. So, as far as I'm concerned, he is an idiot. Well, not only is he an idiot, but he's basically put there by the Marxist Schultz.
Again, it all points towards Russian capture of the German government.
Precisely.
It's a possibility. Russian capture of the German government? It's a possibility. Russian capture of the U.S. government if Donald Trump had won re-election, also a possibility. These are not far-fetched theories at all. They need to be considered as speculative as they might be. So just at the moment, I want to ask listeners to retweet this space, bring in your friends, your work associates, members of your family, bring them here to MriyaReport so that they can join the conversation and learn what is happening in Ukraine at the moment. Not just what is happening on the battlefield in this war now 11 months long, but to learn about humanitarian efforts that are helping Ukraine survive and lead as normal a community life as possible, to learn about Ukrainian history, Ukrainian culture, to learn about the economics of the war and of sanctions that have been imposed on Russia, to ask questions that you have of experts, experts from the military, experts in diplomacy, etc. This is where you can learn what you need to know. And by learning what you need to know, you can join so many others who are standing up for victory in Ukraine. And you can go to MriyaAid.org, make a contribution, small or large, it makes no difference. But by making that contribution at MriyaAid.org, that's MriyaAid.org, by making that contribution, you can make a personal difference and send life-saving supplies to Ukraine. And thank you so much for doing so tonight. That's my pitch, Mockers. I know we have hands. I'm going to send it back to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And we'll go to Mark.
Thank you, Mockers. I want to, can we explore a scenario and let's see how this works out. If tonight there's an incursion into Lithuania and Article 5 is invoked, what's Germany going to do? Will they be able to meet their obligations?
Well,
it's a slightly rhetorical question, but it ties in directly to this idea of not knowing what tanks you've got available.
Actually, that's a very, very good point, Mark. That's a great way to put a spin on this story. I assume that they would indeed meet their obligations, and I think that that those Leopard tanks would at least make it as far as Kaliningrad. But Axel is here. What do you think, Axel? I think that's a wonderful question that Mark just asked. Did you catch it?
Yes, I did. Okay, so the Germany provides I think it's this 37th Armored Infantry Brigade that should be. Wait, now I have to get it right in my head. 26th Airborne, 26. Luftlandedivision. Yeah, okay. 26th Airborne and the 37th Armored Infantry Brigade are part of the NATO's Rapid Response Force. Some of them are stationed in Lithuania, and there is the BJTF, that's the Joint Task Force, or Very High Readiness Joint Task Force, which has started now in January. Germany is in the process of beefing up its capacity in that regard. They have the KSK, which is Kommando Spezialkräfte, and they have a reasonably decent set of pilots in its Air Force. German Air Force still has a significant amount of planes. It can participate in the air sector, as it does already continuously, into the full satisfaction of its allies in air cap operations. Germany does not have sufficient amount of transport helicopters for the necessary mobility function of the rapid reaction force, which is why they have to rely on the United States of America and the RAF to actually supply that. Can they therefore participate? Absolutely. Will they be good soldiers? Oh, hell yeah. Do not ever doubt.
Axel.
Do not ever doubt.
Yeah, Axel.
Do not ever doubt that the German soldiers will not perform. If you have a look at the leader of the MNC, the multinational corps, von Sandrart in Stettin or Szczecin, as our Polish friends call it today, you will find an exceptionally dedicated, driven, focused, strategically and tactically adept leader of a German tank corps. If you look at General Freuding, the guy who's been smiling all the while whilst he's been interviewing and been trying to explain the war to the Germans via the channel of the Bundeswehr, and he's very positively received also by the Americans, you will find a number of good people. And I'm quite sure that you will find a number of American soldiers who will listen here on a regular basis, and British soldiers, RAF, as well as British Army and Royal Navy, who will find that, for example, the German Navy and its minesweeper capacity is excellent, that the German U-boats are decent. Is the German Army under-equipped? Yes. Is it in bad maintenance and repair? Yes. Is it generally not battle-ready? Absolutely. Is there a hard core of good soldiers? 100%. Is it decrepit by comparison to the Bundeswehr of the 1980s? Yes, unfortunately. Is it tragic? Yes. Is it despicable for a nation which should actually be one of the leading suppliers of comfort and security in Europe for all its neighboring nations and fully integrated into a NATO structure? Yes, it is despicable. Will they be able to satisfy their requirements? German soldiers, airmen, Navy, 100%. Will that be enough by comparison? Will it be proportional to Germany's strengths? Of course not. It's a disaster. It's a shame. It's a stain on this nation's attempt to redeem itself from the terror of the Second World War and the Holocaust. It's an absolute, utter shame. But the German soldiers will definitely, in this army, which is out of its citizenry, a decent army, will do their very fucking best if and when challenged.
Can I come back in, if I may, if that's okay, Marcus?
Go for it.
Thank you, Axel. My apologies. I wasn't, obviously, I was being purely rhetorical. I just cannot believe that any professional army would not have those facts at their fingertips at pretty much all times, whether it's weekly or daily. They'll have the information. It should be available right up the chain of command, right up to the minister. To say we don't have the information, to me, and even to say stop collating it, I mean, that's just ridiculous, because it should just be there routinely, surely.
Absolutely.
And thank you very much.
Mark, you are absolutely correct. We are both in agreement. By the way, there was no disagreement. I didn't take any umbrage. No, please don't take me wrong. The question is, when you put the rhetorical question out, whether they'd be willing, whether they'd be performing. I gave you, I think, what is both an impassioned but also a considerate note in that regard, because yes, it is tragic, but they will do their very best.
But presumably, sorry, just to butt back in again, if I may, but those tanks presumably have a role within the, if you like, the order of battle, and at some point they would be used as part of the defense of Germany and of Europe. So therefore, they must be known as to their condition and their readiness for use. Thank you.
Absolutely, and the fact that 99 of those Leopards in peacetime would be in maintenance and repair showcases how bad the maintenance of the troops has become, because maintenance staff and maintenance expense coverage and training has been cut under successive governments since the end of the 90s. That is exactly the point. The good part, one of the strengths of NATO's, Germany in NATO until the fall of the Soviet Union was both its artillery, its tank army, the quality of its logistics and infantry, and the fact that its Air Force was well integrated into the defense concept of NATO. Its function was to literally, if and when the Russian tank armies were to come in a non-nuclear event, to hold the line up until reinforcement was there. The defense bow was going down to Stuttgart, and I think John Spencer is listening. He will probably remember this all very well, because anyone who's ever been to Germany in terms of the cycling through of American soldiers and British soldiers will know this. All our British friends know this, who've ever been with the British Army of the Rhine. So of course, that's what they're for. My criticism as to this list goes beyond this, and you know this, and you've heard it before. Of course, all these are Potemkin arguments, and no, new inbound defense minister has absolutely no excuse. Zero excuse. It doesn't matter whether you're only 2 days in service or you've been installed formally and officially on Thursday. Everybody in Germany is aware of the issue. He was aware of the issue before he was even asked. He was asked on Monday evening whether he would take the job because other people had declined. I cannot believe for 1 second that he didn't ask the question in that first discussion. I cannot believe that on the second day, in the run-up to being announced, and in the run-up to being then ordained on Thursday, that he would not have asked the question, because he knew that this was the question which would come to him. Because what? 40 minutes after having been, so to say, ordained, sworn in, he met in his first formal meeting at 10:20 Central European Time on Thursday. He met Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin a day before Rammstein. Now imagine, even if he had not had the morning update, the roll call, so to say, of all the assets at hand from that morning, he should have had it from the Wednesday roll call. And I'm quite sure that this should have been the case, but that Lambrecht supposedly had called for it not to be done is just insane. That he then, if he had not had it on Thursday, he should have asked for it to be available to him the next morning, 8 o'clock. Of course, you're right, Mark. There is no excuse. This is a chimera. This is a narrative. And the fact that the left-wing Spiegel is posting it is just trying to find a way to eke out of it. Pistorius has no excuse. If I were him, I would resign today, immediately, and hide.
Well, excuse me, everybody. I just have a little bit to add to the tank debate. It was here that Reznikov met with Lloyd Austin and thanked him for the Bradleys, but also that he met with the Lithuanian Minister of National Defence, and he's tweeted, "The countries supporting Ukraine will transfer more than 1,000 armed vehicles." Or as my colleague, Defence Minister of Ukraine, said, "Thank you for the Gepards, but I can hear leopards roaring." Yeah, so the pressure is still on, I believe. I think Ming's hand shot up while you were talking, Axel, and I think he had something to come back on.
I just listening to you, I can't help but feeling that there's definitely very dark and malign forces at work in Germany. We just need to find the hard evidence to pin it down. Now, I've got to hit the sack. I'm absolutely knackered. Axel is too, clearly. For a moment there, struggling with his English. But before I go, there's just one thing I wanted to say. I absolutely love all the Maria Report hosts. I love listening to you all. You all sound like very old friends because I've been listening to you for so long. But there's two of you in particular I want to pick out. And one is you, Mockers. I just love your voice. You're totally self-effacing in a very English way. But, you're so calm and together. I think you're absolutely brilliant. The other is Leonardo, because he's so calm always as well. But like I said, I love you all. And with that, I bid you good night.
Well, thank you very much. I'm not going to blush about it. I'll just say thank you. We have hands up, and Jens, go ahead. You've waited a while.
Good evening. I just wanted to say that sometimes it's much preferable to be considered incompetent than complicit. So, well, I kind of thought when I heard the new defense minister, I thought, is this a Scaramucci or is this a Sean, what's his name, is Sean Spicer? And I hope he lasts less than a cabbage or whatever it was. I think, how do I put this? That if Lamprecht's incompetence, maybe that was her task, in a sense that if Scholz thought that it was in Germany's defensive interest to be a reluctant ally of Ukraine, then he hired the man or the woman for the job. I'm just hoping that those that are willing to provide Leopards are entertaining their nonsense while they are getting all the ducks in a row, that they are training on Leopards, and then as soon as they're ready to unleash this combined whatever army for the next counteroffensive, that they will quash this nonsense coming out of Berlin. That was all.
Thank you, Jens. Very well said. And Ming, you're still here. I just want to let you know I am practicing Mocker's voice, which I agree with you is the best voice on Maria Report. If I could only sound like Mockers, I would actually listen to my own voice, something I currently refuse to do. Mockers, shall we go to the next hand? Thaddeus, I believe that is you.
Hey guys, just a great conversation today. I did want to get a little bit more tactical. I think it was in the Ramstein briefing that they said that Ukraine lost 1,000 tanks, and I think the expectations were that that they would start some sort of offensive as soon as the ground froze. But I'm wondering, does Ukraine really have the capabilities right now to start any offensive, or are they really needing this round of equipment to be able to start any sort of offensive engagement here?
Well, that's a very good question. I mean, Zaluzhny has asked for main battle tanks for months and months and months, and he has yet to receive them. And Thaddeus, please remember to mute your mic after you ask the question. Otherwise, we get feedback, and no one can hear anyone speak. Okay, much. Does Ukraine need this delivery? Of course, Ukraine needs this delivery. Ukraine is training troops constantly. This is extremely important. We discussed this with General Hodges and Mick Ryan and Chuck Farrer the other night. I asked the question, in a million soldier army, and I don't know if that's an accurate count right now in Ukraine, but in a million soldier army, do 500 newly trained troops on new systems make a difference? And the resounding answer was yes, especially in a professional modern army like Ukraine's. Training 500 troops makes a tremendous difference because those troops share their new knowledge, they inspire, as newly trained and newly confident troops, they become this professional corps that that will propel the Ukrainian army across Ukraine to reclaim its territory. So, in a way, Thaddeus, it seems to me what you're asking is, what is Ukraine waiting for? Well, General Zelensky is not going to tell you or anyone what they're waiting for. They will resume the offensive at a time and place of their choosing. And I am confident it will be devastating. The other thing I will say is that in any war, there will be reversals and bad news. This is what happens, and we all know that, and we all know the history of war. Whether you go all the way back to the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta, or you look at any war, there are reversals. There will be unwelcome news, but that will never call into question the ultimate victory that Ukraine will win. Because what you see is an alliance of 50 nations supporting Ukraine. This is an alliance of nations working together, supplying weapons systems, enabling Ukraine to bolster its air defense, which is absolutely critical, and enabling Ukraine to resume the offensive. When will that happen? We don't know. We do know it will happen. The other thing I will say is that winter has been unkind to Ukraine in this way. It just hasn't been cold enough. The temperatures hover around freezing, but when that ground gets frozen, when winter truly descends across Ukraine, then I think there will still be an opportunity for a winter offensive. But we'll wait and see. I don't know. What do you have additional thoughts there, Thaddeus, or Mockers? Do you have additional thoughts? I think Jens does.
I mean, just
Just
one thing
wanted
on
to
my
add
perspective.
something. Yeah, I
I
just
just
wanted to add that they do have already, well, they have already received a supply of tanks. They still have a substantial number. We don't obviously have that specific number, but we know in April Poland transferred 200 T-72 upgraded tanks. I think they're called the PT-91 Twardy. And that was in July. So they sent more in July, right? I get it. And then 28 upgraded M55S tanks, the fully Israeli upgraded T-62 Slovenian tanks, apparently. And he's still going. He should be in bed, but he's still typing to me. And there were at least 80 PT-91s in July. So they have been receiving tanks as well as tanks being, taken out of the battle. And of course, they've also been receiving tanks from the Russian Lend-Lease situation. It would appear that the Russians like leaving their tanks lying around for the Ukrainians to drag off with tractors. And so, yeah, there's been plenty of changeover, shall we say.
And I will point out, Mockers, I don't know how many tanks Ukraine has lost, but I do know that Russia has lost more than 3,000. So more than, if indeed, Thaddeus, as you say, Ukraine has lost 1,000 tanks, well, Russia has lost 3 times as many tanks, 3 times as many, and all the crews inside them. Yehuda, thank you so much for joining the space right now. We have questions that are right up your alley.
Oh boy, I will be able to answer them a little more clearly in a bit as I'm in the middle of something. But I just wanted to say hi and thanks to everyone for, as usual, keeping the space alive and kicking a lot of great feedback today from amazing co-hosting and guests. So I guess I missed out. So definitely looking forward to all that interesting conversation. And I don't know if you're back, but if you're not, I hope you're having a great time and all that good stuff. We have a few additions to the team, and I think everyone's quite happy. Is that so? Is that what I'm hearing right there, Alan and Markers?
I think so. We have lots of great new voices here, lots of great new experts joining us. We've been talking tanks almost all day. I've never had so much fun. I've never known so much about tanks and tracked vehicles in my life. It used to be only about snowmobiles. Now I know about all kinds of tracked vehicles. I might go out and get one myself.
Yeah, would you be surprised that a lot of people have messaged me to say, like, on behalf of the audience, to you all, tanks a lot?
Well, thanks for the memories, for sure.
Sorry, I think you were both struggling to admonish me in some way or another.
Yeah, yeah. That was just uncalled for.
That's horrible. I had to use it. I saw it on Chuck Farrer's post on Twitter. He said, "Tanks, but no tanks." But the leopard, so not as funny a situation, but yeah, no. Look, I mean, some of the Russians. Just a point of clarification, Alan. Some of the Russian tanks actually were abandoned, so I'm not sure if anyone was ever in them in the first place. But an interesting story nonetheless.
Yes, and all those abandoned Russian tanks, as Mocker says, that's the Russian Lend-Lease program. Those tanks have been put into service for Ukraine. They've been rehabilitated, repaired as needed, and in many cases upgraded. Upgraded with new optics, upgraded with night vision optics and that kind of thing. So they are better tanks now because Ukraine worked on them, repaired them, updated them. The one thing they can't do is improve the armor on Russian tanks. That will always be lesser armor than we see on any main battle tank made in the West, whether in Germany, in France, in Britain, in the United States. They all have better armor. So, Mockers, Yehuda, I see LR back with his hand up. LR, please go ahead.
Sorry. Hi, guys. And hi, Yehuda. And congratulations on the 501c3 achievement. I mentioned it the other night, but I wanted to congratulate you directly. I know it's a big step. So thank you. On that last discussion, last comment, I wanted to say I agree with you.
I do want to just jump in. That is definitely a team effort, collaborative from all the amazing hosts that we have, and I just wanted to point that out because if it wasn't for the great team we have, the MriyaReport has been on for 11 months, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've had volunteers from all over the world. This started as basically an unincorporated association of volunteers, and it's progressed into something really formal and really beautiful. And obviously, I want to thank all the team, present and past, and future. We have a lot of new people getting onboarded, and I'm sending them over to Alan and Mockers. Some quick questions that I did get. Is there a program? Is there a plan? And I said, yep, there's a process. There's an in-doc session. There's a code of conduct. It's all very legit and focused. And if you are interested, please do reach out to Mockers or Alan. And for those who messaged me, I'm going to flip you over to them. So sorry to interrupt, but it was a good segue. And thank you for the kind words for everyone here so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you,
yes,
Yehuda.
I am interested. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am interested, and I will reach out. So yeah, with regards to that last series of exchanges on what we might expect from Ukraine, I am certain that Ukraine has not been sitting around twiddling their thumbs, waiting to find out what Rammstein might have yielded or not. I'm sure that their planning has been ongoing, and they've been in back channel communications with a lot of the people, with a lot of the governments who are supporting them, and they probably have a pretty good idea of what they can count on and what they can't, timing wise. So I'm very certain that they will pounce, probably sooner than any of us can imagine, at the right time and at the right place. And I think what's encouraging to me is whether or not they get a huge quantity of main battle tanks. The combination of arms that is now being provided with the Brads and the Strikers and all the artillery pieces and everything else. I mean, it seems like they'll be able to put together, especially after the discussion that we heard today, a very formidable strike group that will be able to be decisive. I mean, even if their upgraded T-72s aren't able to, let's say, reach out and touch a Russian armored unit, beyond the range that they can see, the Brads can, for sure. So even if you just combine their existing T-72s and maybe some Charlies together with those Brads, and you have better optics and the ability to touch the enemy, beyond their range of touching you, I think that gives them a pretty decisive advantage. And then we already know that their creativity, their adaptability, their use of UAVs and a battle management system that apparently, I mean, is probably second to none in the world at this point, is going to give them a decisive advantage. And now with the firepower, with the mobility, I mean, I think it's going to be quite entertaining for those of us who really want to see them take the fight to the Russians. So I got my popcorn ready.
Well, I'm gonna have to let Alan and Markers and others deal with this for. I need about 10 minutes to get situated, but I will say this: I'm not sure they're gonna go at any time. I think I'm not a Ukrainian general, obviously, and I think that if they know they're getting a really serious package that's coming in, and they want to use that for what they intend to do to liberate their country, they might want to wait a bit just to get everything in order. Not 100% sure. I suspect that's in the cards, but I could be wrong. It could be something they just do anyway. Either way, I'll just jump back in about 10 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and over to you, Alan or Markers, whoever's up.
Well, we'll look for you to come back, Yehuda, in 10, 15 minutes or so. It's always great to see you. And I will just take this opportunity to ask listeners to retweet this space, MriyaReport.org, MriyaReport.org. If you have a moment, please go to MriyaAid.org and take a look at what you can do with a contribution. Small or large, it makes no difference. It's a contribution that will enable Maria Aid to send life-saving supplies to Ukraine. I'd appreciate it if you take a moment and take that step. Mockers, where do we want to go with the conversation right now?
Well,
Actually, do you want to just tell people, Markers, about the implications of the 501c3 that Alan just mentioned? A lot of people, Alan, have talked about having the ability to now be able to have their companies donate in kind, match donations that are given to Maria Aid. So upcoming in the next week or two, we will have a portal on our own page at Maria Report where you can click on the Marine Aid logo there, and receive a 501(c)(3) receipt that you can use if you're in the United States for your taxes. And additionally, for those in the States who did reach out to us, they said their companies, we have hundreds of messages. Our company matches our donation, and they send it out in a newsletter and let other employees know. So that's coming. We just got the 501 designation I think 2 days ago, and they backdated it to when we applied, which was I think 2 weeks before that. Either way, it's really great news. So I just want to make sure that we could share that with all of you.
Oh, it's fabulous news, especially for American listeners. I hope you caught what Yehuda just said. MriyaReport is now an official 501(c)(3). This enables you to make a contribution and claim a tax, not tax refund, but you know what I'm saying. And so watch this space. We'll bring you more news about it. But it does mean, as Yehuda said, if you work for a company that matches charitable donations, you can request your donation to be matched by your company. And this will make a tremendous difference. So please watch this space. We'll bring you news about it. You can go to MriyaReport.org and see news about it and keep abreast of what is happening, because big things are happening here at Mariya Report. Mockers?
Hello there. I know that there's been an awful lot of news about things being given to Ukraine. The list is so long that I only read half of it, and I'd run out of flipping, energy, and I had to have a drink. And so, yeah, the list is incredible, but it still doesn't contain the very thing that we've been asking for. However, I'm just being told that 1,000 tanks is more than 2 times the visually confirmed losses for Ukraine. So that figure may have been incorrect. That just information that I'm getting. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah. There is a rumor. There is information that the Netherlands are thinking about F-16s. They have actually made an announcement that I've just lost it. Sorry, apologies. Twitter, I'm rude. That they can supply F-16s to Ukraine. And there is also, it states here, the US will support the transfer. So that, no problems there with supplying that with regards to the US. Sorry, my brain switched off for a moment. It does that from time to time. Apologies. So, yeah, there is a possibility of F-16s. This Ramstein was all about tanks. And there is a suggestion that the next Ramstein may be all about fixed-wing aircraft. And, well, let's just see, shall we? Daryl's come to join us. Hello, Daryl.
Hey, hello, Marcus. I didn't know I was looking at the other page real quick, and I didn't know you had already brought me up. My sound didn't change.
I was sneaky like that, ninjas.
Good evening, all. How y'all doing?
You know, Daryl, we're all good. I am so happy to see you because I'm going to take this opportunity to say goodnight and catch up on some sleep I desperately need because I've crossed too many time zones in too few days. And with that, mockers, I will bid you good night. And I think Daryl has like an hour that he can possibly join you. And of course, I will listen because there's no better way to stay awake all night than listening to the Maria Report, which I frequently do. The only place I actually listen 24 hours a day. Is there something wrong with that?
How many times have any of us and all of us have done it? I think, Alan. You get some rest, buddy. I know y'all been traveling all over Europe and whatnot, so I know the feeling.
Well, thanks, Daryl. Great to see you. Thank you, mockers, as always. The voice I wish I had, and I'm practicing. And with that, I'm going to say goodnight and Slava Ukraini.
Herum Slava.
Slava. So we've broken Alan. Goodbye, Alan, and enjoy your sleep. We don't know what that is, do we, Daryl?
Yeah, no. Yes and no. Sometimes when I'm on the road, I don't sleep very well, so I don't get to sleep until I actually get home at times, and I know it's crazy. You can be in beds everywhere, you know. You'll be tired, you lay in, and you don't even. You'll sit there and you'll toss and turn, until you're just absolutely exhausted before you pass out.
Well, you get to listen to my voice, so maybe that will help people sleep easier, especially in the UK and in the European areas. They've got to get up tomorrow and listen to Joman's beautiful voice anyway. He's like my favourite voice.
Marcus, I'm gonna ask you a question. Am I on mute? Because I keep turning off my mic and it comes back on its own. And I think I got a little bit of a glitch. So let me cycle down, do a bunch of stuff, come back up because every time I hit my button to mute, it comes back on. So let me do that real quick.
That'll be the Twitter pox crash.
Okay. All right. Let me come back.
LR, you've got your hand up. Go ahead, my friend.
Thanks, Markers. I've got a quick question while Daryl recycles. Do you know, will the second half of Thomas Tyner's talk from a week and a half or 2 weeks ago be getting posted at some point?
Yes, absolutely will. We've had a bit of a backup with the video and sound editing situation. So as a result, yes, we've got new people on it and they're going to sort it all out as soon as possible. So yeah, thank you for asking. It will be up on Spotify as soon as we can. It's one of those things which is on the list.
Got it. Thank you.
No worries. And yeah, that's right. You can listen to all our previous interviews. And we pop them up on Spotify as soon as we can. And we're... Oh, hello. Sorry, I've just received a message. So any of the Thomas Steiner interviews that we've had in the past, you can go and listen to. I believe they are still our most popular interviews on there. He's a very frank, very personable gent, and I particularly like how he always confirms that he still hates the Russians. That's very important to him.
He's very
And I
entertaining.
can fully understand that.
He's very entertaining, and one of the few reasons I still use Twitter.
Yes, in fact, that's what I was just looking at. I've just been sent a tweet by him about the countries that use Leopard tanks. So all these European countries, I'm going to pop it in the nest, I think. Just pop it in the nest for you so you can all have a look at it. So on the left picture, European countries that use Leopard 2 tanks and therefore already have training and maintenance facilities. And on the right, European countries that use M1A2 Abram tanks and therefore have training and maintenance facilities, which you can see is 0. And so that is why, or one of the reasons why, Leopard 2 tanks are also perfect for this situation. Everything's there on hand, and it does seem utterly bonkers to be getting in the way of that decision. Daryl, how are you doing now? Now you're just muted. I can talk about you, can I? And you won't be able to answer me. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is, mate, but I will expect that you will sort it out at some point. No, still no better. Oh well, everyone gets to listen to me. So I can tell you a little bit about what I've been doing behind the scenes, the MriyaReport. You may have heard a lot more from me recently, and you will probably find that I'm here quite a bit because I just can't stay away. Sorry, guys, you're stuck with me. And so I'm helping develop new co-hosts and people who can help us just by spreading the word and keeping people interested in the subject that is the Russian invasion of Ukraine, because it's something that, you know, we see it fall out of the news cycle from time to time, and I find that very frustrating. I find it incredibly blind. You know, I appreciate all the things happen in the world that the news needs to report on, but this is something which is, we haven't seen this sort of thing since World War II. And the fact that people cannot see quite blatantly that there's, sorry, that was my cat sneezing in the background. That was amazing. So the fact that people cannot sort of see that this is a blatant genocide, and, you know, I hate to talk about it, but it quite clearly is. And that just is something that I cannot stand idly by and not open my eyes and speak up about. I'm going to have a drink before I run out of voice. There we go, that's better. So, yeah, if you're also one of those people who feels the same, you can come and talk to us here. Raise your voice and if there's anything you want to tell me about things that are going on in Ukraine or things that relate to Ukraine, I'm always here to talk to you because I'm that kind of girl. I like to listen and I like to talk a lot.
So what's in the glass?
Vimto.
You can't tell? Okay.
No, it's Vimto, honestly. No, I don't tend to drink. I'm not that kind of girl. I know. I party in different ways.
Okay. Let's see. It seems that I got everything I need now.
Hooray! You're finally fixed. I like that. Thank you,
Yeah.
Darren, because I've got to say, I know Jack
When
about
you said
tanks.
that, when you said you're fixed, I was like, damn, how does she know? Never mind. But anyway, it seems
I know
that
how
I
many
have all
children
of
you
my
have now.
facilities now. It seems I have all of my facilities now. I can bring folks up, but
Woohoo! Let's celebrate. And I see you've brought Prince Heather up. Hello, Prince. How are you?
Give me about 30 more seconds before I can talk. I'm coming, Walkers. I'm coming.
She put a cape on and everything. I'll go to Balance in the meantime then. Go ahead, Balance.
Hey, Markers. I have a couple questions about recently it seems to me there's been this whole discovery of Twitter Spaces by a multitude of high profile individuals, large followings. And over the course of the last few days, I've just listened to a couple of spaces where individuals are, it seems to me, and this is just the best way that I can describe it, there's this sort of convoluted interthreading of various things that are going on I'm just going to use America as the reference because this was the one utilized, where these individuals who are making an argument against continuing to support Ukraine, they thread in all of these extra circumstances going on with respect to domestic policy, the border of the United States, the southern border of the United States, and all of these extra things that that help people who are not as aware or even nearly aware of why in fact the United States is helping Ukraine. So my question is this: I was wondering if either you or Axel or Yehuda or any of the people on the space could help provide sort of like a quick guide or insights on how to refute. I mean, I know how to utilize logic and obviously asking to separate those issues and really look at them in singular manner. But when people start using illogical arguments and start to reach for things, it becomes overtly frustrating. And so my question is there a way to be able to refute that argument of, we shouldn't be there, we shouldn't be involved, we don't have any interest in this, so on and so forth. Look at our border, look at the, price of this and that and all of that. So if in fact you are refuting that argument, I guess I'll make my question more defined. If you are refuting that argument, instead of just calling it nonsense, and instead of just shifting to the side, what are the top 3 things that you or the others state when defending the Western countries, more specifically the United States' involvement in the battle for against Russia's invasion of Ukraine? What are the top 3 reasons why America should be involved? If you could help me with that, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Marcus, you mind if I go at it for a second?
By all means. Although I was just going to say, you listened to the space with Sarah in tonight, didn't you? Sarah Cirillo?
Yeah, I listened to a little bit of it, probably the last 40 minutes, but no, that wasn't really the one because the person that Sarah was quote debating, um, and I use that term really loosely. I mean, there's a lot of ridiculous that comes from there. So I no, that wasn't specifically. It was a few spaces over the
Yeah,
course of the last 48 hours that
terrible.
have 1,500, 2,000 people that are in those spaces um that are, this the space with Sarah. Yes, I did hear some of it, but that's not specifically the one that struck me to ask this question.
Okay. It's just, I mean, obviously, them spaces are set up and hosted by people who are specifically pushing a particular narrative and their pretzel type logic. Um, and I'm going to hand over to Daryl in a moment to answer your question fully. But I believe Sarah gave quite some good pushback in her own rights, and there are an awful lot of tweets attached to it saying that she'd sort of held her own up until the point where he just continued to interrupt her and basically got rid of her so that she couldn't continue to refute his nonsense. Yeah, that was just something that I wanted to add in there. Daryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I think, sorry, Daryl, one thing. I think the notion of holding her own, yes, absolutely, no question. But I think that by helping shrink wrap the reasons why America is helping, I know why I feel it's important for the United States to continue to help and to help Ukraine. It took me time to understand it. I admit that, but when I started to see the atrocities that were occurring, it was like, okay, this is not okay. And so the basic logic aspect of it, that I view it as just a human, made me say, okay, we must help, we must be involved. But beyond that, um what are some of the other what is some additional ammo that you could provide me and possibly others that may desire so, the top 3 reasons why we should be involved in Ukraine? I would appreciate that.
Daryl, fire at will.
First of all, what's the cost of us not entering and helping Ukraine? That's they always want to bring up dollars when they are trying to make these arguments. Oh, it's expensive, or we have other issues. First of all, there was one party in Congress that had complete control of Congress from about 2014, 15 on to about 2020 or so. Um, what items did they pass to alleviate that problem? None. So they always want to push back and say it's the Democrats' fault. It's not, because they didn't do anything while they were there. It's going to take It's going to take people having courage to be able to change laws to correct some of the issues that we have on the border, and neither party has, or there's not enough votes on either side for it to happen. Cost. The war, if this war is costing us now, they should think about what it would cost if Russia had control of a larger section of the gas reserves in the world. They have before, at the beginning of this war, tried to use gas as a weapon. They will continue to use fertilizers as a weapon. They think the cost of fertilizer is up. Now, think about it, if the largest producer of fertilizer in the world had more control, it would be even more expensive. Our agricultural industry would suffer even more. Okay? When you talk about oil, fuel, they would control a larger section of fuel oil. where right now their reserves are dropping. I mean, what they're able to produce is dropping. The rest of the world and the U.S. in this case is taking on a larger share of production in the world. I think that's a good thing, because we don't want them to completely drop out. But if they cannot be a aggressor in the oil industry, it makes it a lot safer for everyone around the world on prices. When we talk about humanitarian, let's go to the humanitarian side. If we allow Russia to run over Ukraine, Europe would be next. And if they say no, then you point them to Putin's own statement of what he planned to do if they don't believe it. And then show them a map of Africa where places where Wagner has already had a foothold and how turbulent that area is right now. And then you can take that and start going to South America, and they start problems down there. That is going to be a direct effect on our border, because if those places are unstable, those people will move and try to leave the horrors of a war and end up on our southern border. If we can create a peaceful environment around the world by defeating Russia here and now, the benefit will be being able to solve problems elsewhere, helping countries solve their problems peacefully, thus relieving some of the pressure of people wanting to leave their own countries, and thus taking the pressure off of us, and that cost going down of what they're saying. Those are three right there. But if they are willing to listen, is the issue.
Yeah, I I appreciate it, Daryl. Those are helpful, and it's interesting because they're not anything I don't know, but I think, like I said, sort of shrink wrapping the message to help define it quickly so that it can get squeaked in, during the banter and the stupidity. It's helpful to hear it just put simply, as opposed to these complex arguments, um, made by others that take more time and more astute knowledge and a willingness to listen. So thank you.
Balance. Do you have kids?
I do.
Talk to them like children, where you have to explain to them very simply how they need to behave, how they need to do their work, how they need to listen and work with others. You speak to them in the same tone, and if they try to talk over you, you just remain silent until they're finished, and you ask them, "Are you finished?" so that I can speak now. And then either they will listen, or they will, they are not reachable. You have to look. There are people that are not reachable until it's too late. There was a lot of people that effed around and found out about COVID. They're not with us anymore. But don't ever bring up COVID with them, because you will just get drowned out and lose. So,
Well, that's what I mean. Healthcare. Look, healthcare is where I live, so I have no problem debating COVID with people.
But
Ukraine,
what I'm saying,
and
but you know
I
how
get
that
your point is
how
well
that
taken.
you know
I get it.
yeah you know how that argument went. So I would just speak calmly like you're talking to your children. That's the easiest way you can do it. Either they will listen and go research, if they have the willingness to really grasp the issue, or they will go back to their silos, and they'll be none the wiser. but at least they would have been told.
Right. Final note, I witnessed there's a person on Twitter named Intel Schizo that spent a lot of time yesterday in a room that's led by an individual who I don't feel I need to share his name or anything, but he's a businessman with a lot of followers and nearly 1 million followers, and really sort of exposed himself as someone who just believes bullshit, frankly. And he did a really remarkable job with a few other people to do exactly what you said, remained calm, waited for an opportunity to speak, brought up cogent, points, was able to refute some of the, illogical statements. And then when, some individuals in the space that were allowed to speak started to thread in other things, he was able to detach them from the circumstance. And frankly, after about 30 minutes of really, well, it was more like an hour of really focused on his side conversation. On their side, it was like this undulating conversation, that just like yelling, shouty, kind of aggressive, but not really, more kind of rooted in ignorance, not so much like Russian misinformation, but more so just ignorance, like it's just lack of awareness, lack of insight. And he really did a remarkable job, him and a few others. And it's hard for me to remember the Twitter handles of the other individuals, except for Intel Schizo, which I know quite well, seen him in a multitude of spaces. Did really a great job. But nevertheless, thank you so much, Daryl. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate what you guys do on this space. I've been listening since nearly the first day that with Yehuda, sort of following him around Twitter since the invasion. So yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate you guys.
No worries. Thank you.
Now, that appears to have brought some opinions. So, John, go ahead.
Yeah, hi. I dropped into the Sarah quote unquote debate tonight, just to sort of give her a bit of support, I suppose. But it made me think about a few things, to be honest with you. I felt pretty soiled afterwards. It made me realise what a low form of discussion ad hominem argument is. I thought she did her best, but there was quite a lot of abuse, and to be fair, she stood up to that pretty well. I couldn't listen to it for too long, to be honest with you. It just seemed like really toxic. But there was this weird sort of system of argument from the person she was talking to, or the person who was talking over her, we'll put it that way, which is just these like mad factoids that were unsupported and really a sort of a small fraction of the truth of what's, even I know, missing in the ocean of context. And it was quite interesting because I then sort of Wikipedia'd them and was able to pick apart some of the argument. And as somebody had said, a couple of people dropped in. There was a follow-up debate as well, where a couple of other people, some of whom are known to the space, dropped in. But I kind of questioned, just hearing people being shouted down. I just questioned there's a war on. I'm not sure debates are worth much anymore. I don't think anybody in that space would have been influenced either way. There were a couple of very still, quiet, reasonable voices, particularly in the follow-up discussion, who were ignored. And I think reasons like the wrong tool to be using at this time. It made me worry that so many people in the United States support that kind of argument. I think it's really important that spaces like this continue and are healthy and heard and continue to exist for the people, so that people on the opposite side of somewhere to come. And maybe think about the event that's going on in Conway Hall in the United Kingdom in a couple of weeks' time. I thought about going there and raising a voice. And now I think it should just be stopped because I'm generally not in favour of cancel culture, but when there's a war on, I think that's the time to do it.
I do believe that, yes, the details have been passed to the NAFO. And so we'll see what they can do with that. I'm sure they've got some jolly good ideas. We've got some hands up, so I'll go through the hands.
Yeah, just 1 second, Marcus. One of the things here in the States you have to understand about some of the people that vote, and this is on both sides, somewhat. With the MAGA crowd, they are a minority even within the Republican Party. However, the reason why their voices are loud is because those that are not necessarily in favor of everything that they do, they need them to win. And so they put up with that voice. Although you have, leaders, people in the party that are very, they can be reasonable, they can be talked to. They still need them in order to be there. And so it's toxic even for them. Um, uh, think about Adam Kissinger. He did not want to remain in Congress because he would have had to probably side with them in order to keep his seat. He did not. He refused to. And there, he just like her name. Trying to remember her name at the second. But anyway, the senator, she lost her seat for the same reason. She refused to kowtow to that brand.
You're thinking of Liz,
And
also a
Liz Cheney. Yeah, Liz Cheney. There you go. Her name escaped me for a second, Prince. Thank you. But you have those that are just Republican. They've never voted outside of Republican. They may not agree with MAGA, but they could never vote Democrat because of family. Family says, we've been Republican, or just like Democrats, we've been Democrats our whole life. We're not, it would be a crime to vote for the other side in our, in our family, blah, blah, blah. And so they just routinely just check the R or check the D without thinking about the issues or the person that is in that on the ballot. And then you have those that actually think about it. They are more concerned about the issues, and they are truly engaged, and they are, either Dem or Republican. And so that's your makeup of the people on both sides, because you have the far left. I say MAGA because they have a list, but on the left, you have the people that are just far left, and they have their issues. And just like this Congress, where they had problems getting the votes, Pelosi, she had to negotiate and talk over with that caucus in order to gain the votes. It just was not as they were not as numerous, and they weren't as staunch in their their positions against Pelosi. So that's the difference, what you see, and that's why you see all of this, but the voices are loudest on the extremes because that's what the news will pick up.
Yeah, that's a very good point about the loudest always get heard, obviously, because they shout over everyone. Now, I believe that hands start with LR.
Thanks, Markers. In addition to the 3 items that Daryl offered, I would like to just put one forward. And that one is we, in spite of how, we may all not be completely satisfied with a democratic system and the fact that there are, a variety of different opinions, at least we have the opportunity to express those opinions and vote. What we are at war with in Ukraine is the difference between a free democratic society that operates under the rule of law versus, an autocratic, kleptocratic, information bubble society that controls their people, that doesn't allow dissent, that doesn't allow, people to form their own opinions, and if they express opinions that are not, supportive of the powers that be, those people end up in prison. And these people who are making these arguments, would not be able to make those arguments if they lived in an autocratic society that just basically shut them down and put them in prison. So they should at least realize that whether they agree 100% with all the policies of this country, they have that capability, that right, and that's a really fundamental thing. The people in that live in autocratic societies, do they have a right to really dissent against the war in Ukraine or the fact that their leader is threatening the world with nuclear arms? I mean, no, they really don't. And that's the fundamental difference between, what we stand for in the West and what Putin and some of the other regimes that will remain unnamed stand for elsewhere. And we're fighting this war basically on behalf of those free democratic societies, as imperfect as they may be, but they are the ones that are the most economically vibrant, the ones that provide the most rights to their individual citizens, and the ones that, for the most part, live peaceably with their neighbors in the world. And our world is so interconnected at this point that we have no chance of having an economic solution or a good economic world to live in where there's opportunity for people if we don't live in a world that's ruled by the rule of law. So that's all I wanted to add.
Thank you, LR. Markers, who's next?
It's Jens. Go ahead, Jens.
Oh, well, I'm from Europe, so I'm not, really into the American debate. But I always try to gauge if my participation, if it's a good faith debate or if I'm just amplifying something negative. And although I've listened to MriyaReport for a long time, so I should know the ins and out of, gas prices and stuff. I just try to, for me personally, I try to keep it simple about a genocide in Europe. I think that is very much Europe's business and maybe even Europe's allies' business. So for me, sometimes when I see these long and passionate and heated debates, it's not always I find them to be productive, and so I keep on the sideline.
May I say again really quick?
Go ahead,
Thank
Prince.
you. It's not really on this topic, but Jens, I want to give you a huge compliment in invoking a Scaramucci as a timeline. I am very impressed by your knowledge of what a Scaramucci would be as far as a timeline, which I believe is about 10 days. So thank you. I really appreciated that.
Whether he was, whether I agreed with him or disagreed with him, he did look very handsome with his, aviator sunglasses. That is all.
Thank you very
I
much.
don't know. I don't know where that came from, but okay.
He's
I guess that works for personality too. Looks work with
while
personality.
you were cycling up and down. And it, I was making something to eat and it just cracked me up. I started laughing so hard.
You pull one out of the hat there, Jens.
Go ahead, Martin. Welcome.
Hello, Martin.
Hi, Mockers and Daryl, Slava Ukraini. Sorry, I'll just turn the TV down. We're just watching, switching between the hockey game and the football play. Giants playing Philadelphia. Geez. Anyways, I just wanted to just touch on what John said. I too listened to that debate on the other Twitter site earlier, and our friend Sarah was, she was superb and she stuck to the facts, but it's so difficult when you go up against these, well, I hate to use the word, but I guess I will, these yahoos, these useful idiots, these dupes, these people who just seem to, or no, not seem to be, indeed are spouting Russian propaganda. I shouldn't be naive about it, but there are a lot of these individuals out there. At least they seem to congregate on those specific sites on Twitter. But full credit, 100% credit to Sarah. She was, I thought she was great under those really awkward, difficult, and should I say, stupid circumstances. And all I can say is thank goodness for MriyaReport, the one indispensable site for accurate, continuous information about Russia's genocidal war of aggression against Ukraine. And I'll just drop down now, go back to the football game and say, listen as well, and say Slava Ukrainian. Guys, keep up the good work.
Thank you, Martin. Wait a minute, you watching football or you watching hockey? Which one?
I switch between channels. I'm watching NHL tonight because Jets are playing Ottawa, so I'm watching that, and then we switch back to the only time I'll ever turn to Fox is to watch football, and I want to see the Giants. My man Saquon Barkley, what a great running back! He's got a big job ahead of him against Philly, but I'm hoping. Nevertheless, I'm expecting a good game. NFL playoffs. I don't have to tell you, Daryl.
I know my team just got knocked out. The Jags.
Yeah. Oh,
we got knocked out.
You talking about the Jags?
Yeah, we got knocked out.
Well, you know what? And Patrick Mahomes, that injury, that guy's a warrior. You got to give him credit. Wow. That was a bad injury. But listen, the Jags are a good team, up against also, as you know, a great team. So, yeah, good. These guys are just such extraordinary athletes. It's just fun to watch them. Just amazing. Talk to you later. I'm going to drop down to listener.
All right. Thanks,
Martin. Sorry, Daryl.
Yeah.
But we got to talking last night about hockey players in Ukraine, and I believe, yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, you went to the game there with the Ukraine.
Couple weeks ago. Yeah, it was the Ukrainian men's national under 25 team, and they were in Western Canada playing a series of exhibition games against university teams. And so my partner Jen and I were at the game at the Canada Life Center, home of the Winnipeg Jets of the NHL, to see the Ukrainian men's team play the University of Manitoba Bisons. And the Ukrainian team won 5-1. I think it was their only victory in 3 or 4 games in Western Canada. But that was almost beside the point, because I said after the game I came up to MriyaReport, and a couple times I commented. It was a sense of solidarity support and the great spirit in the crowd. So many people of Ukrainian descent, and we have thousands of refugees from Ukraine here now, and there were quite a contingent of them at the game, and I had the opportunity to talk to a few of them, including some young people, high school students, and it warmed my heart and it made me feel really pleased at what the Canadian government has done and is doing by bringing in so many of these refugees and by showing so much support to them, as well as amongst the populace in general here in Canada, and specifically in Winnipeg and the province of Manitoba. So a long-winded way. Of course I was at that game. It was fun, a lot of fun, and it was. Let me just say that the Ukrainian team, their spokesperson and a couple of their players said how much they enjoyed playing for the first time in an NHL rink. So full credit as well to the owners of the Jets, True North Enterprises, and specifically owner Mark Chipman for letting them use the Canada Life Center for the game. It was really good, and Slava Ukraini. Does that answer your question, Prince?
Yes, it does. And actually, I sent Nancy a message because it was Nancy and I that were talking about it last night, late time, even later her time. So I bet Nancy, I'm sorry for totally taking over there, Daryl, but I think Nancy might have something to ask Martin too.
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask me anything, especially if it's related to sports.
Yeah. So any gauge on how many people were at that hockey game?
Oh yeah, at least 8,500. Would you say? Yeah, at least 8,500. It was a big crowd. Yeah, and as I say, some of them probably, especially the Ukrainian refugees, for the first time at a hockey game. But it was good to see, and it shows you the value of sports in bringing people together, in building understanding and support for a cause, a particular issue as well. And I've always said, sports is more than just an athletic pursuit. Sports is, of course, as we know, a part of our culture. And so this was just a really good way of using sports to reinforce all of those things. Hope I'm making sense, but really good crowd. And there have been Ukrainian hockey players who have played in the NHL. There was a player who played, I forgot his name. He was from Ukraine, and he played with Pittsburgh Penguins. He was on the team that in 2009, when the Pens, the current incarnation of the Pens, with my man Sidney Crosby, won their first Stanley Cup. Oh, I forgot his name, but he played in the NHL, and he was from Ukraine. So Ukrainian athletes are incredible. And by the way, let's not forget, speaking of Ukrainian athletes, God, I'm blabbing. One of the world's strongest men is from Ukraine. He won the 2020 World's Strongest Man competition, and always has since placed in the top 5 or top 3 of the competition. Young guy, he's 25, 26, which is relatively young for the strongman competition. I just love all sports, so I follow whatever I can, and so they've got a history in Ukraine, of course, of producing really outstanding athletes. And if we can support that and encourage that, and help them develop it as they rebuild their country after they defeat the genocidal invaders, that'll be one more wonderful contribution that we in the West can make to Ukraine. So I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, and if I can follow up real quick, I'm actually looking right now at pictures that were sent to me yesterday when we were talking about hockey and sports in general, but hockey in specific.
Sure.
I'm looking at pictures that another listener, who unfortunately isn't in the audience tonight, but he sent pictures because he and friends were also at that same game with
Okay.
the Ukrainian national hockey team.
Great.
And he said that some nice things happened. The guy next to me asked if I was Ukrainian because I was, I had a Ukrainian flag with me. And I said, no, I was Latino. And he stood up and gave me a hug and said I was welcome into the Ukrainian community. That's just how much it meant to them. And I just wanted to share that with you too, Martin.
Oh, that was brilliant! Absolutely brilliant. What was good was the Husli men's Ukrainian men's choir singing both national anthems. That was really stirring. They're an incredible choir, and when they were singing both national anthems, I just felt a chill go up my spine. It was, I'm in a good way. It was just very powerful, very moving, and I just said, "Wow, that was just such a wonderful thing to have done, to have the choir sing the national anthems, and especially this, as I say, the Husli men's Ukrainian choir. They were fabulous. Yeah, fantastic, just fantastic. I hope we have more sporting exchanges with Ukraine. I really feel we should be encouraging that, in all sports, whether it's hockey or soccer or whatever the sport is. It's immaterial. I think that's one way, again, of showing our support and our appreciation for the country that is currently under the onslaught of this cruel and horrible regime in Russia. But they will win. They will win. Slava Ukraini, Heroam Slava. They will win. And we will all be better off for it when they do, and drive the genocidal invaders back home. So, okay, that's it for me, guys. I'm going to drop down to listener and keep up the good work, and going to go back to listening to you guys and watching hockey and switching over to football.
All right, thank you, Martin. It sounds like you got your man cave or the living room all set up and going there. All right. I had two other hands here. I had JT and y'all. If you guys would please, y'all, if you would please raise your hand if you are here to speak. If you just happen to push the button by mistake, then I would ask that you just drop yourself down to listener. But there you go. All right. So JT, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment or two about the other conversation and regarding just the rationale for for this, what all started. But I do live in the United States, and what's forgotten in this entire situation was that the United States and Great Britain were guarantors of the Budapest Agreement when Ukraine gave 2,000 nuclear weapons back to Russia. And not only contractually, but also just.
Well, we guarantee. Well, JT.
Yes.
JT, just real quick. We did. The only thing that we guaranteed is that we, the U.S. and Russia, would not attack
right.
Ukraine. That's what that guarantee was.
And part of it wasn't part
Russia,
of it though as well to
Russia
wasn't part of it as well to honor their border and their sovereignty. That's what I was trying to say, which is important.
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
Which is, I would imagine, one of the reasons the United States felt so compelled to come to the aid of Ukraine. And on top of that, like you were talking, Daryl, about just the large amount of natural resources that Ukraine has in that country, how detrimental that would be to fall into Russian hands. And I'm sure that was part of the rationale going into Ukraine, how flawed it was, and all the innocent people they'd killed. But at this point, I don't really see a good reason, and I think that's one of the reasons the United States, at least, you've seen bipartisan support of helping to finance and get weapons in the hands of Ukrainians and train them.
You did see Lindsey Graham and the two other
Yeah.
Democratic senators yesterday, and he's standing right up for it. So
he is. Yep.
He just needs a lot more help on his side, and whatever ones that we have on the Democratic side, they need to just come get right with the Lord and get on it.
Right.
You
And if
you understand?
right. Yeah, and if you look at the history of Europe, and even from World War II and on, and I know Patton is well known for his quotes on just what a problem that that Russia was going to be from then on, and that's proven to be true. Whether all the neighbors they've attacked, and I just don't think that the world cannot support each other and make sure that that the Russian army stopped at this point. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
All right, thank you, JT. Real quick, JT, what's your favorite item on the list of things that was sent to Ukraine? What's your favorite thing?
I liked the fact that it was long, like you guys were talking about, but I like the additional support, just the artillery pieces. I do like the fact that the United States stepped up and sent more Bradleys. I think 50 is, considering the size of our military and the pieces that are sitting out there, I think that's going to help. I think the infantry fighting vehicles that they sent. What was it, Daryl? You were talking about the Strikers that once upon a time that you were used back in your service time. But I just think that we need to hold this coalition together. War. If you look back at wars, you look at Vietnam in the United States. There was so much politics involved. It hurt the soldiers. It hurt the overall performance of the military. And honestly, I know that this isn't a European war against Russia, but I do wish that once the Europeans, United States, the countries that have decided to support it, I wish that there was a set of generals that would make these decisions and that countries would abide to them. Unfortunately, anytime you get politics involved in war, extra people die, which is unfortunate. But I do look forward to the days. I'm watching the football game right now. I played hockey growing up. I am getting into soccer too. I had one of my kids that played soccer. So Europe, whether it's European football or American football, most of us on this program want to watch our kids grow up, want to spend time with family and friends. And unfortunately, all the Russian TV I've watched over the past year, I just can't believe that there's a country out there that thinks this way. It's mind-boggling in 2023, but here we are. So stay together, stay strong. Europeans, you guys are right on the doorstep there of some fanatical folks that only respond to force, unfortunately. At least that's my opinion.
Hey, we share an opinion, so there's nothing wrong with that. And I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
All right, y'all. Let me ask you first. How do you pronounce it? Is it y'all or Joe?
It's Jarl Varl, but it's not my real name for obvious reasons.
Okay. All right. Let me ask. First question. What's your favorite item on the list of things that were sent?
Well, the Bradleys are cool, but personally for me, it's more aid equipment to save lives on the battlefield, stuff like that. That's always appreciated because it's always in dire need. We've seen, I forgot her name, De facto, I think. She's the Canadian volunteer. One of the things she always does is get medical aid and other stuff that it goes a little bit unnoticed in terms of what gets supplied to the troops, but it's always necessary. So I'm always appreciated by countries that are donating that stuff, but obviously the weapons as well. They're definitely needed.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. All right. So, what's your comment question now?
Well, I've also watched the debate a little earlier. I just want to commend the person. I think it was Sasha. She was very um, how do you say that? That she didn't fall for the bait that the other person was throwing. It's his shtick. It's what he does. He's pushing Russian propaganda. We all know it, but he doesn't really care about it. All he wants is the bag. He's a grifter. That's the thing they do. Um, the thing with a guy like him is you have to respond, but you have to respond with facts, either facts or ridiculing him, which is very easy. I think a lot of fellas in the chat here know how easy it is to dunk on him. The facts that he posted, where he was citing the official sources, even speak against him. So it's super easy. Just don't let him get to you in the mind games. That's all I wanted to say, because he hangs out with people who claim to have been living in Kharkiv for a very long time, when we don't really know if it's true. And they spout the exact same BS. That's just it. Unsubstantiated claims, just because they want it to be true. Claim to be pro-Ukrainian, but we all know it's not true for people like that. That's what I wanted to say. And Slava Ukraini, and I'll try and support them from Belgium on my side.
Adam Slava. That was the question I was getting ready to ask you. Where are you hailing from? Belgium. Okay.
Belgium, yeah. I just want to say quickly, we're about to be hosting 200 families, roughly. Hopefully somewhere around April, if the war isn't done by then, which we all hope for. I can assume, and they're very welcome. And they're like one street away from me where they are putting up the village, so they'll get a very warm welcome from me. That's my piece.
Well, I'm sure they will appreciate it. They tend to be very good neighbors wherever they've been. Although many will like to return to their own home, so you may have a short-term neighbor, but you will definitely have neighbors that will contribute to your society. That's the other side of what we've seen. They go in, they open businesses, and or they 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 just openly contribute, whichever way they can. They do not come into countries looking to just sit by and watch. They usually are active. So um, that's something that they'll look forward to.
Yeah, it's a stupid misconception by prejudice throughout the years, but I work in the transport sector, and I've met a lot of people, a lot of them from Eastern Europe, and despite what people are saying, most of it is just blatantly untrue, if not everything. Especially now with what's going on in Ukraine, obviously we see more and more Ukrainian truckers who have to come here to provide for their family. Most of the Polish and Romanian truckers, they're used to being around in countries like France and Belgium. A lot of them speak French, German, English very well. The Ukrainians are a little bit more hesitant because it's not always new for them and stuff. But even if it's something stupid like the wallpaper on my phone, that shows the trident, I think. Immediately they feel that they're welcome, and that's all they need. That they're not being ostracized, that they're not being just like looked down upon and stuff like that. And it's just awesome to see that they immediately know that they're welcome and that they're going to be helped if necessary. Because truck drivers, I just want to say that truck drivers, one of the most tough jobs and one of the most hardworking people in that kind of trade.
All right, great. I'm glad.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
it. Sorry.
oh, no worries, no worries. Hey, that's good info. Um, I love it when people come in; they can contribute to some of the things that they know and seen, and have lived in and around Ukrainian people. So it's all a plus for me.
Yeah,
Marcus.
Yeah, it's good to hear that there's still plenty of support in Belgium there, and I do believe that there will continue to be very strong support, because we know exactly why they're fighting this fight. It's absolutely obvious that it's a completely righteous cause, which they're, absolutely defending themselves against aggression from a neighbour. Absolutely nothing to do with anything other than wanting to have their country back and their lives back. And I don't see anything wrong with that. Prince, go ahead.
Thank you, Mockers. I have, just several. Well, actually, first of all, Jarl, I hope you have a good dragon deck, because the dragon deck always did me well with Yu-Gi-Oh. And I saw he popped down, but he said he was practically a professional Yu-Gi-Oh player, which is actually quite fun. I've seen several pieces of news in the last day that aren't necessarily military related, but are very interesting in my heart and mind. And one of them today was the coverage of President Zelensky and his wife attending the funerals of those who died in the helicopter crash this past week. And just looking at the video as it's playing here while I'm talking, of President Zelensky still in his typical wear that he has been wearing every single day of this invasion, not putting on a suit and tie to attend this funeral, but still wearing his pants and his sweatshirt, just like he did when he addressed the United States Congress and when he visited with the president, and to see him speaking to the families and tearing up and crying himself. What a leader. He's shown us in the last 11 months what a leader he is, but this just continues it. And to attend those funerals and to be okay to show that emotion in front of the people that he cares for, and in front of his country, and in front of the whole world, because I'm looking at a Sky News article that it's very admirable of the man, and it shows what this country is going through and how this country is coming together, with tragedies like the helicopter crash and everyday tragedies of losing soldiers and civilians in Ukraine. So that was just something I haven't heard talked about, that I just wanted to make sure was brought to a little bit of attention, and see if anybody else saw that and had any thoughts on it.
Yeah, I did see the video myself, and it was extremely moving. And it impresses me no end that Zelensky is the incredible leader that he is. He has no qualms about being human and showing his feelings. He has no need to be the strong man, because that's not what he's about. He's about humanity and that openness that he shows everybody. He's not the man in a suit, and in probably won't ever be now. I think I couldn't imagine him wearing a suit now. He absolutely looks fabulous in green. There is something else that I noted today, that the British Sea King helicopters have arrived in Ukraine. There was a nice little video of them all painted up in blue and yellow. and that was very nice to see. They have not disclosed the number of Sea King helicopters they received. Now, 4 were floated about, but that makes you wonder if there might have been 1 or 2 more. You never know.
And I've got something else. It's going to take me a second to find it. But I believe I saw something, I thought I saved it, about the UK decommissioning a couple of minesweeper ships and donating them to, yes, here it is. Decommissioned mine hunters HMS Ramsey and HMS Blythe of the Royal Navy have been renamed Cherskiny and Chernihiv. They will be handed over to the Ukrainian Navy, but still stationed at the British naval base in Clyde in Scotland. So, you know, it's the Royal Navy and the helicopter donations and seeing the Challengers first coming from Britain. These are all positive things. I realize that, you know, they're not going to be able to take these things into the Black Sea, into Ukrainian waters yet, but seeing these kinds of things happening are very encouraging, very good.
What that shows to me is preparation for the end of the war. Britain a number of times have said, let's get this finished, and not in the way of negotiation. They you know, there's been quite a few quite strong statements saying we need to get behind this fully and, you know, speed up this victory for Ukraine. And I think it's absolutely the right way to go. Obviously, being British, I'm right up for a fight. But that just goes to show there's a bit of foresight there, which maybe some other countries don't seem to have. And that is planning for the sorry, something just jumped up on my screen and I removed it and my brain went. So yeah, that's planning for after the war. And minesweeping vessels are going to be extremely important. The Black Sea is literally littered with mines now, and any sort of navigation through any part of there. I mean, we've seen them washing up on the sea shore at Odessa. We know people have gone swimming in the sea and come a cropper to a mine. So yeah, these things are really important, and it's basically the UK is, by doing that, saying, look, we're prepared to give you these to sort out the mine situation, or at least assist with the mine situation, because they're going to need a few more, I think.
You know, one of the funny things about that that minesweeper that they're sending them, one of the things Gunny had said is that the ones that minesweeper replaced, they actually kept the original minesweepers. So it's kind of funny. They gave away one that they were using in favor of the ones they had prior. I think that's the way. If I read Gunny's tweet right, they had the old one still, and they gave them the newer one.
That's sort of fabulous. But, you know, hey, if it works, it works, I hope.
Yep. Because, well, you got to think about this. It has a more dire need there with the newer technology than what the UK will be using to demine. The UK won't be demining very much at all, anything at all for right now. So why not give Ukraine something that that's actually better, and well, at least has the better technology, newer technology, because they're going to need it. It's a dire need. If I read his statement correctly.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Go on,
You guys do it. You guys did doing a lot of sneaky things there, so then that's on the good side.
Yeah, I've noticed things have been announced that, like, just out of the blue. It's just like, oh, we just found this in our back pocket, and it's on its way. And so it suggests to me that they found those a bit earlier and did some training on them, perhaps. So yeah, there's been a number of like surprises popped up on what they've been delivering from the UK. And I do believe very soon I'm going to go through that list again, just because I want to completely ruin my voice. And it's all for a good cause, because it's a long list.
Yes, it is. Marcus, there's something that's in the nest that you put up, and it's a map, and you're just killing me because I so want I want our Mr. Abrams to go to Kyiv. However, Mr. Thainer says, when you think about this, there's nowhere for there's none of your M1s are have any support in Europe. And I was like, wait a minute. And in his statement, he says there's no Abrams in Europe. And I'm like, wait a minute. What about Grafenberg? What have we been training on there? Where's the maintenance for those? Are we sending them over there, or is he speaking of just a actual M1 maintenance facility, which we don't actually build those nowhere in the world. An actual M1 maintenance facility. We can go to any ramp, have the parts sent, and if they have a M88, that's all they need. I'm not sure what he means by a facility, but that's his
Daryl?
argument. Yeah, go ahead.
I think his wording is very important here. European countries that use Leopard 2 tanks and therefore have training and maintenance facilities. So I think, I know that the United States, yes, we have forces in Europe that have the Abrams tanks there, but I think he was looking directly at the countries that use the Leopard tanks, or the Abrams tanks. I'm sorry. He was saying that the countries that use the Abrams tank, that as one of their main battle tanks, and there doesn't seem to be any, is what he's pointing out.
My only question to that is, do they have the Leopards because of cost? Or we haven't had the contracts. Yes, Poland wants them and they want to get the M1. I think they're one of the countries that want them. And so I'm just wondering if they don't have the M1 because of cost. And okay, I can see that. Countries, they want to use their dollars. They want to use their money and get as much as they can. And if an M1 costs, significantly more than a Leopard, they're going to go with the Leopard. But there was something that I saw, and I'm trying to. I want to find out which tank it is. Someone said one of the tanks you have to take the turret off to do maintenance on, and I wanted to find out, is that the Leopard or is that the Challenger, that you have to remove the turret to do maintenance on the engine, because unless that turret's very easy to come off, most tanks, at least the American tanks that I've worked with, you don't have to remove the turret to get the engine out. So that's just something that I would love to know, because I don't see that as something that's practical in the field. That's all.
Yeah, I have no answer for that.
No, I know you don't, but that's just one of my concerns.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But I'm not discounting what you said, because I think it's important stuff, and I'm betting somebody knows the answer. But we were talking about the mine ships that Britain is donating to Ukraine, but it triggered my mind for other mine related things, if that's okay if I talk about that for a second, because there was a great video that came out today. Of course, my screen just refreshed, of a remote mine clearing machine there in Ukraine. And also that came across I'm looking for the name of the thing because my screen refreshed and I totally lost it, which sort of makes me mad, but I know it's coming up right there. It is the Bozina 5, and it's one of the armed forces of Ukraine's machines that they are using to clear mines, and it's one of the tank looking ones. But I also then noticed today a tweet from our friend Ryan Hendrickson of Tip of the Spear, and he does a lot of landmine removing there in Ukraine, and he's stateside right now. And he posted that he's heading to DC to help raise awareness and try to gain some support in fundraising for the goal of 50 CEIA detectors for the April demining mission. So it's good to see that demining is being paid attention to, and as we've talked about in this space a lot, all the mines that will be littered around Ukraine is going to be a really big issue for years to come.
Point. One of the things you mentioned that, but I just was one of the thoughts I had in my mind before you started, was the point of Zelensky, and I wanted to get it out before we got too far away from it, and it's that this man is the father of a nation right now. He is their face around the world. He's the consoler of a nation. He is the motivator of the nation, and he's serving at his young age. He is serving as literally a father, shepherding his nation through this. And I just want, most of the countries around the world have their leaders are aged. And it's kind of easy to see a person with age be the leader and father if it came to that, of nations. But to see this young man do this, um, it's incredible. It's inspiring, and it is necessary. They needed someone to do this, male, female, but it is his age and his success at doing this that has drawn many people to his side. He can identify, young people can identify with him. Some, people middle aged, they can identify with him. They see somebody like themselves, not a old fogey. I'm going to say it that way, but not some old fogey. They see a young leader, and I just wanted to say that about him before we got too far away. Thanks.
Yeah, Daryl, I have another point about him, and it's something that I've slightly been noticing over the months. And I'm gonna wait until the 1 year anniversary to actually try to do it. Is the way he looks like he has aged in the last year. If you look at a picture of him, I want to look at a picture of him from the first day of the invasion till the 365 and the 365 day of the invasion, because I see his face has changed. He looks like he's aged a bit, which is completely understandable. He's doing a fabulous job and he's doing a wonderful job, but you can also see just in his appearance, and not just because he's, you know, not wearing suits anymore, but just in his appearance, he has aged. And I think that also speaks a lot of him, because he's not blowing it. Well, he wouldn't be able to do what he's doing if he was blowing anything off, but he's taking the burden of the whole country upon himself, and you can see that it's having an effect on him, and he is powering through and going through and not letting anything stop him.
That's 100%. 100%. We often see leaders age, as as their terms go through, because they get little sleep, they are stressed. But he's powering through, and I wish him all his health through all of this. Okay, now I'm gonna go to first Spring. Wait a minute, which one's Marker? Who was first, Dave, Spring?
It was me. Hi everyone. Good night, because it's very late here. Nice to listen to you and to Mockers and to Brains. I would like to tell Mockers that in the EU we miss Britain, because if they were still in the EU, they would be pushing the entire bloc, and I actually miss them a lot, coming from a country that has the oldest alliance with Britain. And about what you said about Zelensky, I totally agree with you, Daryl. It's the true leader of the freedom in our societies. So it's someone that we have to preserve, and I almost look at him with devotion, to be honest, and I listen carefully to everything that he says, because it's always important. It's and it has a quality in his messages that it's wonderful actually to have a leader. The problem right now in our Western society is that we have an enormous lack of leaders, and that is a pity. And the worst case scenario is Germany, as we've been watching. About the tanks, I would just would like to highlight that Europe has the responsibility to send those damn Leopards, because they are fabricated in Europe. They are nearby, and we can't be putting all the burden in the Americans. So I'm very, very annoyed with this German position, and I would squeeze as much as possible, even more Schultz and his entourage. Thank you.
Thank you, Spring. And before you go, I'm going to ask you the same question I asked everyone else. In the aid packages that have gone from Ramstein since the Ramstein meeting, what item is on your list as a top one?
It's the Leopards for sure.
Well, I mean, they're not on that list. So I mean, specifically from the list, what item strikes your fancy?
I'm not an expert in military subjects, but I know that the English are sending tanks, as far as I know, and I think also the French are sending some more weapons, as the Italians think. I think so too. But the major thing is that more tanks are needed, and that we need the Patriot in Ukraine to defend our civil population.
All right. I thank you for the answer. I wanted, folks, I'm going to be, if you come up, that's one question I'm going to ask you. Some of you are going to get an opposite question, which, what are you looking for that's not there? And don't say leopards. That's kind of obvious for everyone. But just have that answer ready because it's something I just, we want to get everybody involved, and we want to get opinions. We want to get everybody to voice, have a voice. All right. So, Marcus.
Yeah, I've noticed Thomas has come up to speak to us, and I know he's got a particular viewpoint with regards to being Asia US politics person. Sorry, my brain's gone. But I just wondered if Thomas had an opinion on how it's portrayed in Japan, perhaps.
Yeah, good morning from Tokyo, and thank you to Daryl and the other hosts and co-hosts for this space. Really appreciate checking in from time to time. I listened earlier today and got a good overview of the tank situation again, but as I just checked in now, I heard the discussion on mine clearing. So let me give you a little bit, if that was not covered, of what Japan is doing. And someone stop me if you already discussed this morning what Japan is doing, but some interesting developments. So
Go right
Japan,
No, go ahead.
okay,
Go ahead.
great. Okay, because I just caught the tail end of it, so I don't want to double over. So, anyways, Japan dispatched teams to Cambodia after the end of their civil war and developed through Tohoku University the ALIS system, which is a really great top of the line system. It's called ALIS by Professor Sato of Tohoku University. And they trained the Cambodians on it. And the Cambodians, got good at it. They're still working on it. It's going to take a number of years to clear all those out. And they have formed a tripartite association with Ukraine. I think it's the Emergency Services sector or section, I forget the name of the agency in Ukraine, along with the Cambodian organization that does the mine removal, and Japan's JICA, Japan International Cooperative Agency. So here's a couple of things that are going on. Number one, Prime Minister Hun Sen in Cambodia announced that they would bring Ukrainians to Cambodia to train on the system. And that training just finished. That training was 10 Ukrainians for a week-long period using the systems. Now, little Patron's doing a great job, so we don't want to steal his thunder over there in Chernihiv, but this system is really good. It can detect, of course, hands off so that it can distinguish between the bad stuff and what's just common metal that kind of sets off these machines otherwise. So the teams finished the training. They're going back, and then Japan now is going to give 4 of these systems very soon to start on it. I assume they're going to ramp it up and start sending out more. So it's kind of a good 3-way partnership between little Cambodia with their experience, and then the Japanese through JICA really with their technology. I think it's a great combination of mine removal experience along with Japanese technology. So that is on the way. Just wanted to addend that on to the comment about mines.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
Let me ask
so
you.
that's all
Thomas.
I just wanted to sign in on the mine issue before I have to go. The other issue was that the German leopard situation was pretty highly covered here in Tokyo. And the other issue, well, there's a lot of issues. The other one is that it looks like if all things go well and the security situation can be guaranteed, Prime Minister Kishida will visit Kiev in the middle of February to visit with Zelensky to affirm Japanese support, to also make a bilateral statement, really smacking the Russians. And that's now from their position of basically always having an omnidirectional foreign policy. But, you know, they've really woken up here and have really come up to speed on it. So that's the next thing. It's not decided yet. Just wanted to add that before I go on.
Thomas,
That's all.
Thomas, let me ask: did they give a timeline on how many of those units they could produce within a year?
No, I haven't seen that. It's a technology through Tohoku University, and I'll check it out if I can get the detail on how many of those can be produced. That's a good question. There are 4 on the way, that's for sure.
Yeah, 4 is better than 0, and anything and everything that can help, one, clear the fields, but also to keep the mind clearing personnel alive, the better. The more accurate it is, that means there are less false positives, which means there's less time digging up, say, just a large chunk of, say, a tractor piece of a tractor, or you know, a piece of a shell from a artillery piece. So that's real important in the time, you know, being able to do this in a timely manner as well.
You know, with the area the Russians have planted these, as you well know, there has to be really close to 100% assured situation that they've removed them before you can repopulate and get people back in, and children can enjoy their playgrounds and things of this sort. So, you know, it'll be a long road ahead. I know the Japanese press here day before yesterday said at least 10 years for Ukraine on the mine removal. So these technologies.
I'll jump in and say, Thomas, if 30 years pass and they're not all gone, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I'd say so.
But yeah, that's
so. I'll bet. Yeah, go on. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead, Thomas.
I had nothing else on that on the mines. Japan is like, you know, they have, as you all know, their constitutional restrictions to a number of things. So what they can't specifically do, I think they're making they're making a good effort in terms of redevelopment bonds issue that they're discussing tomorrow through the World Bank to assist Ukraine because of their financial economic situation. Humanitarian, this type of technology, whatever they can do that's non-lethal in nature. I think they're going full court press as much as they can. That's my assessment.
And being that they have an issue with Russia themselves, the defense forces have they increased? How much have they increased the budget for the defense forces in lieu of the island situation?
They're sitting at about 0.9% of GDP, annum GDP, and the Prime Minister approved, the upper and lower houses also approved here in the last 2 months, a moving up to fiscal 2025 of 2% of GDP. It'll be pretty much on par, I believe, with Europe, more or less. And what they're going to aircraft update, ground forces up, everything, you know, all land, sea, and air, base upgrading, new airports and things of this sort. And the U.S. Marines will be locating the littoral, as in LITTORL, regiment down on the southernmost island south of Okinawa, right next to China. So that's going to be a good upgrade for them in the future. But definitely the invasion of Ukraine really woke them up and really shocked them. And so now you're seeing the result of that awakening, I think.
Let me ask a question. Will they be moving the training area off of Okinawa, the Marine training area off of Okinawa?
I don't know what percentage they will. They were going to take some of it from Guam. Maybe from Guam. I think some of it's going to come from Guam, and some of it is going to come from the main island of Okinawa. Those bases will still stay up there, but they might be reduced in size since they're close to population centers, which has always been an issue for many years. That'll be a benefit, to the main island of Okinawa as they fortify those islands that are closer to China. Yonaguni, Miyakojima, I think Ishigaki-jima, all those islands will be in line for being upgraded.
All right. Have they noticed any issues with the fishing industry or anything like that? Has there been any harassment in that area?
Yeah, China has a whole fleet of commercial fishing trawlers and units out that are pushing the envelope constantly around Senkaku Islands and some of the other islands there. And of course, as you know, they work in tandem with the Chinese Navy. So it's poor Japan's got North Korea with the missiles, Russia still holding the northern islands off of us. And now we've got China as well, licking their chops over Taiwan. It's quite an unsettling situation. And I think 70% of the Japanese public are on board with this, where they're going forward at this point, about 70%.
That's the big joke from where they are right now. But I'm just wondering if it's going to be too little, considering how much they would have to cover. That's all.
Yeah.
But it would also depend on if the economy can handle it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the issue now is now Kishida has promised to go full forward on doubling the defense budget. Where do we get the money? And the opposition Social Democrat, we are equivalent of the Social Democrat Party here, is kind of up in arms of it. And of course, the straight communist and socialist parties are opposed. But it's the ruling conservative Liberal Democratic Party that's really been the show on the road for the last 70 years, and they have the strongest voice, so they'll be going forward, I'm sure.
All right.
So I'll back on out and let's listen, give someone else a shot here.
Okay. Well, Thomas, I appreciate all the information because we rarely get your voice here much anymore, because we used to have you a lot more. But
do you know what happened?
Huh?
I detect a joke is coming. Now why would I think that?
What are you, a doctor, Thomas? The reason why Thomas has not been able to join us lately is because after his appearance here, he became famous in Japan.
True, Thomas?
Me?
Yes.
Well, I don't know.
I
It's
think all of
flattering,
us are
though.
too
All
old.
I know is my photos is in all the post offices nowadays, so it's pretty flattering.
I think we're too old for the reference. It's a pop culture song where someone is famous in Japan, and that's what I was trying to get at, Thomas. But it went right over your head and my head and Daryl's head because we're sitting in a chair somewhere, probably.
Absolutely.
Fair enough. Well, thanks, Thomas. It's
Okay,
an interesting
you bet.
angle. As you know, there's a lot of the geopolitical, but I think if something is happening this long in Ukraine and the Japanese government starts talking about it, you could tell it must be obviously a very important cause for all of the world, not just Europe or NATO.
Absolutely.
All right, Markers. I don't know. It's like, what is it? 3 a.m. If you wanted to pop off, and you'd probably jump on in and keep Daryl busy. We're kind of like the MriyaReport Soul Brothers. Da-da, 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 da-da. And
You know what? It is 2 a.m., but it's enough. So yeah, go on then. I'll take you up on that kind offer. And
right.
Good night, everybody. And have a good one. And I will speak to you soon.
All right. Thanks, you.
Markers. Woo! Give a big fist pump and hands up for Mockers and everyone. And I think Anda's coming up now, and real heroes to the cause helping out. And thank you for the co-host. This is like butter. Never been more faster, effective. Daryl, I love it. And thanks, Nancy.
Working out, just working out. Joe, are you going to go and give us a military update here real quick? Because I do have one person. Well, I got two now. I got two people, and then we can go for it.
I'll be honest. I just had a military update with two toddlers at a indoor playhouse for about 3 hours. So I'm barely alive. I need to sort myself out. Let's bring up some people. A lot of people want to talk. We're going to bring you up. If you have any questions, we're talking about a lot of news. Failed Russian offensives in the south of Ukraine. We're looking at all sorts of tanks and amazing baubles that will do justice in Ukraine. Coming to Ukraine very shortly to a theater near you, but not a movie theater. Theater of war, and the Ukrainians are going to demonstrate what it means to what it means to liberate your country. In addition to that, same old story. Just as a recap of news of the week, Germany. Well, it's fair to say that Germany has apparently never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity. Once again, hemming and hawing. The Poles are about to say nuts to you, piggy. That's from Lord of the Flies, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And nuts to you, piggy, would be a reference to Mr. Schultz saying, we're getting sick and tired of it. This is coming to be a national security issue for Poland. And frankly, we're going to give whatever leopards we want. And if you don't want to sell us new ones, guess what? We'll get American tanks because we're kind of getting sick and tired of all this dilly-dallying. No more excuses. I mean, he's run out of excuses, and he's embarrassing his country for some more eternal shame. Once for formulating and enacting a genocide, and now for enabling one by doing nothing or very little, or not the right thing. Thanks for the Patriots, the $1 billion worth. But Ukraine needs those tanks because they kind of don't want to be murdered anymore by a genocidal fascist regime. I call it the regime in Moscow, as they like to call the democratically elected government of Ukraine. They call it the regime in Kiev, but that's just not fair. So I think it's fair to say that the regime in Moscow, 20-year dictatorship, silenced his own opposition and freedom of the press and all that jazz. And frankly, the world is sick of Mr. Putin, and we hope he gets sick of himself. I actually hope his army gets sick of him for destroying it. Not a very good one to start with, but nonetheless, an army of sorts. So having said that, we're going to bring up more people, Daryl. I'm having a problem pressing play here.
No,
thanks for.
I got it. Don't worry about it.
You got it. Yeah.
Got it.
All right. Have at her. I'm going to start going through my notes, Daryl. So I'll just kind of pop in like an annoying uncle at Thanksgiving.
Yehuda, before you run away, I got to drop down. I just have one quick question for you. You said earlier you were not a Ukrainian general. I'm wondering if you've ever played one on TV.
I have not yet. But thank you. I will. I did stay at a Holiday Inn though, so that kind of gives me a lot of room to maneuver.
Don't say louder. Don't say louder. Obvious reasons. Don't say louder.
But you could say y'all.
Yeah. All right. We won't get into grammar today, but we could. Got a lot of questions. I'm getting a lot of questions in the inbox. I'm so sorry. I got a lot of messages. People asking what's going on. What's going on with the Russians talking about doing stuff. What's going on with the Ukrainians? Ukrainians are fighting the fight of their lives. They really are. And they're doing great work because they're not just defending their country. They are liberating it. They are methodically shaping their enemy, making sure that the Russians don't have any ability to defend themselves from just a incredibly aggressive and effective Ukrainian counter-offensive, which we'll see the large major swaths of Ukraine liberated. Could it have come a month ago? It could have. but I suspect Ukrainian generals and staff, in the light of the news of possibly 500 or 1,000 Bradleys, and they've got strikers and martyrs, and now they see that Europe has just about had enough with Germany, and they want to get those leopards over. So I suspect that we're going to see big changes on the ground, and I think they might be just waiting and say, you know what, let's get this crew together, and let's do this right once and for all. Send the Russians packing, or in sunflowers. Who knows? Thanks, Heather. And who's next? And I'm just gonna start reading some notes, catching up. Daryl, I wanna see what's going on. We got Constantine here. That's great. Maybe we can get some information from the 92nd people. That he could talk to us about what's going on. Good news all around, hopefully. And I pass it over to you.
All right. Okay, folks, being that we know that Yehuda is going to be back up here with a military update, I'm going to ask that everybody please retweet the space. Let them know that you're listening to the MriyaReport, where we are here 24/7, 7 days a week, getting information out about Ukraine. I would ask that everyone also, if you please, visit MriyaReport.org. And please give. They are also volunteers that are doing God's work. They are sending aid to Ukraine, aid that is requested by Ukrainians. It's not the things that you would just say, hey, I want to go to the store and get this. No, they have specific requests. And what MriyaReport does is they field the requests that they have specifically and send it to them. It is completely, like I said, volunteer, and the aid is non-lethal. So if you have a concern about your money going towards something like that, it is non-lethal aid. And it keeps them away from the federal authorities in that respect, because that's kind of illegal anyway. So if somebody's telling you they're sending that kind of stuff, just realize it's kind of illegal to do that anyway. So just please go there and give. And then if you would, go to our website, MriyaReport.org, and take a look at our website as well. We appreciate it. Okay. With that said, I have Muskie and then Nafo. And the first question you guys heard me ask it, what was your favorite thing on that list, Muskie?
On the recently approved one?
On the list of Ramstein, whether it be your country, my country, what have you. What is your item on that list?
I mean, I love the fact that the nations are still going. I mean, I would like to see more things, but hey, as long as that is still going, I'm happy. Like as long as that supply is still circulating, they're still giving more. So that is always my concern. It's always my concern if at least they're going to maintain what they're already giving. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So it's like.
So why the
So
why the NASAMS for you?
Because what else do they have right now? They have a few little quasi-fighting vehicles, they have a lot of manpower, but in terms of artillery, something significant and something they can really do a lot of bang for the buck, I feel right now, short of tanks and short of aviation, that is a lifesaver. I mean, granted, hopefully soon it's going to be longer distances ones, but I feel like right now, as long as it's going, at least it's not getting worse. That's how I look at it. Like the recent package, I'm like, hey, it didn't get maybe good, but it didn't get worse. Does it make sense? We're still like on the surface. Maybe we're not taking off, but we're not sinking.
Yeah, but one thing though, you can't say that it's just good. There's a lot of excellent things on that list.
But you asked the best. You asked the best. You asked what I think is the best. It's what I'm telling you. In my view, I think of everything else personally because it's a oldie but goodie, so to speak. We've seen it perform. We've seen it do good work, and I'm like, you know what? That's good. That's good for me. For me, it's the best thing so far. So, just call me conservative in my estimate. Like new things are good, but toys that already proved their worth
and they're still coming, to me, it's a definite win. That I would say.
Okay. All right. So with that, what was your comment?
I'm sorry?
I say, so with that, what is your comment or question? You raised your hand up to come up and speak. So now I'm asking you what you do come up to.
Oh, definitely. And I wanted to ask you, it's my first time doing it. So is it like anything potentially not related to the Ramstein package, or are we maintaining the theme of the weaponry being sent? This is my first time. I wasn't sure how we're looking at different things or what.
No, you asked the question. It's the full scope.
Oh, perfect. Like one thing, when I first joined to listen, I think somebody was talking about Ukrainian immigrants, different countries, and the whole point of them contributing to society. I think it was you who actually was speaking about that. Am I correct?
Yep, that was me.
Yeah. Yeah, well, and I agree with it, but I think there is a shadow coming upon that. And in my experience, this has to do with what I call romanticization of refugees. It's like in the first stage, when people in a wealthy country, they see refugees, they want to see refugees as like, Jesus' family in the desert, all poor, all struggling, all good people. The reality is, there's always going to be some rotten apples. And what my concern is, we may reach the point where the Russian affiliated media will try to exploit the fact that, hey, some of those immigrants maybe are not hardworking, some of them have nice cars and things like that. And I think it's very important in that narrative to bring out that we're helping people with asylum, not because they're perfect people, but because they're regular people. Does it make sense? And just like with anybody else, most of them are going to be good people. Some of them are going to be not good people, but it does not give a ticket to say, hey, stop with helping Ukraine, if it makes any sense.
No, here's the thing. The proof is what's already in the pudding. We have heard, there have been no stories of Ukrainians going anywhere and creating issues. There have been no story. We've heard the opposite of Russians, but you have not had that issue with Ukrainians.
Well, let me tell you what my friends from Ukraine told me, if I may interrupt you.
Hold on. The other side of that coin is most of the Ukrainians, once their area has been cleared and they can return home, they are returning home.
Right.
So it's not like it's a permanent immigration. This is forced immigration.
Right.
So there's a difference between immigration issues that previous to this and and to now. Now, not to say that other immigrants don't have a issue because of war. In this case, it is definitely it was a necessity because of how vast and thorough the bombings and the destruction was. So there's a difference, and you're not going. And I don't think that the long-term immigration is even going to be a factor.
Well, I'm not talking about long-term, actually.
Because of their desire to return home.
Right. No, but that's kind of, I guess I wasn't really clear. Check this out. So I have several friends from Ukraine who went to Moldova and Romania. And what's going on there is most of these Ukrainians have no cars. My friends, they have cars. And then there are some Ukrainians who have nice cars. They came like with BMWs, Mercedes. Now here is the rub. Local people, let's not say, they're like, hey, those people are driving better cars than we do. Why should we help them? And that's the kind of mentality I'm talking about, if it makes sense. They see somebody who came in like in a nice car, and it upsets them.
Yeah. It's a little short-sighted for those people because, I mean, if someone had a car, I could have a really nice car in Canada, and then if we got invaded and I drove to the States, it doesn't mean I'm not a refugee. It just means I had a nice car before my country got overrun. So it might look like that to some, but I think it's important to see past it. But an interesting point. Thanks, Musk.
And the point is, I just wanted to add something really quickly, and I completely agree. My point is, like, my friend is saying this sentiment is rising. That's what I'm bringing up as a dangerous
yeah.
aspect. More people are saying, they're like, well, look at them driving
You're
around
yelling, man.
here. Why are they here? Why are they getting help? I have no car. That's what I'm talking about. That's a danger. That's what they're starting to look at.
Yeah, I hear
And
you.
I've noticed
Got it.
it. Yeah.
Thank you. No, good point, Constantine. I mean, hey, you know, Constantine is in the States. I'm sure he has a decent car. I mean, if you had to run somewhere because your state got took over, are you going to dump your car and grab a beater, like a crap car? You know what I mean? It's unfortunate. Let's just hope people have the respect and continue to support those refugees, because remember, it's not their car, it's their country that's been taken. So let's continue pushing through. If you don't have a comment, Constantine, let's go to Nafolina.
Yep, Nafolina. Oh,
let's go to Constantine first, and then we'll go to Nafolina.
Just a quick comment here. I listened to that, and those, you will always have the haters who hate everything. I mean, yeah, it's the reality. But trust me, people in Ukraine, if you have been, a successful, let's say, I was in Ukraine, I was an IT engineer. I was I had a salary of $5,000 a month. That's much higher than majority of people get in any country around Ukraine in general. And I had a good car, but if my family is being killed and I have to leave, and the only thing that I left is my car, into which I packed all my belongings, it does not mean that I don't need help. It's probably going to be the car that I'm going to be selling, and it's probably that most of the people who run away are contributing all they can back to Ukraine and Ukrainian forces to fight back. Just looking at the fact that someone is driving the car, and it may actually be the only thing that he has left. So I mean, can you explain it to the people who who are poor and only think about themselves at this given moment? Well, I'm not sure if you can. It's only their own how you say this, it's on their own consciousness. It's their own self-awareness that they have to realize that the world around them is much bigger. Same for Ukrainians. We have good and bad Ukrainians, right? We're a large country. There are not everyone. Someone may have actually have a beautiful car and still has everything in Ukraine and has millions in his bank accounts and he's left. Right? It's just people. But the problem is that we're being killed. It's not that about which kind of car you're driving. And average Ukrainian does everything he can to help he or she to help the country fight back the Russian aggression. That's the reality, and we're paying in blood. There is not a single family probably right now in Ukraine that was not touched by the war, and there is not a single family that does not have anyone killed or wounded in it. And it's much more than just having a car that you see. Can you explain it to other people? I'm not sure. I'm honestly I'm tired of explaining. It's pretty hard. I know that's why I keep joining the space. That's why I keep listening, and that's why I have a large respect for the space. That it, no matter what, it keeps going, and it keeps telling the truth, telling the realities of the people. That we are not just cars. Don't look at the cars. Don't. We're just people. And when you have your brother fighting with AK-74 against tanks, and not get and someone is sitting on thousands of tanks and saying no. Well, it's not about the car that you drive. It's about just giving your old stocks that you really don't care about, that gonna rust and rot.
Remember, hey, Constantine and I come from similar backgrounds, and some of our co-religionists 80 years ago had to flee their homes with, probably they put on their coat, their nicest coat, and put some money and family jewels in their purse, and they fled across the border. Imagine someone said, "Oh, you're a Holocaust survivor. You got a nice coat. You can't be that hard done by." How silly would that seem, right? People get in their car, they bought it when things were, when they didn't have Russians invading them, and then they leave with the car they have, right? I'm not accusing Muskie, but whoever looks at a refugee from Ukraine in their country, in Romania or wherever, and said, "Oh, it can't be that bad. They were driving a BMW." I mean, so they had a BMW from before. If they were pretending to be poor, I think that'd be more insulting to your intelligence. But again, we're looking at like a complete attempt at genociding an entire people. That's what the Russians did.
And most like if you live in the United States, imagine that, oh, you have a car, but you have to. There are 3 people in your car that are driving that have lost their income, and they have this car, and maybe they have $10,000 in savings. Yeah, we in Ukraine we save a lot. We're not a kind of country that spends, a kind of people that spends all their income left and right and takes debt. We're not, it just it's not in our blood. It's we're not used to that. But we lost our income. Now you are. It's been for many. It's been 10 months right now since they left the country on their car, and they have zero income. And even that car, you have to fuel it. You have to run it. Okay, you can sell it. How much? How much is the used car? How much is used 2017
And then he
BMW
has to buy
worth?
another car. Then he has to buy another car too, right?
Yeah,
Like
and he has to buy another car. And trust me, buying another car, like I always say, it's so hard to sell a good car, and it's so hard to buy a good car. And you're gonna sell your good BMW of 2016 in good condition for uh, in Europe for $17,000, and then you're gonna go buy a Mazda 2003 for $7,000. I mean, this is not, and it's gonna break next day, and you're gonna use the difference to repair it. And it's like, what do you want me to do? I don't have an income. People lost their incomes. People lost their future, and now they don't know the language in the country. They cannot get the job because they are, for example, sitting right now in Romania and or any other country, not Romania, Germany, and no one is hiring them because they don't know the language, and the guy is 43 years old, and he does not have he's not good at learning languages. He's trying, but yeah, his $10,000 that he got from selling his car in Germany. How long? Like what is?
How long is it gonna last?
Yeah, and he has
Right?
family of 3 people behind him. What are you gonna do? Like it's
very
mind-boggling.
Constantine, remember that the majority of people leaving, it's not like teaching degrees or law degrees or even medical degrees are transferable in Europe. It's like someone can't come from Ukraine. So, well, I was a high school teacher. Can I work in a high school in Germany? No, right? So, and it's not because they're dumb or they're lazy or they don't want to learn. Who's going to hire them? Hopefully this war is over this year. Is someone going to say, okay, join our high school? You do speak German. It's just not realistic. So it's one of those things. This is a humanitarian, you highlighted really case in point, a humanitarian disaster. You've literally put a country on pause, a country of 44 million people on hold. That's what Russia's done. And of the millions that have left, because the Russians have destroyed the eastern part of Ukraine, what are they going to do? So I would hope, and I'm not, again, I know Muskie didn't say this, but I would hope whoever shares that view in Europe, if that's where it is, I hope they would really reflect and exercise better judgment, perhaps, and kindness, more kindness. No one's asking that person. If that person doesn't want to help that Ukrainian refugee, they don't have to hurt them either, right? They can just keep going. And there are millions of very wonderful Europeans who are embracing Ukrainian people in their homes because it's a human thing to do, number one. And then there are people in Eastern Europe
who are quite aware and cognizant of what it's like to live under Russian domination. And then there are people like our friend Bloke, Quebecois in Canada, who's busy getting ready a bed for a Ukrainian refugee family coming to live with him. Someone help him out. He's got two left hands. He can't get the bed together. I spoke to him. I'm not impressed. I'm not going to lie. It's taken him a whole day to put a bed together. But think of that for a second. Let's focus on that, Muskie. Let's focus on the positive. We got people over here in sunny, warm Canada ready to take in Ukrainian refugees. I don't know. Bloke, tell us
Wait,
something.
warm Canada? Hold on. Warm
Yeah.
Canada?
Yeah, it's warm right now. Right now it's about
Maybe
2 degrees.
Yeah, it's only
your heart
well,
may be
it's only
warm,
around
but it's cold.
it's only around -5 right now.
It's nothing.
Yeah.
I'm in shorts. I'm on my front porch here in it's 2 degrees. You guys are weak sauce. Get over it. Go Canada. But Bloke, all jokes aside, let's focus on the positive.
Yeah, like
You
I was
have
listening.
no wait,
Okay.
Bloke. Let me say this. You have to by law, or you feel compelled that you need to help a Ukrainian family. Why are you doing it? Is someone making you feel guilty? Or are you doing it because you're just a nice guy?
Because it's the right thing to do. I mean, we're dealing with one of the biggest humanitarian crises since World War II, because of the Russians, right? And this will be the third time I've taken. I don't even call them refugees; I call them guests, right? And they're all different people, but they're all normal people that have had their lives, and I'm trying not to swear here, completely disrupted, right? And they all have different. They're all different, right? Like the first couple, they spoke English very well. They had IT skills. I mean, they practically hit the ground running, and went to Ottawa and got jobs. It was easier for them. The second person, had a bit more trouble. Didn't speak English. We used Google Translate, which is like magic, actually. But he was here with the family. He taught the kids, a lot of things. Told me everything I was doing wrong about making borscht. Because we used to grind the beets and stuff like that, and put sour cream in them. And he told me that was completely incorrect. I stand corrected. But it took him a little bit longer. But Miguel offered English courses and stuff like that. And now, another person is coming, a 17-year-old kid, girlfriend in a coma. She came out of her coma. He turned 18, and now he can come. And who knows how long it's going to take. There's another guy who's older. They're all different people from all walks of life who have had their lives turned upside
Ripped
down
apart.
by a genocidal dictator who thinks that he can just do whatever he wants. There's never been a clearer case of right or wrong. And
Yeah, but Bloke, you're so far away. You're in Canada. Why blah blah blah? Why are you choosing to help? Like we know the reason. But
because I want to
maybe it's
teach my
important to talk about
kids
what
that my kids that when something like this is happening, you can make a difference, even if it's a little difference. You can do it by yourself, and it teaches them something, and it's just it's just a no-brainer. I'm not saying
There you go.
everyone can do it. Like lots of people have more difficulty. They don't have room. That's fine. But this is what I choose to do because it's a small difference we can make. And,
Yep.
that's it. It's
Yep.
like not
Nope.
rocket science.
No, it's not.
Hey,
And you've inspired me. You've inspired me so much. What you're doing. Bloc Quebecois is this is the third Ukrainian family he's bringing in, and in the spirit of coming togetherness, I think that I could take a Ukrainian family. I will send my Ukrainian mother-in-law back to Ukraine to help the war effort. And if you are Ukrainian and you like to live in our house in the basement apartment. It's got a bed. It's got 2 rooms and a bathroom and kitchen. I think I could send my mother-in-law over in your place.
I'm just kidding. I love her. She's great. That's I will not stop with those jokes, but seriously, bloke, you're an inspiration to everyone here. That's amazing. God's blessed you. You have the ability to do so, and I think I wanted to end that in a positive light, to be honest with you, because people, we've seen the videos and the documentaries and the news items on Deutsche Welle or whatever European broadcaster. Bulgarians are weary of Ukrainians, blah blah blah. So, I hope not. I really hope not. I hope it's just a clickbaity title, because guess what? It could be you next, right? And Russia's actually said that they intend on it, and I think that we all have to, push together and forget about someone driving a nice car. Worry about what's in their heart. I doubt their bank account's so big either, and the people are coming. They need your help. Please keep giving it. The faster we help Ukrainians beat the Russian scourge, the better off this world will be. Muskie, I don't want to keep talking about it, but I'm going to throw it back to you because it's the polite thing to do to finish off the point, and then we're going to go to Nafo Felina. Go ahead, Muskie.
Oh, thank you. I honestly, I just want to ask really quick, how does this work? Like, who speaks when? Because I randomly put the hand up and put Nick. Can you just give me the basic rules of the game so I know how it works?
Basically, it goes in order of hands, but then it also goes in topics. So sometimes we exhaust a topic, and it's kind of a generic feeling that the co-hosts have, and I think we took that and really addressed it and turned a frown upside down. But because I have an old Oxford debating philosophy and I like to be polite, I'm Canadian, sorry. And since you did start it, I didn't want you to think we were ganging up on the comment you made. So I would like to, with respect, pass the mic to you for a closing statement, and then we're going to go to the next person. I hope that helps.
Oh, of course, definitely. Thank you so much. And I guess the main point of my comment, because I think everybody in this, I mean, maybe besides one or two people, I think we're all here because it is in our desire, our utmost desire is to help Ukrainians. The reason I brought this up is I believe, and I'll just give you a background. I'm an attorney. I've been in civil litigation for 15 years. So wherever I have a good case, bad case, I can have a client who is a saint. There is always a problem of managing the image. And what I'm saying is, I believe, just in case those things fall apart, because it's wonderful how you guys talked about helping Ukrainians, and there are so many people who do it. My problem is if it's going to start ebbing. And what I'm saying is, I think it may be the time for some kind of informational campaign just to educate people how this whole refugee ship is. Well, yeah, we're all here, but I'm saying, like, we need to like reach out to the general populace, to those Moldovans who are on the fence, who say, like, on one hand, I feel better about Ukraine, on the other hand, they have expensive vehicles. And I think somebody who does this well, I just do strategy, I cannot do the actual multimedia, but something that, like, if it makes sense, promotes an idea. It's like, hey, don't look at those people as like perfect people. The idea is they're struggling, and they just, you don't know, like somebody else said, on which car they came, why they came on a Beamer. You don't. Yeah. Maybe it's the last Beamer. Well, the point is to make people not to think about it. That's, I guess, my point, is to banish that thought from so many.
Hey, you know how you do that, Muskie? You retweet the space and you keep telling people about it and let people come here. And soon, now that we're a 513c and we'll get some grant funding, we're going to promote this space. We're going to advertise it so we don't get 500 listeners. We can get 5,000. We can get 50,000, actually. Depends how much you pay, but that's marketing, right? But as for Moldova, I'll tell you one thing. Moldova is a very poor country. And not only that, there was a large Israeli NGO called IsraAid, and they got a contract, and they were actually processing millions of Ukrainian refugees in reception centers and moving them to other countries. So I don't know if anyone in Moldova should be complaining too much, because there's a lot of funds that have been pumped into Moldova to help that country deal with the refugees. So thanks for that, Muskie. We're going to go to Nafolino and then Constantine. You know what I'd like to talk about? I'd like to talk about a patch that you posted. The reason why it's a patch near and dear to my heart, because it's kind of like a group of people on the opposite side who do similar work to what me and some other people in this space have done in the past, and that is signals communications and signalers and signals officers. And I'd like to explain. I actually answered your question more succinctly that you posted. Where is this badge from? And I want to talk about what it means and
and what the implication of it is. So I would like to explain to the audience more granular detail of what kind of repair and repair signaler this badge belonged to. I think you might be surprised, Constantine. So let's go to Nafo Felina. Thank you for waiting, and sorry for the delay. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for creating this space and allowing me to speak in it. But I actually have a question. When Mark Hartling came in the other day, and you were asking really good questions, and we were talking about the package of aid that was being sent over. One thing that I remember him saying he was very, very excited about was a line in it about demolition equipment for obstacle clearing, and he was talking about how that was going to be really tough on the Russians. And you agreed and said that you knew what he was referencing, and it seemed mutually intelligible for people that were speaking at the time, but I have no military background. What is that? What does it do? If you could kind of touch on that for me.
I am so sorry.
Equipment.
Yeah, no, I just had a 2-year-old yelling in my ear. Can you say what was the topic of discussion that you wanted to clarify?
Yeah, so the other day when Mark Hartling was in the space, we were talking about the package that was being sent over, and he had kind of mentioned that there was the one line that he had actually tweeted. I have a picture of what he was tweeting where he was talking about demolition equipment for obstacle clearing, and he had made the comment that the Russians were really going to struggle with that. And
Yes, I got it. I heard it was just that last
yeah,
demolition clearing. Okay, so
yeah.
So, what he was referring to was within the aid package the Ukrainians were receiving, that there was engineering equipment. So, engineering equipment that was specifically geared towards destroying obstacles. And I'm not going to get into all the nitty gritty, not because I don't think people are intelligent enough, but because I'm not an engineering officer and I don't actually know all of the details. I know some, but I would get an engineering officer up here that could explain it a lot better. But basically, the long and the short of it is the Russians are constructing obstacles. Obstacles can be tank ditches, they can be dragon's teeth, which is, it's not really a dragon's tooth because there aren't enough dragons to take their teeth out. No, it's basically looks like a, jacks, those things that you play with as kids. They how would you describe a dragon's tooth? Someone,
I know what it's talking about. I've actually seen the
jacks.
design.
Okay, so yeah,
Yeah.
that made out of concrete. And if you ever go look at World War II pictures, and you'll see, a field of 2, 3, 4, 500 meters of dragon's teeth interspersed, something to make it very hard for tanks to move. Then tank ditches, a big ditch. It's made by a machine that digs it out. And then you would have, I don't think they use abatis, but maybe they could, like a log jam of wood to block lanes or corridors, or to shape the enemy. So you put up obstacles so that the enemy can't go through there. So they go through a different area, which leads to a kill zone where you don't want to be in, because that means the enemy has all sorts of supporting fire, interlocking arcs of fire, and they have direct fire and indirect fire pre-planned, predetermined on those positions. So usually when you see an obstacle, if you're in the military and you're, say, a battle group commander, and you feel that the obstacle is pushing you in a certain direction, for you to advance, it's probably a bad thing for you, because you don't want to go where the enemy is pushing you towards, right? It's like, oh, let's put this here. All right, so this equipment, that's kind of basic tactics about obstacles. The equipment that they're getting is going to be really state-of-the-art stuff that will allow the Ukrainians to pick a spot in Russian defensive positions and lines and breach it, right? There's a whole engineering, close support engineering that means that engineers come in with armored vehicles and they do a thing like they clear dragon's teeth or low-level entanglements and barbed wire, and they can fill in ditches or use bulldozers to make those ditches not really ditches anymore. Long story short, one of the key factors of obstacles is, and what determines their effectiveness is the ability for the the friendly force that owns that terrain, that has that obstacle in it, to cover that obstacle by fire. So the thing is this: yes, the Russians are building a ton of obstacles, but for the most part, they're not covered by fire. So the whole point of having an obstacle is to prohibit your enemy from using this as an avenue of approach, a way to go through. And if you don't have fire to stop the engineers from destroying that obstacle that you've created, or making that obstacle passable, like through various means, then it's no longer really an obstacle. It's more of a speed bump. So giving Ukrainians this type of equipment looks like it's going to be something where the Ukrainians will have more capabilities, greater capabilities to breach Russian defensive positions, or breach Russian obstacles, rather, to get to those defensive positions to destroy them. And since the Russians don't have the majority of these obstacles and these tank ditches and these trenches and these, even minefields covered by fire, it means that you're going to see a lot of Ukrainians breaking in and penetrating Russian positions, and the Russians aren't going to be able to stop them because Ukrainians will have so much engineering equipment to do the job they need to do. And that's why I guess you heard him and I casually smile, because it means that these these horribly planned obstacles, and I mean the lines are all messed up, everything looks really weird. And guess what? It's not going to help you, because Ukrainians are coming. Pack your bags. I hope that answers your question, Felina.
Yeah, so I started looking into kind of how we do it, and I saw a piece of equipment, and I'm wondering if this is what they're getting. It almost looked like a tank, and it shot out a line of C4 that they were able to charge, and it caused earth movement that would essentially set off mines if they were there or whatever. And I'm wondering if that's what we're sending them, because if it is, it looked incredible, and I hope that's what it is.
Yeah, they're getting the Miklik and the flails, along with some of the mine rollers. So they're getting 3 different items.
And what those do is those simulate armor going across, or personnel. If it's obviously it's the armor they're looking for, and they detonate those mines. The Russians do throw a lot of mines. It's very rudimentary. These aren't well planned, and so again, they know that their technology is crap, but they figure they'll just saturate the terrain with them, and that in itself will make you go slower. However, with these American assets, you're going to see things a little different. Sucks to be a Russian infantry in some defensive position in Ukraine. Thanks for that, Daryl. With the clutch. Thing, I didn't know the names of them, but I know what they do, and they're good. So thanks now, Felina. I think welcome Whiskey. And if you want to go, and then we're going to talk about Constantine's patches.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Yehuda. Just really quick, I had a question for Bloke, if Bloke is still in the speaker space. I have a studio, like a semi-furnished studio apartment here on the property in a 4,000 square foot outbuilding we have here. I've had many friends live in this studio apartment. My question to Bloke is, how did you go about putting the word out there that the like places like these are available for folks from Ukraine to have a place to live? Thank you.
Yes, so what I did is there's a Ukrainian government website where you can advertise your space. You just have to give the city the general details. They ask you not to publish the address or anything for privacy reasons, and then you give a way for people to contact you, and that's how I was able to get people to know that there's a space available. So if you DM me, Whiskey, I think we've already been DMing each other before. I'll give you the website, and that's probably the most effective because it's in Ukrainian, and so that really helps.
Thanks, bloke, and I will do. I'm in California. Is that too far, or is that within reason?
No. It depends. Like, let's just put this in perspective. We are talking about millions of people. So they're
California. Can I come there or?
Yeah, exactly. Or can I come there for the winter and then?
It's about 31 degrees out right now. I'm in the mountains, but
yeah, go to hell. Whiskey's getting cut off. We can't hear whiskey anymore. He's bragging.
No, but so where I live is a destination of many flights, and it depends on the country's, immigration policies. Our immigration policies tend to be pretty generous, so it really depends. But the scale of this humanitarian disaster is without precedent since World War II, right? So there are people who need housing all over the world. So I'm sure there's a need for housing in California as well. But let's DM each other, and I'd be happy to share that with you. I can't do it immediately. I'm sort of knee deep in work, but
get that bed put together. I'm just thinking. I've had this like beautiful furnished studio apartment that's in a completely separate outbuilding on the property that's been sitting vacant for the last 2 years. And you brought up a really good point. It's literally no skin off my back. It sits there. It's heated. It's air conditioned. It's got all the facilities.
It better be at 31 Celsius.
Well, no. That's where you got me wrong. 31 degrees Fahrenheit, brother. Yeah. We're in the mountains. We're in snow country.
Yeah, sorry, we don't do Fahrenheit. Welcome to the world, eh, America?
Okay, 0 degrees.
I'm just kidding.
0 degrees.
0 degrees. That's balmy.
That's normal.
Okay. Anyway,
that's
all right,
+1. He's talking about +1, not 0.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to get anal about it, but okay. Thanks, bloke.
No. These are great ideas. Like, this is just. I'm glad I mentioned it because if people probably haven't even thought of it.
I remember you bringing it up months ago, and it completely slipped off of what was in my peripheral view, and I'm glad that you brought it up again tonight. And Yehuda, I'm glad you poked at bloke again tonight and brought it up because it actually brought it back to center focus. Like thinking, hey, here's this space that's going completely unused that obviously can be used by somebody right now. So yeah, bloke, hit me up in the background. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah,
no worries. Happy to.
Bloke. That's a great idea. Welcome to Anda. Anda, welcome. We were just talking about you. It was all good.
Good morning. Why were you talking about me?
And we're just saying, people asked, people were congratulating the team for the 501(c) and all the great stuff how we put together. So we're just running down all the thank yous for the team, and your name came up. So thanks again. And thanks to everyone. I got an offer for help with our advertising. So thank you. I will reach out to you probably tomorrow. It's a little late, or Monday if you'd like, and hopefully we can increase our reach because some people have made a good point. The message needs to get out, not just about helping Ukraine, but helping Ukrainian refugees temporarily. They want to go home. I just wanted to go, Constantine, we'll talk about the patch. Can you tell us about the patch? Can you tell us anything you can share with us? And then I'd like to tell our audience the significance of that.
So let me just recap quickly so people know more. I posted a patch. It was shared with me ago, maybe 4. I don't remember exactly. It's from the 92nd Brigade, Luhansk region. They liberated one of the villages. I will post a video in the next couple of days about that village and soldiers who have lost their lives liberating it. But they recovered a huge amount of radio equipment, Russian radio equipment, including radios, satellite comms, etc. And they just sent me this picture of the patches with the big, because I mean they have a lot of pictures of the patches, but this one was quite interesting, and it also had a name on the guy who they took it off. And so I posted it. It's a Luhansk region. It's
And by
some kind of,
patches, you mean an identifying badge on the uniform, correct?
yeah, like unit patches. We call them chevrons. It's basically a unit badge that you wear on your shoulder, on your chest, that identifies your unit. And yeah, those were radio. I think radio technical forces. I'm not sure. There are a lot of posts. There were a lot of replies to me, which unit. I can see from the patch itself that it's something related to the radio and electronic warfare. But once again, I have.
It has a radio antenna on it. Yeah, that's the one, and it has
Yeah, so that's the Luhansk region, and that's all I can say. I cannot say more. I will post a bit later into this.
Yeah, no. So why it's important? So Konstantin posted a patch, and if you look at his profile, you see a couple of antennas, different types of radar, and then an antenna, and then it looks like a hammer and some caliper. Anyway, and then one of his friends says it's the repair and technical base headquarters. But to add more context to it, I replied, and these would be signalers charged with headquarters command and control infrastructure, setup of comms, maintenance, local security. And then I said, if that person was in their job, if that person was doing their job whilst being engaged, that the Ukrainians would be very close to places the Russians wouldn't very much appreciate. So someone asked me, what does that mean? I thought it makes sense, but what it really means is, so you have different trades in the military, and you have different jobs. We call them trades, but they're different things people do. So you have in the signal communications branch or corps, you have, subdivisions of all sorts of people. You have radio operators, you've got this, different types of operators that do different things. And you also have signals officers that we don't do much. And you have, all sorts of different roles. You have people that do cryptography. They're responsible for securing communications with cryptographic technology, and then you have people that do basic stuff like, we call them mod monkeys, people that build the actual infrastructure, build tents, and do all sorts of stuff, connect, put down flooring, run the cables, linemen or women who run line. But the weird thing about it is, Constantine, do you know where I'm going with this? Why this is so interesting to me is there are different types of bases, command posts and headquarters. There are, tactical CPs, and then move around in BMPs or BTRUs or whatever, or in whatever we use. And then you have forward CPs and you have main CPs, main command posts, and we do know what Russians do and how they operate. It's kind of a NATO thing. We learn about, the different types of units within a Russian division or a BTG. And this particular unit and this tradesman would be involved very much so in the repair and the maintenance of what I would, I think, reasonably say was a main control post or a main headquarters. So the question is, why is he not in the land of living? why were Ukrainians able to reach out and touch them? So in other words, if that person was engaged in combat with Ukrainians, it's a super bad day for Russia. What it means is either Ukrainians made it really, really close to places they shouldn't have, or Russians are just raid out over, like they just don't know what they're doing, and they're setting up command posts nowhere near where they should. That fella should be 50, 60, 70, 100 kilometers away from any Ukrainians, and that's really weird. Do you know? Do you understand where I'm getting at, Constant? That guy should not have been able to be taken or killed or engaged by Ukrainians. So it's very funny to me because, again, the type of person and the skill set of the unit that person is in, that person is going to be not in a permissive environment, but kind of. It should be in a safe place. That person should be nowhere near the fighting, because between the front line and that are tactical CPs or forward CPs, things that move, more mobile command posts and headquarters. So it leads me to believe one of two things: either massive failure in Russian defensives in a certain area, or the Russians just put things wherever the hell they want. Like, and not only is it just because of the job that person would do, but the equipment that person would be around would be stuff that you just you could not afford to have anywhere near. We have processes and protocols if crypto cards are even assumed to be compromised. A crypto card, I'm not going to get into it, you can Google it, but a crypto card in a armored personnel carrier or an infantry fighting vehicle that gets, the comms aren't there anymore, you can't reach it, and then boom, all the signalers, they start changing their frequencies, and they start changing passwords, and they start changing everything, because the fear is that in the Russian perspective would be that Russian infantry fighting vehicle has now either been destroyed or it's been captured, and they're going to assume the worst, that the crew was incapacitated, they couldn't pop out their crypto card and destroy it. So now the enemy, meaning the good guys, Ukrainians, have their stuff and they have their frequencies. So they're actually codes that signify when you change on this, when you pulse, when you strobe. There's all sorts of different things that people in the signals world do to maintain secure comms. The reason why they change frequencies is they don't want to stay on a certain frequency for too long, or they don't want to give away their position. So it's also for security, and it's also for tactical reasons. And when these, the closer to the front line you get, you generally want to reduce the risk of having your communications compromised, because if your communications get compromised, your enemy can find out where everyone is, what they're doing, what they're talking about, what orders are being given, and that's super bad for the Russians. Now, this person from what it looks like, this person should be somewhere well protected, well away from the front, and yet the Ukrainians are able to reach out and touch them. Or conversely, and I have no idea, I'm not a wizard, some dummy on the Russian side decided, let's put a main CP here. I think this place is good, and it wasn't good at all. So either it could represent amazing tactical ability of the Ukrainians, which they've demonstrated over and over again, or it represents a complete and total incompetence of the Russian military, which the Russians have shown, or it could be a combination of both. So I hope that answers the question. I don't know if you were thinking the same thing I was thinking, Constantine, but I think a lot of people might not have appreciated just how impressive or important that is in relation to you talking about the types of radio equipment, and also the fact that person belonged in an area where there should have been no risk of Ukrainians being. So good on the Ukrainians, up the guards, good times all around. Sorry for the long-winded comment. I think Bloke knows what I was talking about. And yeah, that's very interesting. I'd be very curious. Maybe offline you could tell me. I can try to identify some of the equipment. It's kind of what I do. And when in that world, it's definitely what I should know. So if I can't give you the answers, please don't tell anybody. And if you don't have anything to add, I think Shipmate's been waiting patiently. All right, Constantine, let's go to Shipmate.
Shipmate?
Ship to shore. We can't hear you, shipmate.
Hello, hello.
Okay, there you go. Anda, do you want to cycle him or what's going on?
Shipmate, we're gonna cycle you down, clear your cache, and come back. We cannot hear anything. So
Can you give me a quick rundown on how to clear the cache?
You're good. Now I can hear you. I can hear him. Can you hear him?
yes, right now, yes.
We're still good?
Great.
Perfect. I wanted to just say congratulations to the MriyaReport on your granting of the 501(c). 501, I think that's what it is, 501(c). And being a social worker as I am and working for multiple nonprofits, I know how important that is and the benefits of that. So I wanted to possibly offline get in contact with someone, or Yehuda, if you could point me in the right direction. I think there's something in 501(c) where one can solicit funds on behalf of the organization. I'm not too sure, but I think I remember reading something like that in my program management course. So that would be awesome to be able to do if possible, or my small business being able to raise some funds for you guys on a consistent basis. So once again, just congratulations on that note. I also wanted to just point out, it just seems like every single day there is a huge military failure on the Russian behalf. So if there are any Russians supporters or trolls out here listening on this page, which I'm sure there are, congratulations. You know, your guys' military is garbage, and you know, soon you guys will be packing your bags and getting out of Ukraine. So yeah, just want to say once again, congratulations on the nonprofit being granted to you guys. And if we can, if someone can message me, or if I can message somebody to see how I could possibly get engaged in soliciting funds, or maybe my small business can contribute and donate to you guys, that would be awesome.
Yeah, thanks for that. I don't know the answer. I'm sure we could. I think if you want, you can send me a note. I can ask the lawyer. He is a nonprofit specialist lawyer, and he's also a great guy, and he's also a compliance fella, so he knows all of the ins and outs of that. I know we can raise funds and donate it to any Ukrainian, you know, organization or, you know, Ukrainian outfit in need. But I don't know the other part that you just said for sure. It seems like it's pretty intuitive. So definitely, if you send me a note, I can ask the lawyer. And thanks for your support.
Absolutely. And yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll go ahead and send you that note. I also wanted to bring up one more thing. I caught it on the tail end. I think it was talking about like housing Ukrainians, possible, or maybe just refugees. But I live in San Diego, and you know, maybe a little bit of information. San Diego, I think, is like the United States' largest refugee port and concentration of refugees. In my work, I am working with refugees on a weekly basis. So I know that San Diego is very welcoming and supportive of refugees from all places and countries of terrorism and communism and violence and mass killing. So I don't know if there is anyone in San Diego who might be able to get some more information, but San Diego is a huge hub for refugees.
For sure. Listen, I'm gonna pop off, and for a bit, I have a not so sleepy 4-year-old. Bloke, please please turn on your message. Please turn on your messages, Bloke, because a few people have messaged me saying they have questions for you. Elizabeth is one of them, and she said that she'd like to ask you questions about this program you said. And I will be back. Please turn on your DMs.
I will. I will. And then
Thank
one
you.
day I want
And
to talk to you about signals and all the kit that the Ukrainians have picked up from the Russians, you know, especially at the beginning of the war.
we have to learn it in school, what the Russians use, and then give it to our super smart signalers who do the right thing. And I, as a signal officer, I actually, they don't let me touch things that are electronic, and I don't blame them. I'm joking. Yeah, so we have experts that do all that. And I leave it in your capable hands. I can come back in a bit and help out, but I got to pop off for a second. Is that okay with you?
It's perfect, no problem.
Thanks to Anda, superstar from Romania, keeping the flame alive, the light of freedom, the light of democracy, the light that Ukraine shares with the world. We thank Ukraine as well. I'll pop down and I will be back hopefully soon.
All right, so I don't know about capable hands, but you are in my hands now, so be afraid. I had apparently you are afraid because I had some hands up and they went down, so that doesn't look right. So I will I will go to Whiskey, who valiantly raised his hand and put it down. So I saw that. Let's start with you. We will talk drones today.
I was just messing with you. Okay, what do you want to talk about drones?
Anything you like, or I can start. But
Please start, and I will try and follow along.
oh, this is so nice. So yesterday evening, I yesterday evening I was here in the space, and while being in the space, I was privy to a discussion between people who actually um, so the discussion started with tanks. Let's put it this way. Yesterday I had an obsession with tanks, and I talked everything about tanks. I was really mean. I was a really mean person towards the Germans.
But I understand that both you and Nancy actually came out of that that you can drive Bradleys, correct?
Yes, yes, exactly. So later yesterday we had the tank rats. We had a segment with William Attic. And later in the evening, David was up, and we talked a bit about how at this later meeting I could attend, and we talked about how to use the Bradleys together with other tanks. But during that discussion, someone mentioned the drones. I know we had we discussed the drones previously, but I was actually interested in how you integrate them with the Bradleys, right? Which I understood. I learned yesterday that they can shoot further than some of the artillery that Russians have, and
Were these
what else?
were the
So
so when the conversation went to the drones, do you happen to recall if these were like some of the NATO drones, like the Reapers, or were these some of the
it
go
started
ahead.
from the Reapers, yes. So it started from the
Oh,
Reapers.
okay. I'm not completely up on the Reapers. I'm more kind of focused on the smaller drones, but if it was for the Reapers, maybe they were discussing laser guided munitions for attacks, or is that off base from what they were talking about working with the Bradleys?
I didn't quite understood how to use them. How so we were talking about different terrains, right? Different terrains in which you need to go, right, in order to complete a mission. And for example, David took an example in which we have one tank and two Bradleys, right? And I was wondering how can we use in which situation can we use a drone, and how? I wanted more details.
Well, I think where that I'm guessing where that conversation went is perhaps situational awareness. So like an eye in the sky, looking over the battlefield and getting the if that was the case, then getting direct feedback from these most likely fixed wing drones, giving kind of a heads up dis- uh, display of what's going on over the horizon, perhaps out of the normal visibility of the units on the ground, and feeding that back to the Bradleys and the tank, to give them a heads up what's happening in front. Sorry, I'm a little caught off guard by the.
No problem.
by
Let's
by
do
that
this way. Let's do it this way. I will let you. I will let you off the hook for 10-15 minutes. I will talk with Nancy and Prince, and then I will come back to you. So you will have time to do your homework. Uh, so good morning, Nancy. Good morning, Prince. Welcome up.
Thank you.
Good morning.
You're in trouble, Anda.
Why?
My coffee pot broke this morning.
No.
It did. It seriously did. I had to boil water and dig out my French press, which I haven't used in years.
My friend.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. I already told Anda that if my coffee pot had broken, I'd be running out to the store buying one, and if I didn't have the kitchen to put it in, I'd be putting it in the closet somewhere to brew coffee.
Yeah, I actually ended up buying a kettle and a pour over because somehow all of these British people or English people or whatever that I've been listening to on this space and watching some BBC TV shows has inspired me to start having tea every afternoon also. So I figured a nice speed kettle would be better off than a new coffee pot.
I was very happy when I digged up my French press, to be honest, but I found out and later that it's rusted. So yeah, still no coffee. I will buy another. I give up. I will buy another. So Nancy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to let folks know that since we were talking about mines and mine clearing earlier, and I was really glad to hear that update from Japan and Cambodia and their joint operations. I went back and pulled back up my notes on the Helsinki Commission's briefing in early December about the mine situation in Ukraine. And I've pinned my summary post of it, along with the link to the Helsinki Commission's video of the briefing. I've added that to the nest, but if you'd like, I can give just a quick rundown of some of the key metrics and just refresh people's minds and enlighten some of the folks who haven't really looked at that previously.
I'd really appreciate that. I haven't. I know you have the spread on it, but I must confess I haven't had the time to read it, so it will be really helpful.
Absolutely, yeah. It was a humbling briefing. It really helped bring concrete a lot of the things that we've heard from deminers on the ground, and the technical equipment that we've talked about. And in that briefing in December, what they walked through was really the challenge that Ukraine faces. With the mining, of course, you've got the active combat zones, you've got the combat zones, or the ones that had been combat zones earlier in the war that have been freed, and those are the ones that they're able to start working on first. But since 2014, Ukraine had already been one of the most landmine affected countries in the world. And by 2022, 1,100 civilians had been killed and maimed by mines in Ukraine. They were ranked 5th in the world for civilian casualties caused by landmines and in the top 3 for anti-vehicle landmine incidents. And mind you, that's before the February 24th invasion. There's an estimated 160,000 square miles that will need to be demined in Ukraine. They've heard estimates of up to 170,000. In that briefing, which is again based from a Washington, D.C. perspective, they described it as an area the size of Virginia, Maryland, and Connecticut combined. I looked at it from the Southerner perspective. That size is larger than Georgia, the state of Georgia, not the country. It's almost the size of Florida, and it's larger than New York State and pretty close to the size of New York and New Jersey combined. So it's a very large scope. 10% of Ukrainian agricultural lands have been rendered unserviceable by mines. The U.S. has allocated $91.5 million to humanitarian demining there. And World Bank assessments that were done this summer, well, last summer now, I forget it's 2023, estimated up to $73 billion and decades to clear. Now that's the challenge in front of them. Some of the experts that they had talking about it noted that one of them, who was a very experienced director of the Swiss Foundation for Demining, who was in Chernihiv at the time calling in for the discussion, said that he'd never been in a country where the national staff was so determined to get rid of the problem. They're not sitting by passively, they're actively going, let's get this done. And over 19 countries are providing demining assistance and equipment. There's a lot to do, a lot of different ordnance types. They shared the link to one of the guides of the mines that are seen in Ukraine, and I've provided that link in a reply to that tweet. Between mines and unexploded ordnance, that's 224 pages worth of here's what the thing is, here's what the thing does. That's not getting into details of how to diffuse it. It's just here's how to know what they are. And it's just amazing to look at the scope of the challenge. The other good thing is that they've got countries and experts who are willing and eager to assist. They are actively doing campaigns to help educate the civilian population, including, and I've forgotten the organization, I had it in my notes earlier. There is an organization, because I had wondered about this. who hands out playing card style pictures of the mines for kids and families, civilians, to understand here's what you need to stay away from and things like that. So there are a lot of things actively going on, and that's inspiring to hear, but it is a huge scope, and it's going to keep many experts quite some time. So anytime you hear folks talking about sappers or demining activities, thank them and think about that scope that they're working with. It's a big proposition, and those people have guts and caring, and I think we should all thank them for that.
We should.
Thanks.
And I love sappers, so yeah. To because we are some of the people in the room are in Europe. To give you a fair assessment of the surface, what 160 square miles means in a country. What country is close to this surface? It's Sweden. So think about that. Think about, because in miles, this is close to 414 square miles, square kilometers. So think of Sweden, and imagine the entire surface of Sweden full of mines. Just pause for a moment and think about that. An entire country. So yeah, it's a very big problem, and it's very important. It's a very important topic. Prince, do you have something to add to this, or I will go forward?
Oh, I have things to add, my dear. Nancy.
Very well.
Nancy, look what I put up in the nest. I put up there a tweet from Explosive Hazard Awareness Cards for Ukraine, showing that they met with the Halo Trust in Kyiv yesterday, where they handed over packs of their hazard playing cards of some mines. Yes, so that's those are the playing cards I think that you were talking about, and I just went and found a tweet about it and threw it up there so that people can see what we're talking about. We know Patron, the dog, is also doing a lot of educating in schools for kids about mines and their dangers. And this came up earlier today, and when we were talking with, well, I brought up the fact that the UK had donated a couple of minesweepers. They decommissioned and donated a couple of minesweepers to Ukraine. Of course, they won't be able to be taken to Ukraine yet. But we also saw today the remote control mine vehicle called Bozina 5 working in Ukraine. That was sent out by the General Staff of the Armed Forces. So we've got that minesweeper. We've seen the Bozina today. We're hearing what?
Bozina.
Okay, sorry.
I was with Domen, and I butchered that name, and he was like, in the original it has a small, the Z has a small sign on it, and it actually
Bozina.
It's actually, yeah.
Okay, so and then we had, and I apologize, I cannot remember his name, but the gentleman from Japan who was so informative shared with us a little while ago.
Thomas.
Exactly. I couldn't remember if it was Thomas or Jeff. Thomas shared with us that Japan is working with Cambodia, and they have actually taken some Ukrainians to Cambodia to train them on how to use a detection device, and they are donating 4 of the devices and sending them to Ukraine along with the trained Ukrainians. And Ryan Hendrickson today also posted that he's on his way to Washington, D.C. to raise more awareness about mine clearing in Ukraine and trying to raise some funds for detectors for his upcoming mission in April. So those were all mine and such related things. And when I saw that those minesweepers were donated, I recalled your warning to Daryl. I believe it was, no, maybe it was not. Maybe it was Oscar. I apologize. Who warned Daryl that he may not be able to jump into the Black Sea and to go for a good swim when we have our beach party in Crimea. That might not be quite clear yet. But anyway, maybe with these ships that Britain is giving them, that we'll get closer to being able to let Daryl jump into the Black Sea and go for a swim.
Thank you, Prince. Nancy?
Yep, and Anda, I just need to make one correction. My original tweet, and I can't believe it's been this long since I saw it, my original tweet had 160,000 square miles. I went back and checked my notes and the original transcript, and it's 160,000 square kilometers. The comparisons that I gave for Virginia, Maryland, Connecticut combined, as well as larger than Georgia, the state, and almost as large as Florida, and then again, larger than New York State. Those were all based on kilometers, but I'll have to ask you to find me a slightly smaller European country, like maybe Norway.
Norway has 323 thousand square kilometers. I will
Okay.
I will look for I will look for another.
Great.
So,
I'm feeling like a flunky, so I'm going to go to the back of the class and do that homework as well. But I end up having to translate it from the way they present it here in the United States is still going to bias towards miles, so I have to retranslate it back.
it's
So
no
you will
problem.
probably find it faster. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. So we have here actually I am waiting for some info because someone from the back channel promised me some information on this. So we will update and go further on this. Also, I am looking at one of the videos with Bożena. So I will go back to Prince because she mentioned them.
Thank you, Anda. And actually, you know, we were talking about the area that these mines may be in, and what it was making me think of, if we're going to compare it to the size of states or the size of countries such as Sweden, the thing is that when we compare it to that size, yeah, that size is true, but it's not necessarily contiguous like the state is. There may be 500, what did you say, 160,000? There may be 12,000
Yep.
in the east. There may be 12,000 in the south. There may be 12,000 farther to the west. So it's not like you can just map out on a contiguous area and say, okay, we're going to clean that. You're going to have to look at, you know, the travel time and the distance between all of those areas also to try to play that to get that all done. It's not a contiguous thing. So it's, yeah, just a little detail to try to think of as I was thinking of how that would work. because it's not just like, okay, we're going to go and demine something the size of Florida. Well, it may be partially the size of Florida, then partially the size of Washington, and looking at the distance between places. So thanks.
So, yes, you're right. You're totally right. So, what we are talking about, it's not like when you're a child and you hear the first stories about, I don't know, fairy tale stories, right? At least here in Romania, you will have the main character going over fields and going through forests and going to over the seas, and it's in your imagination is like an immensity, something that it never ends. And what you're saying right now, Prince, it's really on point. You have areas which are mined. When we were here in the space, some, I don't know, weeks back, months back, I don't remember. Charles explained us three things about the mines. First, the fact that they are used, they can be used as defense, or so when you know the enemy is coming, and you mine, so there are your mines. You mine a field, you put you mark it, and you basically know where you put the mines in, right? And you can make it visible or not. So you make it visible in order to protect the troops where you want them to go, basically to bring them into a certain area, and to where you can prepare. You can wait for them, right? You can wait for them. They see the land is mined. They go around, and they basically come where you want them to arrive. So that's one option. The other is not basically to conceal them, but you still know where you put your mines. He also explained to us that you will have anti-tank mines, and in between them you will have small anti-personnel mines, because you don't want people to be able to enter and to basically deactivate the tank mines. So this is where I think Bozena is really great. And to my understanding, Domen said yesterday, they already had some Bozena in Ukraine. So it's one of the things that I loved about it is the fact that it could, in this scenario that Charles explained, it could actually take off and blew off some of the both of the mines, right? The anti-personnel ones together with the tank ones, without anyone getting hurt. That being said, I love my fellas. I want you to know that, because they are here for me. So there was a demining operation of the deoccupied territories of Kharkiv region, together with the demining groups of the armed forces of Ukraine. and they used this Bozena 5. What the report says that in just 3 weeks, electricity could be restored for more than 8.5 thousand consumers. Electricity, so they have electricity back. In Cherkasky, I think. Konstantin, please don't kill me. I'm probably butchered them, so I I will not read all of the.
Did you invade Ukraine? I'm sorry. Did you invade Ukraine?
Yes. So there are 7 settlements in Ukraine, in the Kharkiv region.
No, I asked you, did you personally invade Ukraine?
No, I didn't.
So I will not kill you.
Okay, thank you. I actually helped Ukraine, to my recollection. Do I get a patch? Okay.
I think Onda invaded Ukraine to help.
So
that's not an invasion. That's not what we call invasion.
All right. So the details about the Bozena, in this small report are some details about the Bozena, and it is manufactured by the Slovak company, which is called Way Industries, and it can be controlled from a distance up to 5 kilometers. Whoa, this is new. So this this is really new. I didn't have this information. So it goes really slow, right? It can be coordinated from afar. Really slow means 9 kilometers per hour. So that's like 4 miles per hour. Really slow. But it's really, really helpful. So I'm really happy. I'm really happy. This is great news. I love great news. Let's keep it this way. Let's keep it this way. I like this part. So Prince, you mentioned earlier, so Germany actually sent some other equipment, but if you talked at length about this topic, I will not bore the audience. I actually needed to drop and haven't heard Thomas. I really enjoy when he is coming up and contributing in the space, but I will get him tomorrow probably to ask more. So going back to let's do it this way. I hope Whiskey. Oh, he cannot. Okay, so
Wait. Go ahead.
Going ahead to drones, or talking about other topics because you need more time to do your homework.
The only thing I can talk about drones is what was brought up originally was, as far as the M2 Bradleys go, they were discussed as possibly being mobile command centers for some of these drones. Outside of that, I looked into the Switchblade drones. I think they're Puma versions of those. Again, this can be like a forward looking drone, but going to this like homemade drones, that's like a whole nother topic that we can cover on here right now. If you want me to talk about that, I can try to touch on that, or we can move on to a different topic. It's completely up to you, Anda. You are the captain. You are at the helm. I am here just to back you up.
Thank you. Prince, I see your hand up. I will go to you, and then I will start shooting questions to Whiskey until he decides he wants to actually drink and go to sleep. So, and Whiskey, no drinking on the job. So I have this rule, right? Okay, Prince.
My first question is, Whiskey gonna fall asleep in the speaker panel again tonight? You've done that a few times lately.
That's kind of my pattern because I love listening to all your guys' lovely voices, and then I'm just like, I'm just gonna go to sleep now because I'm with
And
friends.
that's okay. I just teasing you. I'm just teasing you. And you know, you said Anda is there to steer the ship. I am getting to the point that I originally raised my hand for. But if you want to, anyone, you can go to the Science Museum in Lviv, and there is a display of the sinking of the Moskva, which is absolutely, I think, entertaining and could mesmerize Yehuda probably for days. Definitely Gunny. It is a very entertaining little video that I saw that includes some lovely hand gestures. So you know,
I Prince, I'm sorry not to interrupt you, but I actually one of the things I do is I actually build submersibles. And so when I saw that, I loved it. I was just like, this is perfect. Um, it was a well put together display, and I know the mechanics behind it, and I love it nonetheless. And yeah, the hand gestures were brilliant.
okay, but yes, you know, if you want to go on and talk about drones with Whiskey, I have absolutely no problem with that. But I will say that to my recollection, we did not dive deeply into what Germany provided for mine clearance stuff. So, you know, like Whiskey said, you're in charge of the ship. And like I said, just don't sink it like the Moskva. I'm just teasing you, Anda. I know you would never do that. It's just I'm watching this video on repeat and it's sort of cracking me up. So I was just going to let you know we didn't really talk about the stuff that was provided from Germany for the mine clearance.
Thank you, Prince. I don't actually. I okay. You are trying to confuse me. You're a troll, right? You come here, and I start with a topic, and we go to from left to right. Okay, so you want minesweepers. You want you want to for us to discuss what happened and what Germany actually sent to Ukraine, because they actually did send stuff to Ukraine, and they will also provide. So they promised during the Ramstein meeting. They promised 1 billion euros in a spring package, which actually was full of anti-air defense and air defense equipment. So Patriots, Gepards, Iris-T, ammunition, and so on. You say you have information about minesweeping?
Okay, I apologize. I think I might have been confused. I thought you had said that they donated some things related to mine clearance. As far as mine sweeping in water, the UK has donated 2 ships. But of course, they won't be able to go into the Black Sea yet. But they are giving Ukraine 2 ships. I misunderstood you, I think. I thought I heard you say that they had donated some mine clearing equipment, Germany specifically. But if they didn't, then that was my mistake and I misunderstood. And I apologize. And you're in charge. So tell me to shut up.
No. It's I was actually confused. I didn't know I didn't know what to make of it. So you, okay, it was a misunderstanding. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's don't stuck on don't get stuck on that. All right. So I'm sorry. I am
I'm sorry, and
today.
This is what happens.
Yes.
This is what happens when you have no coffee and I have too much coffee. So I'm
Yeah. I was wondering about the coffee question here.
Yeah. I promise I will show you all my 25 cups of coffee one day. Actually, I think I shared on my Twitter sometimes back with some of the with some of the with some of the people from Twitter. I wasn't in the space back then. I was just I was just I was just trying to bring attention to Ukraine by using coffee, basically. So, Whiskey, if I can get back a bit on this topic.
So as far as the drone, so as far as the mine clearing stuff, is that where you're going, Anda?
I want to bring them together, right? The two topics for the moment. I want to bring them together because
Okay,
I think it's important.
Okay, let me try and do this. I'm not going to use technical terms here. But yeah, there was some unmanned robotic controlled demining equipment that was recently donated to Ukraine. We saw some videos about that put out earlier today. There's also been some talk of demining or anti-mine ships being donated to Ukraine, put into the Black Sea. Waiting to hear more news on that currently. And then as far as MICLICs, those are those rounds that you see shot out from ground equipment to clear lines on the ground. That's like usually C4 charges daisy chained together. That's another way. Ryan Hendricks, he's also been doing a lot of great work on the ground, trying to clear mines. And there's also, I hate to go back to drones, but there's actually been some drone technology that's actually been coming out to actually go after mines as well. And as CJ has mentioned on this,
Whiskey,
yeah,
let me stop you a bit. So,
okay.
explain to me, how do you use drones in demining? So let's bring these two topics together, because I started with an idea, but I'm flexible. We can work this out. So how can drones help with demining? How can you use them?
It depends on which type you're talking about. Are they aerial or are they actually ground?
The mines?
No, actually, the drones themselves. Are you talking about aerial drones? Or are you talking about ground drones? And I think Constantine has something to say about this.
Yes, let's go to Konstantin and
So Whiskey
Konstantin?
has the right question. There are two types of drones. The main drone that is used for the mining is the land drone. It's essentially a vehicle, tracked small to large. And by large, I don't mean tank size. I mean up to the size of the car, probably. Size vehicle, tracked, that is controlled by the remote operator, that has a minesweeper in front of it that just rolls the ground in front of it. And all the mines, it basically triggers every mine that is in front of it without having damage to the drone itself. A lot of drones like that are used, and they're being donated to Ukraine. They are very useful for the mining in the special liberated territories. For example, you have a village liberated, the Russians have left, there is no active combat, and you can use it safely with, just your team comes in, it takes it off the truck, large tractor trailer, pulls it off. There are three people who are servicing it, who follow it, and you have this operation ongoing. So you can imagine it's not a combat operation, because if you would do it in the vicinity of the enemy, you would be destroyed pretty quickly. And there's another type of drones that are aerial drones that are, as Whiskey have rightfully. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. And there are aerial drones that are flying over, like quadrocopters, fixed wing drones, etc. Those can be used for demining as well, but there is a very much more limited use for them. Thermal vision ones actually can discover drones, mines, because they have different temperature. If you have a landmine laying on the ground, because it's made of metal, exterior of it is made of metal, and the ground is made of ground dirt, obviously, earth. There is a different heat signature, so you can spot those. It's pretty hard. It's not that straightforward. So you have to know where you're working. It's not like you're flying over like a field of 3 by 3 kilometers and mapping every mine node. So you have to fly real low to detect this difference in the heat signature. and there is another way. So you can use them to demine, or if the drone is with thermal vision, not demine, to map them. And there's a different way to use them as well, is that we're actually dropping you drop a small bomb on it and it explodes, so it's like a way of demining it. It's not anything like of how you say industrial scale. The aerial drones are. This is like a new. I would say it's a new type of industry right now for aerial drones to do this. But it's actually being used. It's actually being used, and I know units that have been demining like this and who have been hunting, and we're doing that. We were supplying thermal vision drones for the detection of the mines. It does not work as simple as it's not like you, once again, it's not like you're flying and you see everything. Oh, it's so easy. No, you gotta fly real low. You gotta have the right sector, and the operator have to, there are so many ifs and so many conditions to use it properly. With the land control drones, it's a bit easier. It's basically okay. You have this road that you have to demine, or you have this field, and you just start sweeping lane after lane, and that's basically it. It's pretty straightforward. With aerial drones, it's a bit different, and no, the aerial drones will never be capable of performing as something like land drones do. But anyway, I spoke too much. I think you understood what I was talking about.
Yeah, no, 100%. And thank you, Constantine. Like you put a pinpoint in exactly what I was trying to explain. Um, yeah, the aerial drones will never come close to the ground drones. Yeah, so thank you for eloquently explaining that, and thank you for taking the time to do that.
And I think Anda has had a phone issue. So bear with me just a second because I've got to do a reset here as well. Hey, Prince, did you have something else you wanted to hit while I'm fumbling around with technology?
I can give it a shot. I can look at my bookmarks and see what I have in here. And the only thing is, it's not fun stuff. The other day we saw a good piece about the Ukrainian railroad opening up that section between Ukraine and Romania. And then we saw some other really good news about Ukraine integrating Starlink on their intercity trains to be able to use, and they'll be deploying it on all intercity trains by the end of 2023. But they have finished starting to integrate that and getting that going. But the other thing that I saw today, and it brought to mind when the head of the Ukrainian railway was on the space several months ago. And for some reason I pay attention to these kinds of stories a lot, and I know that. But we think of the soldiers being killed, and we see the civilians being killed, and we see all kinds of things like that. But we don't always see the numbers of the emergency workers or the people like the rail workers. And Sky News put out a story. See, on my thing here, it says about 10 hours ago, Sky News put out a story about the loss of life on the Ukrainian railway while they're working so hard to keep the railway up and going. And it says here that the railways are still functioning after 11 months of war, but not without a cost. 307 railway workers have been killed, 665 of them injured since the invasion started. So we hear about the loss of life in the civilian population and in the soldiers and in some of the aid workers and some of the medics on the field, but we don't hear necessarily that much about the loss of life, about the emergency workers and the railway workers and things like that. And I just occasionally like to bring the light on some of those kinds of things that we don't hear about as often also, because I think it's important to keep those people that we don't hear about in mind. And I know we may have the head of the railway on the space again here soon, and I'm sure he'll talk about it again like he did when he was here last time. But I just thought since that Sky News story came out today, it would be a good thing to mention.
Thank you, Prince, and thank you for covering. While I dropped, I had some technical issues. I'm sorry, it happens.
Yep, and then I was also working on the host phone. The North America host phone is now one of my behind scenes responsibilities. So bear with me as I'm learning that and making music in the background, restarting. So I got Anda all set up once I got that restarted too.
So now we know who to bug on the
Uh-huh.
North American side for who has the host phone.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, what have you been talking while I was gone? While I was, my phone took a nap, basically. So what Konstantin was talking about how drones were how aerial drones were used in order to map and sometimes destroy some of the landmines. And you also mentioned about the ground equipment, the drones that are on the land, right? All right. And Prince, you were discussing about the if I got the gist of it, about the workers from the railway from
Yeah,
um
yeah, that is true. I was highlighting a Sun News article out of the UK that came out today that was mentioning how many railway workers had been killed and injured since the beginning of the invasion 11 months ago. So
which is indeed tragic. When we had the Alexander Commission here in the space, he mentioned that he has about 200,000 workers for the Ukrainian railway company. Basically, it's a second army, right? For Ukraine, it's a second army. Together with the postal offices, they are pumping, right? They are pumping the blood into the front lines. Let's put it this way. So every time it's when there is a loss, and they do have losses, both companies. Yeah, it's a pity. Nancy, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to add one more piece of sobering news while Prince had been down that path as well. The one thing I know we tend to focus on in the space, and it definitely gets the attention of the press by its nature, is when there's a mass missile strike from Russia into Ukrainian territory. You know, the tragedy in Dnipro, for example, and it draws the world to something that they should be paying attention to, honestly, every hour of every day until this is done, just like we do here. But one of the things I've tended to do over time is look for those areas that we hear about less. And I try and follow the news from the Sumy Oblast for that reason as well. That area was one of the first invasion points for this phase of the invasion, and one of the earlier areas that the Russian military bailed out of when they pulled back the first time to regroup. But that doesn't mean it's calm and quiet and that life is back to normal. There is daily shelling of mortar rounds and other crap from Russia into that area every single day. But we don't hear about it in the news a lot, no matter what the injuries are. If there's a very large mass casualty event, we'll hear about it. But I like to keep those people in my thoughts every day. And yesterday, a 17-year-old boy was injured by mortar rounds that were fired into one of those border towns, you know, that's within kilometers from the border between Ukraine and Russia. And the house was completely destroyed, the one that he'd been sheltering in. Completely. I've got the pictures of it from Sumy Post on my timeline. Fortunately, he lived, although he has numerous shrapnel wounds. And again, it reminds me that every day when I look at the metrics from the Prosecutor General's office of Ukraine on the total metrics they have now on crimes against their state, whether they be war crimes, whether they be, you know, whatever is associated with this invasion, war crimes, potential genocide. They track and they document everything so that when the time comes and justice is served, they've got all of the records. And I know that in the section where it has children killed and injured and crimes against children in that category, this boy will be in that next update. Just one boy in one town, but it happens every single day. And I just wanted to make sure that we're all recognizing that this is happening, whether we hear about it or not. We're usually hearing about the actions nearer the war zone or in the very recently freed locations or from the mass missile strikes. But there are Ukrainians losing their lives and receiving extended injuries, civilians. Every day this continues. And I think that's the message that we've got to continue to make sure that the people who are looking away are only paying attention on the rare times that this hits the TV news in the West. We've just got to keep pushing and keep raising awareness. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy. It is true we have spoken here in the space a lot about the indiscriminate shelling. So about the war crimes, right? because this is what we are talking about. We are talking about the war crimes. War crimes include sending children from Ukraine into Russia. War crimes include shelling and killing civilians, right? We are not talking here about someone going to have a walk near the front lines, you know, to see what's been happening there. We are talking about people way behind the front lines. We are talking about people who are hundreds of kilometers, hundreds of miles, if you want, behind the front lines. So how should I put this? Each and every time when someone dies, it's a tragedy. One person that dies, it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy for that family, and it's a tragedy in general. Having Ukraine invaded, having Russian troops fighting in Ukraine, it's only part of the problem, right? It is a very hard topic. It is a very difficult topic for us especially, and for Ukraine, because we feel helpless, right? How can you console? How can you alleviate the pain of a woman who just lost her son, and they were thousands of kilometers, hundreds of kilometers from, not thousands, hundreds of kilometers from the front lines. It's something that you cannot do, right? But this is why we are here, right? This is why we are here. We are here because we want to support Ukraine. We want to bring this information forward. We want to get people informed about what's happening in Ukraine, including what's been sent to Ukraine, what's been the movements of troops in Ukraine, and all the political and economical impact that Ukraine and this war has within it. Prince, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I do. And Nancy's starting to talk about the Sumy region. It brought it to mind, and I don't know how appropriate it is to talk about now. It's just a story that I read today about a Russian sabotage reconnaissance group trying to break its way across the border into the Sumy Oblast, and they were fired upon and ran away. So we don't hear about places like the Sumy Oblast as much as we used to, other than a daily report of shells fired from Russia into the Sumy Oblast. But this was one that caught my eye because it's not something that I hear about all the time, as far as Russians crossing the border to try to enter the Sumy Oblast and being repelled. And it's always good to hear when the Ukrainians kick them right back to the country where they belong, and don't let them try to get in for some reconnaissance. So I was just going to add that little piece to what Nancy said.
Thank you, Prince. I lost both Whiskey and Constantine. All right, so no drones.
It's the girls' night.
I will. Yay! We have a girls' night. So we should have had some leopards. We should have brought here Michelle. If we want a girls' night, we should have brought Michelle up. I will DM Michelle. I will DM Michelle if she can come up, if she's not asleep, because it's really late where she is. Because we I remember when we were all together here on the panel. All right, so yes, Prince, you raised your hand.
Yeah, there's a subject that I've been sort of avoiding talking about. But today, I think I sort of decided I wanted to talk about it. But it's sort of it's a hard one, I think, in some ways. I've been seeing reports for several days of people in Moscow laying flowers to commemorate the victims of the January 14th strike on Dnipro. And they're laying flowers at a specific monument in Moscow. It's the monument to Lesia Ukrainia. So it sounds like it's a Ukrainian monument in Moscow. And there is just a nice big huge pile of flowers there. Today, though, a woman came to lay some flowers, and she had a sign with her, and of course she was immediately arrested for laying flowers in memory of the people who were killed by Russia in Dnipro. I don't know how I feel about that sometimes, because it's really hard to separate that there are, there are Russians who are doing these kinds of things that may not seem so awful, but we really see so many awful things that Ukraine does, or that Russia does. Apologies. At the same time, though, I also think of the Russian unit that I cannot remember the name of at the moment, who does fight on the side of Ukraine. So I guess, part of my optimistic self says there are a few glimmers of hope here and there, because there are Russians who are fighting for Ukraine, and we see that people are coming out and laying flowers at this Ukrainian monument in Moscow in memory of the people that were killed in Dnipro. So it's a almost confusing place to be, but it's also interesting. But then immediately seeing that this woman is immediately arrested.
True. I'm sorry. So how should I don't know how to address this. So I will go further. So we talked about I'm sorry, Prince. I don't know what to say about that.
No, I totally get that, because I don't know what to say about it either, other than the fact that it's happening, and I've been seeing stories about it for several days that people are laying flowers at this place. Today is the first day I recall seeing people arrested for doing it. But no, I totally get that. I don't know what to say about it either, other than the fact that it's happening, and I don't know how to feel about it either. But I think it is an interesting thing to point out and to be aware of. Nancy, what do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. I've had that same challenging ambivalence, I guess I would describe it as. On the one hand, it's heartening to see that there is caring and humanity. And on the other hand, it's disheartening to see that it's so few who are doing that. And I think that's the hard part for me. And I don't know how to interpret those feelings or observations yet. I haven't really been able to process it through. It's encouraging and terribly discouraging at the same time.
Well, let's do it this way. So President Zelensky has a daily address, right? He has a daily address to his people. Sometimes they are short, sometimes they are longer. He has good days and bad days, right? He was optimistic in some, he was pessimistic in some. Three things I take out of his attitude, and maybe I'm wrong, and people can come up and tell me that I'm wrong. But first and foremost, they are not giving up. So Ukraine is not giving up, right? This is the first and foremost thing that we can take out of each and every discourse he has, be it sad or joyous, be it optimistic or less so. This is one. The second, he is always focused on the goal. The goal is Ukraine to be free, Ukraine to be a rich and prosperous country again, without Russians in it, rebuilt with those flowers planted in parks, not planted on the graves, right? This is the goal. This is what they want. And third, he has promised this not only once. All the people who are to blame for this will pay one way or another. And I'll take this pledge. I can understand that. And actually, I like that because it drives them, right? It drives them forward and it pushes them forward every day. Even if we have days in which we actually see him crying, right? Crying is normal. At some point, emotions overcome you, right? But you have to channel them into something that makes sense, into something that actually has a result. You have to channel your anger, to channel your sadness, to channel yourself, right? Into going into a direction, going into something positive. Let's put it this way. What we can do here is talk about Ukraine. What else we do in our daily lives to help Ukraine, seeing what's happening there, right? It's donate. This is why we always pitch here in MriyaReport for donating to MriyaAid, right? We basically have here people coming on the panel from MriyaAid. Marcus is one of them, and they are telling us, giving us details about how the organization works behind. But this is one way of channeling your energy into something positive, right? Bringing tourniquets on the front lines, bringing supplies for the front lines, bringing drones for the front lines, bringing bandages, right? We were talking here, there are months back, and I mentioned bandages, clean bandages. And they are very humble. They cost very few. Lots of people disregard them, right? They're because they are cheap. But without them, a wound cannot be dressed. So you want them in the hospitals. You want clean bandages. You want I just remembered when I talked back then about the bandages, I had someone coming up. I don't recall her name, so I don't want to make a mistake. But what she said was, each and every time you have someone in the hospital, it's not only the person which is in the hospital which is suffering, right? It's their family too. So every time you send bandages for someone to get well better, get well soon, and not have problems, you make someone else happy back home, right? So it's something that actually it's something that actually it's helping Ukraine, helping Ukrainian women who actually fled the war and have husbands on the front lines, helping everyone. And bandages are like, I don't know, $1, $2 a package. They are not expensive. So every time you ditch a coffee and say, okay, I won't buy this coffee, it costs just, I don't know, $1, and I'll send that dollar to Ukraine. That dollar can be a bandage, a clean bandage for someone. And someone will come home sane and safe and all right. So this is my pitch for for MriyaAid actually today. Um, Today you will have lots of these pauses from me, and I'm sorry for that. I need to get my wits together and um, be more sharp tomorrow. But in the meantime, let's do it this way. Share and retweet the space, right? Go on MriyaAid page, see something. If you see something there that you didn't know or you can relate to, share and retweet about that. This is for free, so this costs you nothing but 3 clicks and, I don't know, 30 seconds of your life, and it can reach someone who actually has the money, the time, the possibility to help, and it can save a life in the end. And this is why we are here, right? So do this. Also, if you want to check out, so this will be if you want to check out MriyaReport.org, which is our website, you can see there the latest posts from the latest posts from our Spotify account. In other between other things, our Spotify account is MriyaReport in one word, and it's actually where you can find the recordings of the most interesting interviews that we had here on the space, with people like General Ben Hodges, with people like Thomas Steiner. That was a sort of a marathon, 6 hours and something. So these would be the some of the things that you can see there on MriyaReport.org. So thank you for going, clicking on it and checking it out. Actually, I used to bitch about it, about our website more, back when Twitter was really glitchy. You will always find us there. So that's one place, one spot in which you will be able to find us. So let's, because I covered all the administrative part. Let's go. Let's go to some other topics that I want to discuss actually with you, to bring them up and to move forward as we move forward. So 2 very distinct topics to start with, right? One of them is what's happening in Moscow, actually. One fun one fun aspect that happened in Moscow is that they are deploying air defense, right? They are they say there are signals that they fear of strikes on their capital, which I find totally amusing. I think I mentioned that previously. I find totally amusing that the fact that Russia is deploying Pantsir S-1 air defense systems atop of 2 government buildings in Moscow. One of them is the Ministry of Defense. It's absurd in it's absurd in the worst way. I don't know how to put this. So they are bringing fire, doom and gloom in Ukraine. They invaded Ukraine. They are shelling indiscriminately, but they say we are under attack. And there is a very large posting from Washington Post about this topic. They say that they are fearing of those strikes after the drones that were flying into the bases, such as Engels, when they lost some of their aviation. Saying something like this demonstrates that Kyiv has the ability to hit way behind the lines. But to explain why is this stupid, Ukrainian MOD up to this point never had done undiscriminate hits. So each and every time a location was hit, it was hit for a purpose, and that purpose was strictly related to Ukraine freeing its territory, right? So it was a tactical move, not we can hit your capital city also. That's not the point. That's not their strategy. They want to free their land. This is their strategy. Anyway, this is one of the things that amused me to no end. And the other one, the other topic that I wanted to bring up, because I have Nancy and Prince, and I will have Teal coming up. It's the way the role of the media, right? The role of the media in all this war. So we have had here there are 4 main channels that push out media. And when I say media, I'm not referring to newspapers. I'm referring to social media, right? We have TikTok, we have Twitter, we have Facebook and Instagram. And there are some people who are actually more accustomed to one of them or the other. There are some countries like mine, for example, in which Twitter is actually not not a thing, right? Everyone is on Facebook. Here, it's not something that is only for some categories of people. Everybody is on Facebook. Basically, in Romania, if you're not on Facebook, you don't exist. This is what I've been told. And some of the younger generation is on Instagram here. But TikTok really caught the eye of many. And we can see their reels and short clips from the front lines. And I was wondering, actually, if you, Nancy or Prince, ever went on TikTok, for example, to get news or to follow some of the soldiers who put up videos, their upload videos on TikTok, and if you follow it.
I hate TikTok.
No, I don't use. Yeah, I don't use TikTok either. I think I'll use Facebook because I'm that old, but I haven't messed with TikTok.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't even, I've been thinking about it a little bit more about venturing into Telegram, but no, Twitter and Facebook, and really up until February, March, I barely used Twitter.
All right. But let me tell you, the young generation is all over TikTok, and not only. And one of the things that they enjoy is making short movies on tanks blowing up. This is where we have most of the pictures with turrets in the air and various calculations, which is higher, which one is which kernel was up in the air or not. So one of the things, just one more sentence on this, and then I will go to wheel. So Russians use TikTok also. Some of the Russians who actually are on the front lines are, because they are not trained, they are reckless, right? They are not basically they film everything with their phones, which are not coded, which are not put someplace safe. They film everything and then they upload it on TikTok. And this is how some of the locations of them were discovered, right? This was actually one of the this breach, this lack of discipline was one of the reasons for which which Ukrainian army exploited, and therefore they managed to hit a location where Russian soldiers were celebrating New Year, right? And it was a very big I'm sorry. Um, so w- I'm back. I'm sorry. So this was one of the things. This breach of conduct. This lack of discipline led Ukraine kill basically 600 Russian soldiers in one hit. Right? They were located in a base in. It was a restaurant or something. Anyway, the thing is lack of discipline and lack of training and bad judgment led to death of soldiers, lots of soldiers. So this is why training is important. This is where training comes into place and discipline comes into place. Basically, this was my this was where I aimed to go to with my train of thought. Will, welcome up.
Hey, good morning, I guess, Anda, from Perth. Yeah, I mean the issue you're talking about, of course, is on this social media thing. I think you're right. TikTok is become pretty ubiquitous around the world for those who aren't really too worried about their information security. The casual users and stuff, because the Chinese government has admitted that they fully have access to the user data behind the scenes, and so it's considered a bit of an information security issue. But of course, it is easy to make videos and uplift them, but it's also easy to make fake ones too, right? So video is great information, but it's also great disinformation. And I think you'd find that if you looked at the Russian side of the world in this battle or in this war, that a good lot of them use a thing called Telegram. And if you do speak Russian or read Russian from the former Soviet bloc type countries, you might be able to pick up quite a lot, or follow people like Dmitry, War Translated, on Twitter. And he'll transfer a lot of across the relevant content from Telegram for you, already translated. So he's a fantastic resource, and shout out to War Translated Dmitry if you ever haven't heard of him. And the other guy who's I see lurking down, I'd just like to give a shout out to is Def Mon below here, who produces exceptionally good battle maps, produces phenomenally good daily summaries of what's going on, and because he's got a bizarre sense of humor, he also posts pictures and things and video clips and things that he's gathered from Telegram as well. I think Telegram's highly used on the Russian side, and you're absolutely correct that the big problem in training, discipline, and information operational security is if you went into a war zone in any of the Western militaries or Australian military, you're not allowed to take your mobile phone anywhere near the battle space. And if you ever were allowed to, you would disengage all of the stuff that allows it to track you. So if you were going to use it as a little video camera just locally, you totally disconnect it and then take it back to a secure area and then connect it to the internet. But yeah, thankfully, Russian training is poor. Russians are ill-disciplined, and Russians are giving away their position heavily and using it to great effect. The building you're talking about was indeed it was a barracks, a 3-story barracks that was a former school, I believe, and was located and precisely attacked with, I believe, a Gimler's, one of the HIMARS missiles, or probably 2 or 3 of them, and they hit it so structurally perfect that it pancaked the building, meaning the floors pancaked together and fell. And there were somewhere possibly close to 700 people killed and injured in that event. And basically, you can't see that there was a building there at all, other than some columns standing up. But you'll note, and the best part about this is, 3 or 4 days later, the Russians made up a fake story about how they'd done the same thing. But the reporters on the site relatively quickly said, yes, there were missiles that landed in a courtyard by this building and close to another building, but there was no evidence of any Ukrainian soldiers dead or wounded, and it didn't look like the explosions did all that much damage. They certainly didn't destroy the building and make them fall down and collapse. But yeah, now, and that's what I wanted to say to you. If you want to find a topic later on, I guess I'd like to talk to somebody like Defmon, if you could pull him up, if he's interested in talking about what he sees in the theaters of Svatova, Severodonetsk, and Donetsk area, where I'm hoping that the ground is getting cold enough, and it's getting nice and cold and frozen ground, and that we see some opportunity for a bit of mischief this winter, or are we just settling in for defensive positions and waiting till training, more equipment arrives, and we can do something in the late spring, early summer?
Actually, he is in the space. I hope he's awake. So I sent him an invite. If he wants to come up and speak with us, that would be great. And indeed, sorry.
But I've got a brief comment about air defense that you raised earlier too. So the air defense systems that have gone up in Moscow and in St. Petersburg on top of the Hermitage and outside of Putin's residence are Pantiers, I believe, which are probably, they're basically just for theater for the Russian population, to try to say, look, we're all in this together, and we're kind of put the flavor around the country of being mobilized, across the country, and possibly in preparation for doing a greater mobilization of the country. But it's essentially theater because, of course, there's no attacks planned, and it seems absurd from the Ukrainian side. But it might be signaling anything, but I wouldn't count on it being signaling anything, because there'll be better signals later on for mobilization and that. Last, in relation to air defense, on the Ukrainian side, there's a phenomenally important issue coming up right now, given the fact that the Shahed drones, a good number of the drones that are attacking buildings, can be shot down by some equipment. That equipment is called a Gepard, and that equipment uses a 20 millimeter round that's only produced in Switzerland. And Switzerland, like Germany, has put an export control on those. So if anybody has contact with Switzerland, people that are Swiss, or any way to put pressure on those guys, we got to say, look, you got to let these bullets for this Gepard go, because they're the only thing that fits in the best weapon known for shooting down these slow-moving loitering munitions. Excuse me. And there is no good reason to withhold the bullets for a thing that's only shooting down air assaults that are killing civilians. It's just silly. Now, I'll be quiet. Thanks very much, Anda.
Thank you very much. Gunny is coming up. I just added him as a speaker, or I'm trying. Nancy, maybe you can help me with that.
Yeah, stand by. Let me see what I can do.
Thank you. So, to my recollection, I don't want to. Gani, do you? I see you requesting and with the hand up, so I don't know exactly what's happening. Probably my Android is working pretty slow, and you must excuse us for a moment. We are trying, right, to fix some technical issues. So all right.
Yeah, I see him as a speaker on one phone and not on the other phone. So I'm trying to figure it out too.
All right. Gani, if you can hear us, maybe if you drop and rejoin, maybe you can try again. Okay, so he dropped. I will invite you to speak. Maybe this way it will work faster. I don't know. Let's see. All right. So today, I told you, today is the day when we have a lot of pauses. You will have to bear with me because I don't have distributive attention and I got a lot of messages coming in, and I'm sorry about that. So yay, Gani came. Awesome. Welcome up and good morning.
Yeah, it's halfway through my pint of coffee. Radio check over.
At least you have coffee. At least you have coffee. So let's start with that part. Tomorrow I will have my coffee. Today it's not the same day. So Will brought up the topic of guepards, and he said the shells are only being produced in Switzerland. And to my recollection, if I'm not very much off, they are also produced they used to be produced and can be produced in Germany. And Germany bought a factory in Spain in order to produce the ammunition for the Gepards. And they promised Ukraine to get about 300,000 rounds in the span of a year. So I don't know exactly how this works or if I'm right, and I'm actually waiting for your input on this topic.
Yeah, so the 35mm round's been produced for decades. It's not a brand new round. I think the Norwegians even have a variation, Namo or something like that. So there are going to be many rounds lying around the world. So whilst the usual Swiss, just don't get me started on them. I do, you know, a nation born out of the fact that it profiteers on wars elsewhere is not really a nation to be very proud of, to be honest. But with you, but there will be plenty of. I suspect there will be plenty around. Certainly the UK will probably be going around the globe buying up supplies wherever. It's a type of ammunition we're quite familiar with. I think when we recaptured the Falklands in 1982, we inherited quite a lot of ammunition as well off the RGs. Right, it's not for film purposes. All right, Panzer is a very important self-propelled anti-aircraft gun system. It is not something that the Russians can spare. They are on the back foot. The air battle is phenomenally important. They would not take 3 of what they regard to be their highest end systems and then just put them out for show purposes, unless these are mocks with a little motor pushing round a, 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 a sheet metal imitation radar on them. What's interesting is the positioning of them. The 3 that we've seen so far, they're all interlocking. So for the missile system and the gun system. And if you have a look at where they interlock, it pretty much covers the center of the Russian capital, i.e. the Kremlin. You know, so I think the idea that the Russians can just, hey presto, pull 3 systems, given all of the other commitments that they have, naval bases, nuclear weapon sites, airfields, munitions production sites. All right, there is a vast number of commitments for air defense, much closer to Ukraine, that they will want to cover. Therefore, this is much more than just some silly PR attempt. I have seen a couple of people say, well, actually firing that weapon over a city is very dangerous because the rounds have got to land somewhere. No, they're base fused. All right, they go up in the air and then at a predetermined time they self-destruct. So you will get some fragmentation landing on the ground, but these aren't going to be 30mm rounds landing just outside millets. They're base fused like most anti-aircraft weapon systems these days to go off. So that's not a problem. I would just keep an eye out for the next couple of days to see where else they go. The one outside the airport, which isn't a military airport, I do wonder if that's a VIP, maybe an emergency dispersal airport. I think the other one's used to be called Vukno 1 or something like that, where all their VIPs were supposed to jump on aircraft and disperse in a major incident. Maybe this other airfield is something to do with that. It's a dispersal area, or maybe the Russians are using it, have re-rolled it for the defense of Moscow. They've put some fighter squadrons there, but don't forget, Moscow is already very, very well defended by PVO. It's outside of Pyongyang. It's probably one of the best defended cities in the world. Assuming that they've kept their anti-ballistic missile systems up. So this is far more than public relations, I'm afraid. Well, I'm not afraid, they're afraid. But this is taking 3 valuable systems and taking them from somewhere where they would be really useful and sticking them on roofs. So there is concern there for some reason, I think.
I have a question for you, Gani. Is there, to your knowledge, so are there in the Northern Sea, in the Gulf next to St. Petersburg, anywhere, have you seen large amounts of submarines going up and down, vessels of any kind, military kind, going into the Gulf of Finland and basically looking like a threat to, at least to St. Petersburg, not for Moscow, because Moscow is actually pretty deep in the land, right? So this is why it's something that doesn't make sense to me. The distance from Kiev to Moscow, it's about the distance from St. Petersburg to Moscow. So they are very deep landlocked as a town. It's not. Would it? It doesn't make sense. It's on the it doesn't make sense topic, right? They say we are afraid of the drones because the Engels was hit.
No,
I don't want to
yeah.
cuss.
Well, first of all, submarine movements quite difficult to track them because they tend to be underwater. Look, we know places like Faslane Naval Base in Scotland are rather more busy than usual with NATO submarines. So clearly, submarine activity is very, very high at the moment. You only have to look at some of the nationalities: French submarines, Dutch, US, the usual UK traffic, all that kind of thing. There's plenty of traffic. Therefore, if NATO submarine traffic is up, you can probably fairly much deduce that Russian submarine traffic has conversely gone up a considerable amount. Yeah, I mean, Gulf of Finland, no, not really. I mean, it could be proof of concept. It's not beyond the realms of possibility. They're doing a massive air defence exercise. They've decided to up their readiness across the PVO or whatever it's called now, and they're looking at how they would defend the city with more sort of mobile systems put in. That's possible. You know, it could just be an air defence exercise. It's quite a lot of effort, though. Submarines Gulf of Finland. Well, I don't know. You could put one of the American SSGNs, one of the Tomahawk conversions, and carry about, I think it's 148 Tomahawks in these converted former Ohio class ballistic missile submarines. But it's not really. Gulf of Finland isn't really the natural operating environment for a big US SSGN, to be honest with you. So I don't think it's that. I think they're just probably covering all their bases. I think they might have intelligence that the Ukrainians have developed a weapon system, or they think they've got intelligence. The Ukrainians, yes, good morning, boy. How's my dog? Sorry. Yeah, they might have intel that Ukrainians have a UAV that they're concerned about, or they are just increasing their readiness across the board. It's interesting, you know, NATO aren't doing it. So one thing I can guarantee you, it's not for a film, and I don't think it's for PR, because it's not democracy. You don't really care if the public are massively concerned. I think this is a genuine attempt to up their point defense around key installations, and certainly above the Kremlin.
All right, thank you. Nancy.
Yeah, I've got a question for Gunny, because now I'm a little bit worried that with what you've said about those anti-aircraft facilities, that maybe I spread fake news or fake pictures. The other day I saw a giant cat knocking one of those off of a building, and I figured it has to be a Ukrainian war cat. But now I'm wondering, was that misinformation or disinformation that I spread? Because it was really, really cute.
Yeah, you might have seen something from the Russian military Section 17 counterattack attack cat team. So you know, who knows? Maybe they're worried about a Ukrainian 100-foot woman attacking. I don't know if one of them is
That could explain it all.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Is it a good morning? I heard Gunny's voice the first I logged in. I woke up and I heard him say, "Quiet, boy." I'm like, "Oh my God, is my mic hot? How does he know I'm here?"
Well, he has a third eye, so he knows.
Yehuda.
Tempted. Anyways, well, I'll just go back to bed. Gunny, did you see Constantine had an interesting patch that he posted about?
No, mate. I've been up about 40 minutes on weekend duty. I ate live, and I'm just finishing off my coffee before the drive. So I'll have a look later.
Yeah. It was about a patch about some recently deceased persons in a country they shouldn't be in. But it was of a particular, basically a bunch of signal. It was a signals unit that specializes in maintaining um, main command posts as opposed to tactical or forward. And apparently the Ukrainians reached out and touched that area. So I said it could be one of two things. It could demonstrate, well, many things. It could be someone just walking around where they shouldn't be, or the Ukrainians had done something very incredible and got to a position that a normal army or military would put, 50 to 100 kilometers away from their enemy, or the Russians were incompetent enough to put that CP somewhere where it should never have been, i.e., very close to the front. So it was very interesting. I had to go and deal with family, and then now here I am. So I feel like it's like a time warp. But I thought maybe if you had seen it, that'd be very interesting. It was a particular unit, and I was very shocked because these are people that should be nowhere near the front, not just because they're pretty faces, but also the type of equipment that they roll with, the type of crypto, the type of infrastructure for command posts. Anyways, he said he'd share more info later. I just wanted to bring that up with you, and we can chat later.
Yeah, I'd tell you what, mate, the penny dropped about 3 months ago because I saw a Russian position. It was just after a couple of battalion CPs had been hit. And I saw a captured Russian position, and I noticed straight away there were two dirt bikes that had been abandoned. And I kind of suggested then that due to the massive issues the Russians have got with communication security, I think they've gone back to dispatch riders and probably hardwired telephones, field telephones, that kind of thing. And to me, that ties in with them moving battalion, regimental, and even divisional command posts forward, because they're so. I wonder if they're so untrustworthy of their radio signals that they're actually doing dispatch riders and field telephones, mate.
Yeah, well, field telephones surprisingly are still used a lot, but yeah, using a runner, we call them runners, dispatch riders is an antiquated term, Gunny. No, I mean, I think the Brits, I think you still call them dispatch riders, but we use, yeah, for runners. So this would have been a divisional level asset, is what I'm trying to say. And it looks like I mean, you actually have courses for people to cite CPs or command posts or headquarters. What on earth it's doing, not whatever it's doing, it should be somewhere 100 kilometers away from the enemy, in this case the good guys, which is Ukrainians. But I didn't see the bikes. It would make sense. It might be like, okay, we are not effectively communicating. Let's go back to World War I tactics. Now field phones running long distances is one thing, having them internally, 30 feet, 20, whatever. But it was very interesting. Massive break in communications, total failure for CP security. And this was one serious. These units usually occupy very large headquarters, very large CPs, very important ones. So I don't know if it means Ukrainians are somewhere they should be but shouldn't, or the Russians just throw up things willy nilly. Hey, this is a good idea to put everything. Isn't a little close to the front there, sir? No, I think it's good. So I don't know what it means, but it certainly is. It was actually pretty interesting that individual, that serviceman was, sorted out so close, I think, to Ukrainian front lines. But anyways, yeah, just wanted to throw that up there.
Yeah, I mean, aren't you? Isn't there an absolute maximum time limit for keeping if you're going to do that, keeping a roving, let's say a regimental CP? Aren't you supposed to up sticks every 12 to 24 hours, just on a rotating basis?
No, it depends operationally for sure in the operational tempo, but this would presumably judging by the patch that I've seen he has, and I'm not usually one that reads the tea leaves on this site about the granularity of stuff, but this should be a divisional or army level headquarters and up that should never be moving because it's probably in Russia, is what I'm trying to say. Right? It should be well back. And the 12 to 36, 72 for these, for definitely for brigade level, these CPs. So what on earth is, or this guy was somewhere, he was back at this very Gucci command post and someone said, "You suck, put him on a truck and send him to the front." That's also an option, right? But definitely don't expect him there. And the repair capabilities that his specific cap badge, or not cap badge, rather his unit badge suggested he was in, would demonstrate that they wouldn't be moved. Like, this guy should be nowhere near the tactical, the battle space. So who knows, right? So many questions, but still pretty interesting. Oh, and the caveat that with a whole bunch of very interesting kit, and a ton of it was also found in the vicinity of. So, very bizarre.
So was this? Sorry, mate, I'm not properly awake. So this was this a CP that was hit, and then the Ukrainians went in after and had a little nose round?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's what we gleaned from it.
Wow. So that would have been SF or well, it would have been special forces or locals, probably with some SF attached.
So he wouldn't tell us. Like, he was being coy with it, and I get why, and that's cool. But it was just like, here, I'll post it to the nest. But the only other thing you can think of is that they're just moving things forward and no idea what they're doing. And that I would never have believed that a year ago. But in light of how they do business, Gunny, I'm wondering if they just really don't know what they're doing. Someone just pushed up like a division size CP and thought this is a good place to put you guys. And then, I've sent it into the nest if you want to look at it. Very unique. So for those who are just new or listening, one of our friends who was on the report, and Ukrainian American sends stuff over to Ukraine. And he has some friends over there, and they found some interesting equipment. I would doubt that it was the special forces. Anything. I mean, how much kit did they bring back? They brought, a CP's worth of radios and crypto and satellite comms and all very weird. A good sign, though. And you got to remember, the Russians have wanted and have tried to push some things forward and conduct some offensive near, in the Zaporizhzhia area, and that failed miserably. So maybe that was a result of this. Maybe they put the cart well before the horse. Maybe they need to be taught, hey, you need to actually win terrain first before you put out really big command posts where you shouldn't. And if you want,
yeah,
well,
right.
look.
And if you lose, say, I don't know, divisional command post, let's see, you police it after, don't you? You make sure that nothing's going to be left behind. Well, obviously, they'd have gone off. Someone would have investigated. They'd have picked up the dead and wounded. And then you police the site after. You go, right, all right, well, we've lost our CP, but let's make sure we don't leave anything lying around. And again, if that's the case, the SF went in, or whoever went in and after to have a little look see. It just tells you how appallingly bad their rear area security is.
Yeah.
That they can suffer that kind of strike, and then a team can just go in and probably at night, and then have a little nose round and go, oh yeah, we'll have that, we'll have that, we'll have that, we'll have that. It's So if you think about that,
I'm not complaining, right?
Oh God, no. I mean, it's fabulous, really. But but again, it kind of indicates to everyone who wonders about how the Ukrainians find these munition dumps and things like that. All it takes is a civvy with a mobile phone or a secure satellite phone, which you can stick in a pocket, and a quick call, and that can be a call for fire, and an M270 or a HIMARS can be start doing a shoot on that location. Then it's so remarkably easy now, isn't it? But you can pull up your location on a mobile phone, and you can give a lat and long of the barn that you're looking at, where you can see Russian trucks gathered around, and you can do it in literally 3 or 4 minutes. What was a dedicated course for artillery spotting officers 30, 40 years ago, using maps and quadrants and calculating lat and long and adjusting on. Now you can just pick up your mobile phone. If you think about it, look out your window, look at the school or the factory across the road from you. Your phone will tell you the lat and long. You feed the lat and long back to HQ, and there's your data to do a shoot, and it's first round hits. It's literally that simple. A civilian can really do a shoot, can't they, Yehuda?
Yehuda, are you still there?
Sorry, yeah, just dropped some tea here. 1 second.
All right. I think Yehuda can can respond to you, must respond to you, and he will get to that in a minute. And after that, I have a question for you, Gani, regarding something that UK sent to regarding the helicopters, the British seeking helicopters.
Thought they were Canadian.
They arrived from UK. I don't know.
Joking. We run the Sea Kings too. Gunny will tell you they're the best damn helicopter to land on a boat. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you are unmuted, Yehuda. Nancy, so
I said, Gunny, aren't the Sea Kings the best damn helicopter to land on a boat?
I think he's not. He's not
busy now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I was going to say about the helicopters. We use them as well. They're very legendary for the amount of maintenance hours for every hour of flight. And I was hoping Gunny could speak to that, because I'm not in the Navy and I have no idea the details. Sorry, go ahead, Enda.
I saw Nancy had her hand up, and I thought she wants to.
Oh no, that was earlier to ask Gunny about the super attack-em cats.
Well, we will wait for Gunny then, because he is not.
Yeah, I'm here, mate. I just had to dive out to the car, get it started.
I figured you had to take the dog out, since he was doing the same thing mine does when I'm trying to talk here, going, hey, pay attention to me.
That was breakfast. He wants his breakfast. He's gone back to bed now.
He's done with you.
All right, so Gunny, everyone has questions for you. So my question is about the British seeking helicopters which arrived in Ukraine. I wanted to. Yehuda actually made the joke, but it laid down flat because you were not here to hear it, and I cannot say it again. So you will you will have to go without the joke. So the UK promised to send into Ukraine to send helicopters, right? They are called Sea King, right? Okay, and they trained 10 crews of Ukrainian pilots on them. So just as any other just as any other piece of equipment that was sent into Ukraine. The Ukrainian soldiers were trained previously on that equipment. That being said, I was really curious about these helicopters and why are they important? Because Reznikov, which is the it's the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is very, I shouldn't say very happy. His statement is more like we will secure the seas and lands across Europe. That for me it's a bold statement and an optimistic statement. And I was wondering, what can you tell us about these helicopters? What makes them so different, great, desirable?
All right, so they're seeking HAS5s, HAS5s. We used to call them seeking Juliets. On the face of it, people get confused because they look like the Seeking Juliet, which is the one that we use for anti-submarine warfare. But I don't think it's not an anti-submarine warfare equipped helicopter. You wouldn't be able to train them to do anti-submarine warfare from a Seeking Juliet in that time frame, and 3 wouldn't be nearly enough. There's a lot of really nerdy reasons why, and a lot of people who've not hunted submarines think that these are going to be used to hunt kilos, which, to be honest with you, is a bit naive, and it's not happening. The 2 things I took away from it are, 1, they're painted grey. You paint helicopters according to the theatre they're going to operate in. Grey is not an amazing colour for something you're going to use over land. 2, they're operated by the Ukrainian Navy, not the Ukrainian Army. And 3, they said they're stationed near to the Black Sea. So if we remove anti-submarine warfare out the mix, these are going to be, I think, dedicated search and rescue for over the Black Sea. Why do you need dedicated search and rescue over a sea? Because you're going to operate something where people might need to be rescued from the sea. And the Ukrainians don't have a navy. Therefore, this is something to do with the Ukrainian Air Force. Therefore, Black Sea, Ukrainian Air Force, draw your own conclusions.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions, though, should we? I saw a documentary of a man who made a mat for the front of the house where you jump to conclusions. That might have just been a movie I saw. Gunny, what is it? 8,600 maintenance hours for every hour that the Sea King is up, or was that just a bad joke someone told me?
I think, Yehuda, that you really should stop trying to get the job, because
Don't jump to conclusions.
no, the one about the helicopters, because it lies flat every time. It's like,
I know, I get nothing. Gunny's pretending he's doing something else when he's like, I'm just gonna kill his jokes. I would just ignore him. They do have a remarkably interesting maintenance schedule. I'm not sure. I made up that number, 8,600, but I heard from a mechanic in the Air Force that, in fact, it does take a lot of maintenance. But I was hoping, because I know he's worked in that part of the service, and I was just kind of curious, why do we use them if they take so much time to work on and fix? Maybe there's extra special. I don't know. Know nothing about them. Never even been in one. But we use them for search and rescue too. So they can't possibly be bad if they're used for Sartex. I mean, the search and rescue. The Sartex go in them.
so we lost him altogether.
I scared him off. Hopefully he can come up and give a bit of an answer when he's available. That'd be cool. Anyways, I'm just hopefully I can go back to bed, but if not, I'm here for a while.
If you are here for a while, I have questions for you, actually. Gany's coming back. Or not.
I see him
Today,
cycling.
yes. Okay. It apparently it worked this time. So great. Welcome up again, Gany. Yehuda is tries to make a joke with you, to have a little levity time, but each and every time it lies flat. So I
Oh
tried.
no! Did I miss a Yehuda joke? Oh.
Like two. Broke my heart.
Yeah,
Did you hear my question though?
No, I cut out because it's about -5 here at the minute, and I got in the car and reversed out, and then proceeded to slide sideways across the road, which was a somewhat disconcerting, very exciting start to my day.
Good news. Question was, I made a joke, and it started something like, "Is it true that the Sea King has 8,600 maintenance hours for every hour of flight?" And it wasn't. It was because of some information someone I knew once gave me about Sea Kings, the ones that we have that land on the boats. As you know, I know nothing about boats or planes or helicopters, and I thought, wow, that's a ridiculous amount of time. And then they're also the helicopter that our SARTACs fly in. So really, probably one of the hardest jobs in the Canadian military to get into is to be a search and rescue technician. They get to wear red uniforms. They look like firemen of the sea and air, and they're like real weird people. They can tread water in like the ocean for like 4 days or something while holding a cup of tea and balancing biscuits on their nose. These guys are animals. No one likes them. They're too fit. Anyway, so why do they use these helicopters if they're so difficult to maintain? Or is it because the environment they operate in is so crappy that they're constantly having to maintain them? I was wondering if you could shed some light on that, Gunrid. Over to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a venerable design. I mean, it was old when I joined up, but they are pretty reliable. We upgraded all of ours to the Sea King Juliet version. We flew two. We flew the Sea King Juliet and the Sea King Whiskey. Sea King Whiskey is the one that's got what you call the bag on the side. It's actually an airborne early warning radar. So it's a bit of a poor man's solution to getting a radar up in the sky that can detect aircraft. It was a bit Heath Robinson, but it worked. It actually worked really well. We used to use it for all sorts of things apart from air defense. The interesting thing about the Juliet is when you slide the door open, the side door open, you actually bring in a lot of exhaust from the engine. And it turns out the fuel that we've been using can give you cancer in the exhaust fumes. So that's going to be an impending payout nightmare for the MOD, because it turns out our Sea Kings were, whilst hunting submarines and rescuing people out of the water, they're also giving the aircrew cancer. Wonderful. Thank you, Royal Navy. The service that gives with one hand and takes away the other. Yeah, if these are the search and rescue version, I don't think that the surface search radar on the back of the cab is operational. I'd be quite surprised. These are going to be to rescue aircrew. And if they're looking at rescuing aircrew, that says to me Ukrainian Air Force is looking at pushing back Russian air dominance of the Black Sea. And they do have air dominance at the moment. Outside of certain ranges, the Russians do control the airspace above the sea. So I personally would expect to see in the future some kind of Ukrainian air offensive to try and push back that air defense bubble that currently surrounds Crimea, and through that probably interfere with Russian surface warship activity.
Just off topic, is that what Prince William flew around in?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he was. No, he wasn't co-pilot. He was aircraft commander. So yeah.
Cool beans. The current or soon to be Prince of Wales. He was a search and rescue helicopter pilot for a couple of years at least, and I think he was stationed somewhere on some craggy, cold coast of England. I'm not sure.
I think he was at RNAS Coldrose, wasn't he, down in Cornwall? I think.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, and he did a debt down. He did a 3-month debt down the Falklands as well, I think.
Oh, did he really? Interesting. Yeah, I know he did a lot of good work. I remember him rescuing, not personally. I read the news, of course. Someone stranded on a cliff. Apparently, it's difficult to fly helicopter with crazy crosswinds beside a big rocky cliff. So good on him.
Yeah, I mean it's off topic, but one of the things people don't appreciate is the degree to which many members of the royal family do military service. Won't talk about Andrew.
-1.
Yeah, well, I've met him personally when I was armed sentry on the gate, and I can confirm the bloke is an absolute walloper. But you know, Prince Michael of Kent, he did a full 20 years in I think it was infantry actually. King Charles, sorry, he did his 3 years in the Royal Navy and ended up commanding a minesweeper. Prince Edward, well, yeah, you know, I give Prince Edward a bit of leeway. Being a Royal Marine, doing commando is not the easiest thing in the world, and better men than him have dropped out the course. So, you know, the fact that he failed to pass it, every fat armchair expert sort of has a giggle and does it. But you go to Livingston and try and do commando for 20 weeks, I think it is. It is not a course I would ever even have considered, even at my peak of fitness, which was pretty awful, even at its peak. But yeah, there's plenty of members of the royal family quietly do, you know, 3 or 4 years. It's just unfortunately one in particular, having done some sterling work down the Falklands. Yeah,
Screwed it all up.
well, I mean, the man is an absolute tool, Yehuda. He actually remonstrated with me because I asked for his ID card. No, not his ID card. I didn't salute him on the way out of base. And standing policy back then with the IRA was we didn't salute officers leaving camp because any dickers would see that it was a potentially senior officer. And he decided to have a little dig at me, but luckily the gunnery officer put him back in his pram.
Wow, that's incredible. Had to dress well. Not everyone gets to say they were dressed down by one of the Queen's sons, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I've also been to a cocktail party with King Charles, so and I can confirm he's a really nice bloke. He is actually give him a glass of champagne. He stood around and he talked to. There were 8 of us out the warfare department. It was after we'd been awarded the Sword of Peace for Yugoslavia. And he stood there for 20 minutes chatting to us, and yeah, really nice bloke, really chilled out, really funny, probably much more at ease because he was in a military environment talking to sailors, and yeah, cracking, absolute cracking bloke.
Yeah, I heard his father was like that around among sailors as well, and military personnel, and he had a pretty incredible history as well in during World War II, and when he didn't expect to ever be in his position, they put him in a lot of situations, or he found himself in situations that were pretty unique for a royal family member.
Yeah, I mean, Philip was regarded as one of the premier ship handlers of his kind of generation of naval officers. He I don't know if people are aware, but he drove frigates and destroyers, and he really did drive them like he stole them. he had one hell of a reputation, and a lot of people say he was a potential admiral, possibly even commander in chief. You know, you can take away his royal connections and stuff like that, but I haven't heard of anyone who served with him who didn't compliment him on his abilities to command warships. And the Queen herself said that one of her happiest times was as a naval wife, just after they got hitched, and he was put into the Mediterranean fleet. So they ran out of Malta, and apparently she absolutely loved it was a swan song of the Malta Royal Navy Mediterranean fleet kind of existence. And she absolutely loved it, but he gave it up. And you see interviews with him, you can see he does. I think he always kind of does a little bit of regret there. But yeah, his military career, he was at Matapan, Battle of Matapan, as a 6-inch gun battery commander, I think. And then I think he did Sicily, and then ran convoys in the North Sea. Just another example of why people don't. I get why people don't like the royal family, but a lot of them do their time, and he was a veteran, and that's why I certainly liked him.
Yeah. I had an old friend whose grandfather was a naval officer and worked with him. And before he left his last post, he gave him his set of binoculars. I'm not in the Navy. I think it sounds like something important to give to a friend, and so my friend, his father received it from his father. So his father was an inspector at Scotland Yard, and once I tried borrowing the binoculars, and we're no longer friends, unfortunately. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't try to steal his binoculars, but I thought they were really cool.
There's a really good story about him, about when the royal couple visited Australia back when the government was quite anti-royal. They made him do passport control, obviously not in the main hall, but in a separate VIP area. And this very officious immigration officer looked at his passport and said, criminal record, and Prince Philip leant forwards and said, I didn't realise it was still a requirement.
That's hilarious. That's beautiful. Anyway, sorry, that was a tangent on a bit of pertinent history, and always refreshing to hear anecdotes from Gunny. You're Anda. I think you wanted to. Sorry for interrupting your flow.
Oh, it's no problem. It's actually how the entire morning went. So it's I'm adapting. I'm trying to adapt to what's happening. I have a question actually. So there are two areas in which I saw some kind of movement. I don't know what to make of it. In the newspapers, it's written all over that Russians attack in Zaporizhia, and that they gain some land in Bakhmut. And actually, on the other hand, the British MOD was like, no, it's pretty much a standstill, right? So actually, I was wondering two things. First, what do we know about what's happening on the front lines? Apart from the fact that it's a war of attrition, and second, why? That's the question I have from yesterday. Why is so adamant Germany that Ukraine will need air defense? So in the last package, they are sending a lot of air defense systems. Is there something that I miss? We discussed with Gani earlier about the air defense systems, the Pantsir S1, which are placed on Moscow on top of some of the buildings. One of them being the MOD, the Ministry of Defense. So I don't know how to say this, but I really don't understand what's happening. So I'm kind of lost in all this information, which doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, cool. That's what I got me.
Oh, and to answer that question, you got to get in Olaf's head, haven't you? Which is probably a very strange place. I mean, they're sending Marder's, which is ostensibly offensive because they're for use by mechanized infantry. I don't know if sending air defense, he can argue post-war to the Russians, well, that was humanitarian, so I wasn't helping the Ukrainians kill your aircraft. I was just giving stuff to defend civilians and critical infrastructure from you. So actually, I'm not a bad guy. I had to do something, and this was way, way, way better than me sending 60 Leopards. That wouldn't surprise me. It's sort of doing something without doing too much, and that delicate balancing act to NATO. Hey, I'm doing something. It's not what you want, but it's something. And then to the Russians, hey, I'm doing something, but it's not as much as I could do if I really wanted to annoy you. So that would be my guess on it.
Yeah, I think Johnny has nailed it, and I think it's it's just a shell game. He's trying to be all things to all people. Not sure what he's waiting for. I don't see the benefits for placating Russia, and I'll never understand that. I guess there'll be a lot of books and documentaries after this explaining the German position.
Could some of these systems? So I saw an article about Kherson actually, and it was a maternity. It was hit. The idea behind my question is, could some of them, for example, so it's clearly they are not for the front lines, right? It's for defense or something. Could they be used in Kherson, for example, where Russians, they are like kids, so they lost Kherson like 2 months ago, something like that, right? And starting from then, they are simply shelling Kherson day in and day out. So buildings which are actually were in place in not a great shape, but they were okay. Like this maternity, it's been shelled, right? So I'm not talking right now about the war crimes, because it is a war crime. I'm talking about is it enough to protect? Okay, they are sending air defense, perfect. Is it enough to protect what's in Ukraine, the most important positions in Ukraine, in order to avoid this kind of tragedies? Gani?
I think there's two reasons. So you hit Kherson, one out of spite, right? Because that's how they think. A program of launching attacks designed to terrorize and demoralize a population, and also it might be a come on to try to encourage the Ukrainians to put some kind of air defense systems in that could maybe counter it. Now that's not going to happen because the thing is, Ander, if you put something that emits a radar signal that close to a front line, if I'm halfway competent, I can get 2 bearings off it from 2 different sources. I can look at your radar signal, I can cross-fix it, pinpoint where you are, and I'll rocket the hell out of it. And that way you've lost a NASAMS battery straight away. So they might be thinking they can tempt the Ukrainians to try and move static air defense systems closer to the front. But one, it would get killed. And 2, it's not really the sort of system that you can use to intercept artillery, Tor ones, all that kind of thing. So whilst it may be in the back of their head, the Ukrainians aren't going to bite on that. So Kherson is just going to be an artillery magnet for them. There's really not a lot you could do. You could even put something like CRAM in, the phalanx, close-in weapon system, flatbed phalanx, but it transmits on radar. If it transmits on radar, it'll get cross-fixed. If it gets cross-fixed and it's static, it'll get killed. So there's not an awful lot to do at the moment, apart from push the artillery out of range of Kherson. And the best way you can do that is counter-battery it, I think, Yehuda.
Yehuda dropped. So it's just you, Nancy, and Will and me. So talking about counter battery, what could they use, or what could be sent, and from where? What does for example, what does UK have that can be sent to Ukraine to help?
Well, the problem is, and lots of countries have sent counter battery radars, things like that. But if you're talking 600, 800 mile front, what you take from one sector to give to the other means that there will be a shortage in that sector. So not enough assets, priorities, and there is a finite number of firefinder radar systems or other bits of kit that NATO will be willing to give. No one is going to empty NATO stocks. Individual countries will not really want to absolutely empty their inventory of something unless they feel particularly confident that it's a capability gap they can live with in the short term and that can be filled fairly quickly. So the British Army has sent artillery location radars, things like that, but we've got commitments elsewhere, certainly in the Baltic states, and we're not going to empty the cupboard. It's just not going to happen. It's like people saying, send all the Challenger 2s, you know, come down from planet Pluto. That's not going to happen. So Kherson will just be an artillery sponge. The Ukrainians are going to be very aware of that. They will do quite a lot of counter-battery fire, not just with counter-battery radar, but with UAVs. All sorts of ISTAR will be used. But until that front line is pushed far enough that Kherson is out of range of Russian artillery, it's just going to be one of those things, unfortunately.
Well, it is what it is. They will have to manage on this, but it is a pity when you see a hospital destroyed, and it wasn't empty, right? It's a pity. Yeah. Anyway, I was also wondering. I wanted to ask Yehuda, but he dropped. I was wondering about the movements on the front lines. What's his impression on what's happening? Because each and every time we look at the front lines, we have people there telling us, well, this is it. Russia is gonna do this or do that, and on Telegram there are a lot of discussions in this area. How are they pushing? Blah blah blah. But actually, it's not seen on the ground, or I don't know. There was a piece of news which actually stated, yes, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense is acknowledging that Russia is trying to push. Basically, they are trying to push in two directions, in Bakhmut and in Zaporizhia. So those were the two areas in which I heard they are being contested. They spoke about 3, but actually named only 2. So it's kind of confusing. And on the British MOD, they said it's just they're not stalling. How do you say when the front line is not moving, right? So it's just attrition day in and day out, nothing more.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say none of us knows what's going on. If you want to know what's going on, don't look on Twitter, because most people talk absolute rubbish because they don't know. My feeling is this is. I couldn't tell you unless I knew how much of the Ukrainian army was currently engaged in operations. Personally, I think a lot of them aren't. I think this is a meat for space ratio. They are killing Russians, giving ground where necessarily, grudgingly, counterattacking when they can. And the whole purpose of this, as Yehuda kept saying, is kind of a fixing, denude, degrade, bleed them hard over the winter period when the weather is in your favor as well, for hurting them when they're in their foxholes and things. And then when the ground is good, or when you think they're at the stage where they really have exhausted themselves, kick them in the testicles. That's what I think. But hey, what do I know?
Well, you should know better anyway than me. It's actually, the weather was really funny. It's really warm in some areas, and so in the west, close to Romania, it's really warm. Romania had in the last days 22 degrees Celsius during daytime, which is odd for we are talking about January. It's raining outside. It looks like, I don't know, November or February, March. But in other parts, it was really, really cold. So in north of Ukraine, northeast of Ukraine, and the entire Russia is really cold. I know we are looking forward to see frozen ground. I don't know if actually I didn't see that part reported actually. So I actually cannot say on that one. If it's ever gonna happen, it's such a strange such a strange winter. We have expected lower temperatures and a very heavy winter, and it's not, at least not everywhere, right? Which means exactly what we were waiting for. The frozen ground hasn't happened in many areas. So I don't really know at this point how it will go further. Anyway, I have a couple of pieces of news from the. We have Dan John coming up. Dan John, good morning.
Good morning, Amber. How are you doing?
Well, we are talking.
Early birds.
Hey. Sorry?
Early birds.
Early birds.
Yeah, I understand that.
I'm so happy to see you
Yeah,
here.
actually, I had an errand in the morning. Then I listened a bit, and then I saw it was quite empty. So why not step up? So, actually, I have a question for Gunny, if you don't mind.
By all means, if he can answer.
Can you hear Gunny? Apparently not. No, it's gone. Okay, I'll save it for later. No problem.
It's no problem. Probably he got to work. When he gets to work, he has very. Let's put it this way: he really has to work, right? So that being said, probably he dropped. He gonna join the panel probably in the evenings or tomorrow morning.
What kind of job is that where you have to work? Must be terrible.
Who doesn't have to work? Like 98% of the population works. There are not so many people who actually won the lottery, and the percentage of people who actually don't need to work during this lifetime is very small. So yeah. So actually, so it was true. He is at work. I will go to Nancy, and after that, I will peruse what has happened and what has been sent to Ukraine in the last 24 hours, and we can go from there. Nancy?
Hey, thanks, Anda. And I'm going to bring us back to basically a little bit less military and a little more social update. First off, I know earlier today we were talking about Twitter versus Facebook versus YouTube. And I do want to remind people that we've got a MriyaReport Facebook group. So for your friends who are like, oh, Twitter, I don't know about that place, tell them to go to our Facebook group. There's a lot of good information there that's passed on. There are links to what's happening here, as well as regular updates regarding what's going on in Ukraine too. I've actually shared, and I guess I'd call this an exclusive, except it's really because I don't know how to cross post properly from Facebook to Twitter. But I'd found a Twitter article a couple of days ago, which is actually from my local news that I had retweeted and did a little bit more digging because it was just a very precious little story about a gentleman here from the States who's in Northeast Florida, and probably not too far from me. And he has on a regular basis gone to other countries to play Santa Claus at Christmas. a lot of time spent in countries like Ukraine and other places. And I just wanted to share a little bit. Number one, his exclusive of his visit in December. He came back a couple of weeks, actually just a week or two ago. He came back from a visit to Ukraine again this year. And I've reposted to the Facebook group his Facebook post about his experience, along with some really fantastic photographs. And again, I know around the Christmas holidays, we talked about the uplifting stories and the helpers. And this is also a story about a helper. I've linked or retweeted in my Twitter space the article that he had in our local news. And there were actually two articles, one when he came back and one before he left. But I wanted to share his words that he posted on Facebook because it was very moving. And it reminded me of two things. Number one, something that my father would have done as a younger man, to be one of those helpers. And also that as an older man, when he became frail and needed daily assistance and moved in with my family, it's an experience he would have appreciated from that side as well. I'll try not to go too long, but I just want to tell you what this American Santa in Ukraine posted on December 24th. It's 5 minutes until midnight on this cold Christmas Eve in Ukraine. The two youngest daughters of the missionaries I am staying with are wound up as tight as a clock. We had a wonderful dinner at a friend's house, and the fellowship was very nice and appreciated. The only thing was, there was a great deal of laughing, generally following playful conversation that I have no idea of what they were saying. To say I had a memorable day as Santa Claus would be like saying the Empire State Building was tall. I experienced a first since I started doing this 24 years ago this month in the Republic of Belarus, and it will likely take me a while to unpack the many feelings and emotions that were awakened in me today. I visited a hospice house, this is in Ukraine again, where it is likely that this will be the last Christmas the folks you see in the pictures will have. They've been forced from two previous centers by the Russian invasion and are lucky to have survived this long, aside from their illness. It was a very clean house with several rooms of very fragile and frail bodies, bones showing through their thin little bodies, and some could hardly speak, their voices were so weak. So Santa made it a priority to give every resident a chocolate Santa, though few had teeth. And when they learned Santa was also a dentist, they laughed and weren't shy in showing me the ones they had, like children showing their first loose tooth. But one of my favorite things was being able to give most of the bedridden, handmade Afghans from one of my neighbor's babushkas, who grew up in Ukraine as a child and young woman, which is where she made them. My translator told them all the story, and their little wrinkled faces began to smile one by one, and eyes began to twinkle, as would a 5-year-old's seeing Santa for the first time. As I placed each Afghan around their tiny shoulders and carefully drew them closer so I could gently hug and kiss each on their heads, I could sense each little body start to relax and almost melt into my big Santa belly. All attempted to speak, but some with such weak voices just couldn't. But at that point, they didn't need a voice to communicate their thanks and gratitude. As their glistening eyes brightened and how they snuggled in and held that way for a few seconds, I knew exactly what their hearts were telling me. Their gratitude beamed from their faces, and it will be a while, if ever, that those precious little faces and nuzzling into Santa will be something I forget. This was Christmas. Many of you I've traveled with will understand when I say that as we travel, sometimes to rough spots, we are continuously told what a blessing we are considered, a blessing to those we spend time with in whatever capacity. But the reality of the truth is we leave those places feeling showered with blessings from those we went to serve. There's really no way to quantify those feelings, but I can tell you from my sometimes breaking heart this week, this trip has already blessed me beyond measure. and I'm sure it will continue as we move closer to the war zone tomorrow when we head for Odessa. I hope you can enjoy these pictures and video, and hope some of what I am trying to convey can even find a way into your home, into this Christmas or other personal traditions. I realize Santa has taken some heat from some of our younger generation of parents, but I can assure you all the fact that many that are experiencing their last Christmas in this Ukrainian hospice never once doubted if Santa was real, because it was totally real for them. It has been Christmas for 23 minutes here in Ukraine, so let me be one of the first to offer you and your loved ones a very Merry Christmas, but not only for me, but also the many Ukrainians I've had the pleasure to interact with. Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. And he posted that on December 24th from Ternopil, which is southwest of Kiev. And it was just so lovely that I had to share the whole thing. And again, I have, if technology has not escaped me, I have also reposted that to our Facebook page too. So I don't want you to leave Twitter, don't want you to leave this space, but you can multitask and join our Facebook group too. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy, for the story. We have Ryan up, who actually, for the people who were not in the room or are new right now, he was in Ukraine. He was helping Ukraine in Ukraine, right? Sending clothes and food to the front lines. Good morning or good evening, Ryan. You're back in the States, right?
Correct. I'm back in Oklahoma for the next few weeks, but I'll be going to Ukraine just as quick as I can get things buttoned up here and get myself a ticket booked and go back. I wanted to ask Nancy what exactly she was reading from. I just caught the second half of that, but I was wondering why she decided to kick me in the fields this morning.
Oh man, sorry about that, Ryan. Yeah, this was actually, what triggered this was an article in my local news from 3-4 days ago, maybe, of a gentleman who has regularly, every Christmas, gone to be Santa Claus in other countries. And he's from my area, which is why it was on my local news. And I hadn't heard anything until he returned. And of course, part of the story then when he returned was that he had piles of gifts for children stacked up at his front door for him to take with him the next time that he goes back to Ukraine. He's visited many countries, including Ukraine, and this year for Christmas, dressed up as Santa Claus like he does every year for the last 24, he chose to visit a hospice home where the elderly there have, of course, a very short time before they do pass, and they're made comfortable and cared for. And he went there as Santa Claus in Ukraine this year, as well as visiting some of the children's homes and orphanages that he regularly does. And it was just a beautiful story. And what I read from is actually his post and his words that he had posted on Facebook with the photographs when he returned. He did that on that day. I didn't find out about it until he returned from that trip, but I reposted that in Facebook to the MriyaReport Facebook group, assuming I did it correctly and didn't screw it up. So I wanted to bring people's attention both to that Facebook group for some of us who are, may have friends who are more Twitter challenged. And then also it was just such a feeling story that I had to share it. I'm glad you liked it.
Well, yeah, I can definitely relate to the feeling that even though you go there to help out and try to be a friendly face, that you sometimes come away from places like that feeling like you're taking more from them than they've taken from you. So, yeah, there's no more uplifting feeling you can find in life than helping out somebody in need. I don't know that I understood that so well as a kid when they said that the best part of Christmas is giving gifts, not giving them. But the smile and gratitude from people who are in some situations living through the worst thing they've ever experienced in their life, and hopefully the worst thing they ever will experience, is moving, to say the least.
Yeah, and like I said, this gentleman, he's a retired dentist, and he's in my region of Northeast Florida. So I'm thinking about looking him up and getting some more info, and maybe seeing if folks are interested, if I can help him get past the technical challenges to maybe talk about his experience here too as well.
Sure. Yeah.
Can't promise anything, but I'll give it a shot.
I know there's a lot of people that are reticent to get on Twitter after they've had so much trouble mastering the other social media platforms, but this is really the only place I care to be any longer as far as social media is concerned.
All right. And let's face it, we want to be here because here we can find out live what's happening. You have this kind of spaces where you can actually talk to people from Ukraine or from other countries, bringing together information, bringing together how should I
friends
put it?
and like-minded individuals from around the world.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. You're a poet. I love that. Thank you very
I'm far
much.
from a poet.
So yeah, and actually, this is how we got over here, right? We care about Ukraine and want more from it. And actually, two topics for you. Do you have time, Ryan?
Sure. I just got home from dinner with a former work colleague of mine who is married to an Albanian from Kosovo. And they were sharing with me some of their family history and their story of surviving through the war with the Serbs. And frankly, they think that was all instigated by Russia. So they were extremely grateful to me for going and volunteering, and I kept telling them, no, like there's no, I was just here to meet and have dinner and see my old friend Abby. But it was kind of striking to me to hear some of the similarities in the stories that were told. They're thoroughly convinced that the Serbian Orthodox Church and the Russian Orthodox Church were in cahoots in fomenting what happened there decades ago. But you were going to ask me a question, so I'll shut up. Please go ahead.
So, first question, because I have more questions for you. You just have to be patient with me, right? So, one of the things that influenced, we have talked earlier a bit, we have touched on that, about media, about social media and the influence it has on this war, right? The fact that we have information very fast after it happens, the fact that people, soldiers, and namely Russian soldiers, most of them, post on social media their location and other other details which should not be posted, and therefore they can be targeted by this. And also one key factor in this campaign is the television, right? I have to confess, for the last 6 years, I think, I don't have a television set in my house. So it's just laptops and phones, and that's it. But there are lots of people who actually look at the TV posts, one or another, which usually resonate with what they think or what they are accustomed to, right? It's a very much a thing of a habit.
Confirmation bias.
Yes. And it was one of the factors, one of the influencers in this war, in TV especially. It was Russia TV, right? This was one of their main way of influencing both inside the country, but more outside the country, because it has two different channels. One is in English and another one is in Spanish. So they use these channels to portray their narrative, to show to others how they are being encroached by NATO, how they are the victims in this war, how
They're just protecting
So-
Russian speakers, Anda.
actually inside the
I'm being
country.
extremely sarcastic when I say that. I don't want anybody to misinterpret my statement.
Okay. For a moment, I was taken aback. I was like, what? I'm sorry, what? Okay. So I was pretty pleased to read this morning in Kyiv Independent, actually, that RT in France is due to be shut down due to European sanctions. So their assets were frozen. There was so EU had several packages of sanctions against Russia. In the ninth one, there were a set of provisions which actually targeted the assets of the oligarchs and of the individuals who are helping and abiding Russia, right? They are enabling it. I don't know. Does it have an article in English? I don't know. In Romanian, it has. So if I make mistakes, please forgive me.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You should hear my Romanian.
So basically, this RT France was one of the posts which launched a very heavy campaign of propaganda for Russia. And they basically, I use the word spewed. So they spewed misinformation and disinformation with the purpose of manipulating the audience. about what's happening in Ukraine, about the war in Ukraine. And the EU foreign policy chief, Joseph Borrell, perceived this and stated, actually, even on the 2nd of March, that it's a significant and direct threat to the Union's public order and security. So there has been an appeal for the ban to be overturned, but the European Court upheld the decision, and therefore the post it's due to be closed. And I couldn't be happier about that. So you won't see me. Lying here crying over that. Actually, I hope and I don't know how could this be turned in an international movement, because Russia today is one of the worst. Russia, how should I say? One of the worst
propaganda. One of the worst peddlers of Russian propaganda, and the most prolific around the world. I was finishing your sentence. I don't know if that's what you were going to say, but.
No, you're right. I'm especially worried about South America, because there you have Spanish and Portuguese speaking population, 3 big countries which actually support Russia, and the other countries which are not doing much. There was a piece of news in Ukraine, actually in Ukrainian news, actually yesterday, regarding a statement from US, right? They were asking the countries from South America to actually help Ukraine. And I think this type of narratives at the human level are really, really dangerous. And will this is why we don't hear anything from that part of the world, like support, like we are sending this, we are helping with that. It's basically nothing, right? And that to me shows disinterest. I don't know. What do you think?
I think the countries who are in the best economic position to provide assistance to Ukraine are tied up with internal political conflicts of their own. And when I say that, I mean Peru and Brazil for one, but Brazil was led by hard right-wing Bolsonaro, who was arguably pro-Russia, pro-Putin. Colombia is tied up with Venezuela on the verge of collapse at any given moment, and a huge influx of refugees coming from Venezuela. I don't really know what to say about Argentina, to be honest, but I think small amounts of aid may have come from South America, but honestly, there's so much political upheaval and instability in South America at the moment, and some of those countries were hit so hard by COVID. I don't know what capacity they have to provide assistance to Ukraine. I suspect if Colombia weren't so preoccupied with the prospect of a collapsing Venezuela, they might offer more assistance. But given the current situation, it's difficult for them to have any surplus resources. I know there have been volunteers who came and fought in some of the International Legion groups from South America. What volume of those, I can't say. I don't want to overshare any information, but I know specifically that one of Nurse Anna's patients that she helped with evacuation from Ukraine on was a South American, and I'm not going to share any more country information than that.
It's okay, it's enough. Actually, the reason I mentioned this is so you are right. There are a lot of problems there, and they are not very rich countries. However,
Well, I think there has been some undue influence placed on local politics in South American countries. I wonder how much of the most recent political riots in Brazil following Bolsonaro's loss in the election, they had essentially their own January 6th raid of their parliament or Congress, their legislative offices, and I think the presidential palace even had people protesting and overran it. But it seems like I won't beat around the bush. It seems like Russia was meddling around in internal politics of multiple countries in the last decade or so, and trying to foment internal disagreements. That this is their modus operandi. They don't create something new in and of itself. They exploit the extremes of the horseshoe political system, just like they do in the US, just like they've done in European countries, just like they do by influencing Serbia to be what it is in the Balkans, and just like they influence strongmen in Hungary to be a stick in the mud for all of the NATO nations. But it's more of the same. South America, they're playing the same game that they play in North America, and that's the same game they've played in Hungary and in the Balkans and in Ukraine up until 2014, when the Ukrainians got fed up with it and decided that they weren't going to be a puppet state of the former Soviet Empire, and they weren't going to let Russia poke around inside their nation anymore and pay these people to do their jobs badly or be corrupt in whatever way they've done. And I was just going to say, I don't see where whoever these brainiacs in the Kremlin are fail to recognize that anybody under the age of 40 who lives in Ukraine, which is essentially every military age male, didn't grow up in the Soviet Union. They grew up in a free and independent Ukraine. So there might be some little old babushkas and some old drunkards in the east of Ukraine who they could co-opt into playing the Russia FSB game and stirring up this shit in 2014. But Ukraine isn't going to be subjugated by Russia anymore. That's something of the 1980s and before. And ever since 1991, independent Ukrainians have grown up with an independent mentality. And I don't know where the disconnect is in the Russian mentality, that they don't understand these people have no desire and will never be under the yoke of Moscow ever again. There's a whole generation of Ukrainians who only see themselves as Ukrainian. They don't remember the Soviet Union, and they have absolutely no affinity for it. So regardless of what some little old man or little old lady in the east of Ukraine might think, Ukraine is independent. They voted for it in the 90s. It was overwhelming in every single oblast, including Luhansk and Donetsk and Crimea. And it was in the 90th percentile in a lot of those places, not so much in Crimea, but even they voted more than 51% to be independent and Ukrainian.
Ryan, I would like to point out two things regarding what you just said. In the 90s, that little old lady voted, right? So even if now some people can support or do support Russia, what you look at now as being old people are actually people who were in their midlife in the 90s, where they when that vote was casted. So some of them
100%.
more, yes. So some of them do support Ukraine. So still, even if they are
Yeah, absolutely.
what
And I didn't mean to imply that all of the older generation is pro-Russian. I'm sure there are a handful of old Ukrainians who have some nostalgia for their younger years, and that just happens to be a time when Ukraine was part of Russia. I'm not implying that there's an overwhelming majority. The overwhelming majority of people in Ukraine, even 30 years ago, decided they wanted to be Ukrainian, and that number has only grown since that time. It hasn't gotten smaller. I don't think anybody wants to go back to the good old days of the 1980s in Ukraine or the 90s.
That's for sure. I'm 100% positive that the majority of the Ukrainian population and also part of the Russian-speaking population from Ukraine, which is not so they might be from Russia. You have basically in Ukraine at this point you have a Russian brigade, right? Which I think it's actually an awesome thing. I don't know if I would have the guts, Ryan. I need to tell you that because I pondered on that. I don't know if I would have the guts if my country was doing something wrong to go outside my country and to actually fight my own people. I see. How do you say?
I think honestly, I know your moral fiber, and I think if you saw someone committing a genocide in your name, you would probably do everything you could to help stop it.
Yes, but most probably in my country, I
Maybe
don't.
from within. Yeah.
Yes. That's why I said I most probably I would do it from within, like the partisans, which are actually in Russia and help. Some of them help Ukrainian families or children or displaced persons, right? They help them get back to the West, such as the Belarusian partisans who were cutting the wires from the train lines so that the train the light, how do you call we call it semaphore, It's the one with the green and
Signals.
signal. The signal wasn't working, so they crashed. One into another because they didn't saw the signal and they thought it was a clear line and it wasn't. So probably I see myself doing stuff like that, truly. But I look at them in actually with very much respect, because it takes not only courage, because you are going strictly to war. You're not going. It's not a question of I'm turning back home. And this, I don't know if you get my train of thought, but I do respect them very much for that. These individuals specifically, I respect them very much.
Same. And I wonder if maybe they're people who would be facing arrest and detention and potentially long prison sentences if they remain in Russia anyway. So if you've already spoken out or committed some act like sabotaging a train line and you're now a wanted person in Russia, you might as well go to Ukraine, help keep fighting the good fight from there. And I'm sure there's plenty of Russians that would vote to become Ukrainian too right now. I mean, I wonder what a vote would look like in Belgorod these days.
I don't know. We will see. We will see after the war is over. But speaking about Russians, what do they have? Lots of equipment. Where is lots of equipment? Part of it is in South America. This is actually why I brought the topic. I brought the RT newspaper to South America. South America has a lot of weapons, right? And actually, US proposed to exchange the old Russian equipment they have for to replace it with American equipment if they send the old Russian equipment to Ukraine. And this way, Ukraine is getting the equipment fast. At this point, no war and no threat of war between countries is envisioned, to my knowledge, in South America. So this wouldn't be such a bad idea, at least in my book. Did you hear anything about this in the States? Was it in your news or anything?
Absolutely none. But now you've piqued my curiosity, and I'm going to have to search it up. Usually, our domestic media is consumed with their own navel gazing and all the developments in the American political scene. The only thing I've noticed about South American news within the last couple of weeks are what's going on after the Bolsonaro election loss and some developments in Peru as far as what's going on there. And then, of course, all the drug war violence that's been erupting in Mexico over the last few weeks in Central America. So we're usually way too preoccupied with our own political soap opera to have too much focus on what's going on in South America. Sorry. That's just me being honest. And frankly,
as big of a news consumer as I am, I really haven't watched a whole lot of, or read even a whole lot of domestic U.S. news in the past few months. My mind's been elsewhere, I should say.
No problem. So that was one of the things that I wanted to ask. It happens, right? It happens that some things happen. So problems, right, in the countries which are bordering us, and if we have our own problems, we are not privy of the struggles of the neighbors, right? So it's not uncommon. It's not something that people cannot relate to. It's perfectly normal. All right. So I wanted to go a bit through some pieces of news, and actually to ask Nancy if she is here with us, if she can help us by searching the information, the numbers of the previous day, what happened in Ukraine. If you can find it, while I go through some of the.
Sure.
Yep, I'll go look.
Thank you. So, what I saw, apart from some of the, there are very little. There is very little information about what's happening in Zaporizhia and what's happening in Bakhmut. The first and foremost points of contact between Ukraine and Russian armed forces on Ukraine territory. So apart from that, there are some other pieces of news which are interesting. Some of them are a follow-up of the Rammstein meeting from the previous day, and some are unrelated. So we have talked. Prince was here when I came up in the morning, and we have talked a bit about mines, clearing mines, and one of the pieces of news is that Ukraine is developing right now a mine detector for farm machinery. This was actually a topic that I brought yesterday, and I would like to cycle back to it after I go through the others. Another piece of information that reached us was the fact that the Ukrainian Panzer 2000 operators received a transporter. This is what they received. It is a special vehicle. It was delivered to the 43rd Artillery Brigade, and they are currently in Donetsk. Right, they are fighting in Donetsk.
The 43rd or the 243rd?
It says 43rd, 43 Artillery Brigade. So
my friend Yaroslav is the rear logistics coordinator for the 243rd Artillery Brigade, and I wonder if that's different from the 43rd. Anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry. You said they were delivered a vehicle and they're in Donetsk.
Yes, they are in Donetsk. So this is a tank transporter, right? It's for the operators of the Panzer Howitzer 2000. And the reason why is this a topic? The Panzerhaubitze 2000 is a very heavy piece of equipment. It weighs 62 tons, and basically they define it as a monster, right? So it's very hard to carry it on a field road. You have to use the asphalt, right? And therefore you need a transporter to help move it in other situation, in other positions where, for example, it will remain stuck or cannot be used, cannot be transported, cannot be moved from one place to another. Actually, they are really excited about this with pictures and everything. So, for example, the largest transporter in the United States, it's equipped with a very heavy automatic transmission and a special 2-speed transfer case. So it's not a simple vehicle, right? This is a special.
This is a huge truck. I'm looking at it now.
This
is
is
a huge truck with a huge gooseneck low deck trailer, and that is a huge. That looks like a tank on steroids.
Exactly. So just for you to know why are we so in awe? Its total capacity it's 947 liters, and it actually can go pretty fast. It's 81 kilometers per hour. So it's a special thing. They are really excited, and they actually put a very long article on this one. And this was one of the main topics that. So, what else happened? Let's go through them. Yesterday we talked about mines and everything. I will come back to that. Actually, drones and mines were the main two topics that I wanted to talk today, but I lost both Konstantin and Whiskey, and I have I don't have enough knowledge from what I've read to actually talk about them in depth. What else happened? The first Ukrainian. Sorry.
Go ahead. I wanted to know, what are they developing, a mine detection device or a mine clearing device for farm implements or farm equipment?
Detector, a mine detector. So Konstantin started to touch on this topic. Ukraine has a very large area, large areas, and many areas with mines. And one of the biggest problems is the fact that the fields in which they want to plant their crops are being are mined, right? So you cannot go there with the tractor and plant the seeds, because you first need to check and see what's happening in front of you, right? Because of that, there are 4, I think, So let's name them. There are four types of equipments that could be used, right? At least what I saw until now. Probably if someone with more knowledge on the topic can help us, it would be great. So there are some special tanks which have which are special for demining. Basically, they have some legs, some devices in front of them which can touch and detonate anti tank mines. We have the drones, which actually Konstantin explained. They can be land drones and airborne drones. The land ones, they basically look. We have an article about the Bozhena 5. They look out for. So, as you said, some are demining and some are strictly for reconnaissance, right? And some of the demining equipments. One of the demining equipments, which actually is in Ukraine, it's called Bozhena. I think we talked about it a bit yesterday, and to my understanding, Nancy and Prince said that it was discussed during the night, because it's really efficient for certain areas. The drones, the aerial drones, Konstantin explained that they can spot and mark where the mines are, so that you will know exactly where to go and to demine that section. And what I'm looking at right now, it's a tractor, basically. It's for the Venetia region, and it's mounted on a so the device per se, it's mounted on a tractor, right? They are trying right now to find ways of demining the fields when you're not in the equipment, right? Because if you have a tank, as I said, last week Germany sent, I think, 2 or 4 tanks. I will need to look for that. These demining tanks, you are in it, right? You are driving it, and having a device which is actually controlled by remote control, you are not exposed. You can control where it goes, but if something goes horribly wrong, you're safe in a faraway at a faraway distance, and only the equipment is lost, basically. So this specific equipment was developed by a company which is called Fred, and they were working together with the Venetia National Technical University. So it is basically a tractor, right? As I said, with a detector in front of it, and how should I put this? You need to clear the mines from the fields, especially where there has been a lot of shelling, right? There has been a fight, not only there, but especially there. We have seen aerial images of fields which looked worse than Emmentaler, right? So it was hole near hole near hole near hole, and actually, when we had experts in the space, they all said the same thing. You need to blow them up. It's dangerous to try to diffuse them, and they can be a lot as a number. So the easiest way is to blow them up. And I actually was wondering, after they are blown up, parts of them will gonna fall back into the soil. And I don't know how this works, and if there are possibilities of clearing them from the soil, so the shrapnel basically to take it out. Do you know anything about that, Ryan?
That's a big problem. Actually, when we were driving into Kherson, hang on, let me pull up a map so I don't mess up any of these names. I just remember where these places are. I don't remember their names so well. And I should, but sorry, I'm bad with names. I never forget a face or a place. Going from Mykolaiv to Kherson, there was a bridge we had to cross. Actually, the Russians blew that bridge so they could slow the advance of the Ukrainians. And then they set massive minefields on both sides of the roadway off of the pavement. So the advancing Ukrainians had to traverse a minefield to actually enter Kherson and liberate the city. But the mine clearing team that had to go through and remove, there were about 100 mines stacked up along the side of the road, anti-tank mines, not personnel mines, that had been cleared when they cleared this path. And they had red tape or red plastic string hung up along markers that identified the minefield. And the reason they stopped clearing mines and just cleared a quick path so humanitarian vehicles and military vehicles could get through was because there's so much shrapnel from all of the rockets and the artillery strikes that it is prohibitively expensive, or time consuming, I should say, for them to try and clear that. So that's going to be a huge problem. In situations like that, it's sometimes easier to get mine clearing equipment, which is basically a bunch of giant chains that slap the ground, and you just go through that area and beat the hell out of the surface and set off any mines that might be in that area. So I don't know, that may be a better option in places that have been shelled or so heavily attacked that you can't identify shrapnel from an active landmine. As far as mine detecting stuff, I mean, I think that would be easier and less technologically
difficult. I don't know. Ukraine can do anything. I'd rather them come up with something that keeps these farmers from getting themselves killed driving over a landmine. I know they, the Russians placed landmines along the side of the E40 highway outside of Kharkiv, and a road maintenance crew repairing damaged roadway drove over it. I don't know who they set that for, what good they thought it was going to do, but I was also told, and I didn't ever confirm this for myself, but some of the people I was with were dodging even repaired road damage in areas further east because they had heard that sometimes the Russians would stick a landmine in a pothole and then cover it with some asphalt and make it look like good road in the hopes that Ukrainians would drive over it. I don't know if there's any truth to that rumor, but I wouldn't want to be the one to find out the hard way. So I just, follow the guy in front of you. It's easy enough to dodge the dark, freshly repaired spots in the road as it is to dodge the hole that just got filled, and I don't know what's in that hole. So I'm happy to dodge that stuff too. Better safe than sorry, right?
Always, and especially when you talk about explosives, right? Especially when you talk about explosives.
Yeah. Somehow I've made it to almost 40, and I still have all my fingers and toes. So I'll keep it that way if I can. I can't be any use to anybody if I get myself hurt.
Yes, that's true. So let's keep it this way. We like you this way. Let's keep it this way.
Yeah, I don't want to have to call on the services of Nurse Anna.
That's for sure. Actually, she's a very good.
Yeah, absolutely. If I ever needed to be moved from one country to another with medical assistance, she's going to be the first person I call.
So we have the numbers. The numbers are 120,720,760 total personnel liquidated during this war. There is so from in the last 24 hours, the number is 600, right? All the numbers are up. Yesterday it was 800 and something. So this shows some fighting is taking place, even if we don't learn or see too much movement on the front lines. The number of people who actually die is daily is very, very large. What else happened? So we have five more tanks, 12 more armored personnel vehicles, nine artillery systems, out of which 2 are MLRS, one UAV, and something that I'm sure Domen enjoys, 14 vehicles and fuel tanks. So they have lost in 24 hours 600 soldiers, 5 tanks, 12 armored personnel vehicles, and 14 fuel tanks. That's good. That looks really good. Will, you have a question?
Just a clarification for you, Anda. To put that into scale for you, the 188,000 estimated total deaths or total casualties, including deaths and injuries, in just over 11 months is greater than the German army suffered during the first 22 months of World War II in all their advances. So the casualty rate, people talk about, maybe how they support it, and the Russians, somehow Putin has control over the Russian people, that this won't have any effect and all his mobilizations will go ahead. Having lived in Russia for 6 years and traveled back and forth there for 16 years, I can tell you that this is definitely having a morale effect on the Russian population. And they all have access to the internet, even through VPNs. They all of the people that I know see the same sort of information we can get a hold of, and it is going to take its toll on mobilizations and morale of all those folks, because you just can't use personnel in the manner that Russia is doing to get these very small incremental gains that they're getting, and not have that get back home. I mean, it's just like, well, the people who are being mobilized are primarily the easy people to get first, the poor and the disadvantaged around the country, and those people come from the poorer regions primarily, and those populations, because they're smaller population densities, it will be noticed more and have an effect on them. I don't know how soon, but I can tell you that sustaining a death rate at the rate that they are, and knowing that their wounded rate is somewhere between 2 wounded for every 1 dead, where the Ukrainians are apparently running somewhere in the range of one dead for every 7 wounded. The care in which you're taking on your soldiers is not only going to have an effect on those people as they go back and forth into the line and out of the line, it will get out into the population and be demoralizing. So I guess it's not good news to talk about the number of Russian deaths, because deaths are bad in any case, but the Ukraine is winning this war and will win this war. It's just one of the indicators that I continue to see from my conversations and reading every day.
Exactly. And let me tell you this, it will sound really gruesome, but it's the ugly truth. So let me tell you the ugly truth. We have an expression